I swear, I'm not normally like this. I don't get fluttery butterfly crushes on older family men. But with Grady, I'm not just making a major exception. I think he's rewriting the book on what makes me melt. Because it's hard. No, impossible. Imagining feelings springing up for any lesser man after this.
Still over 90 out there,
he tells me, stepping into the laundry room.
Thank fuck I had the AC tuned up last spring. We're flogging it hard today.
A faint noise bleeds into the room that makes my ears perk. What's that? ATVs again? His grin widens, a crescent moon in the thick halo of his beard.
The girls are heading to the short track for a drive before dinner. They're looking for more flowers to transplant tomorrow.
Smiling, I press a hand to my forehead, close my eyes, and pretend I'm about to faint. Oh, Lord, what have I started? Laughter fills the room as he catches me around the waist, holding me up. Not quite what I'd been after, but I'm not complaining at the result. Those massive hands on my hips feel good. Firm reminders it wouldn't take more than a flick of his wrists to wind up tossed over his shoulder and carried off to...
It's all your fault, you know.
He growls in my ear. Keeping my eyes closed, I say, yeah, I sorta guessed it was.
This is your fault, too.
My eyes snap open to ask what, but before I can get out a single syllable, I'm silenced. His thick lips collide with mine like a meteor strike. Holy hell. The contact is electric, jolting, and so welcome it shreds what little control I've gotten back earlier. When you're kissing Grady McKnight, it's the kind of thing that demands all of you, and I'm so down to give up everything. Before I can stop myself, I react with a shuddering gasp, my arms looped around his strong neck. I hold on for dear life. Unlike a minute ago, I'm worried I actually will faint from the sultry, all-consuming need lashing through me. Every last bit of me shuts down except what's able to feel, to taste, to savor this man. Grady isn't nearly so paralyzed. Lucky me. Next thing I know, my legs are looped around his waist and he has me pressed up against the washing machine, the bulge in his jeans grinding between my legs, his rough grunt spilling in my mouth. He's pure business, claiming what he wants, pressing my butt hard against the washer like a storm pressed into a man. I'm gone like butter under a heat lamp. Breathless whimpers become full-bodied moans against his marauding tongue. He pushes my lips open with a growl and takes me over, takes what's his, what's always belonged to him since that first strange night together, if I'm brutally honest. Oh my God. The kiss turns open-mouthed, 100 degrees hotter than the air outside, tongues swirling, tasting, fencing. Every time I try to drift away, mostly for precious oxygen, his fierce lips keep our mouths fused. I swear, he's determined to flipping brand me with one long vicious kiss. His hands glide under my dress, skimming up my thighs, his calloused skin raking against my softness. Oh, wow. Wow. I love it. Every searing second. But love doesn't do justice to every wild touch, every caress and stroke. Love can't describe the need, the shock, the fury to have him inside me. In all of 2 minutes, I'm completely drunk on his rough hands. Grady, I whimper, digging my nails into his back. All he has to do is unzip his pants, bite my lip, and plunge in. I'm that ready. Yes, it's insane how fast it's happening. But the lightning swiftness makes it that much more exciting, makes me that much crazier, wishing he'd take me right now. He doesn't, though. With a few smaller, softer, sweeter kisses, he rears back, pressing his forehead against mine.
Shit. Sorry. That was my fault. I've been trying not to all day. I just fucking broke, Willow.
Why? I ask, running a hand across his cheek, adoring the soft scratch of his scruff. Don't get second thoughts. I liked it.
Why? Because you're so fuck hot it kills me. And because I think I'd rather let Bruce out of the barn than deal with the fallout from this.
He rasps, shoving his forehead against mine harder.
Don't know what the hell came over me. This isn't right.
I run my hands down his massive arms that are still holding me against him. No matter what he says, his body has a different sense of right and wrong. My legs are still wrapped around his waist. Even if he's full of regrets, it isn't smothering the fire. The heave of his chest as he draws another breath and then beams fire in his gaze. Quit apologizing. I obviously don't mind, I whisper, panting the words, staring into deep brown eyes that promise devastation. The kind of ruin any woman would die for. He chuckles, lifting his head to look at me.
I don't do this shit, Willow. I don't kiss strange women who only show up because they need help. I don't let my dick get me into trouble. Hell, I don't even date.
His chest heaves, and he looks away, wrestling his lust like an angry serpent. Frowning, I know the real reason, the one he doesn't say. He's not ready to move on. Yet I also know his wife is long dead, and he's still very much alive. Grady, baby, I'm not asking for flowers and candy or a nice dinner out, I say, locking my gaze with his so he can't look away. I'm only here for a short time. I'd never expect more than today, more than tonight. His lips turned down, brows pulled together, strained in thought.
You mean?
I shrug. A little tension relief would be healthy for both of us. Just saying. His frown deepens as he releases me and starts to turn. Sigh. Smiling, I unhook my legs from his waist and lower them to the floor. Then I stand, fixing my dress as I push my other hand to his deliciously bulky shoulder. A hot fling without commitments isn't a sin, Grady. I know you're kinda old-fashioned, but hear me out. To me, it's two healthy adults having fun. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. I plant a quick kiss on his lips. Let me know if you change your mind. You know where to find me.
Willow.
He turns to look at me, all single dad Zeus thunder in his voice and bolts in his eyes. The roar of four-wheelers sounds, this time closer to the house. Oof. Apparently that hot-as-hell makeout session went on longer than I thought. I step away from him, afraid I've gone too far. I don't know what I'm doing. I've truly never thrown myself at a man like this. If you're not interested, that's cool too, I tell him. You've got a lot on your plate. I get it. It wasn't fair for me to... He grasps my arm so suddenly, I gasp.
Woman, I am damn interested. I started it. But the girls...
Smiling, I push a finger to his lips, cutting him off. I don't want him to finish. Not when I'm beaming up at him with my entire being. Because he didn't say no. We don't have to decide this minute, I whisper, suppressing a giggle. Later tonight would be fine.
Tonight,
he repeats, a burning flicker in his eyes.
Yeah, fuck. I'll be there.
With a parting sticky glance, I exit the laundry room, careful to put a little extra oomph in my hips for him. I know he's staring as I walk away. I'm still throbbing from head to toe, and I stumble into the kitchen, barely catching a hold of the counter to help me stand just as Avery bursts inside. Willow, I found more flowers, but, I don't know what they are, she says, bringing a pensive finger to her lips. Can you take a look at them, please? Grady's hands grasp my waist firmly, and he gently pushes me toward the door ahead of him, with his hand skimming down the small of my back.
We'll both look, he says.
More than willing with that encouragement, I glance over my shoulder at him. I just need my shoes. I'll get them for you, Avery shouts, running into my room and returning a second later with my flip-flops. Grady gives me a slow, silent, oh-so-heavy look. Yeah, the anticipation over tonight might just kill me. Still, I don't shy away from winding an arm around Grady's waist as we head outside. We walk along the starting track on the ATV route, stopping every now and then to examine new plants the girls found. The majority of them are weeds, and although they're flowering, most aren't the kind we want in the flower beds, because they'll choke out everything else. The girls are disappointed when I tell them, but they understand as we continue around the track, searching for good flowers. At least, I think that's what's going on. It's hard to walk, much less think, when you feel like you might float away like a stray balloon. Touching Grady does that. My nipples are hard, greedy nubs. My tongue presses against the roof of my mouth. My knees almost give out several times. My lungs and my heart are having a skipping contest, especially when Grady caresses the underside of my thigh. Damn him and his secret devil touches. But it's a special kind of fire blazing through me when I squeeze him, and when my breasts touch his back without the extra protection of a bra, hi, welcome to the end of my life. I'm so completely screwed. When we arrive back at the house, I go check on Bruce one more time while he starts the grill. The separation is good and gives me time to think. Will I even survive a close encounter of the sexy kind with him? Honest question. My bedroom experiences have been few and far between. Kinda comes with the territory when you grow up being the teacher's pet with a famous zoologist for a dad. I think I intimidated a lot of boys who might have been interested, so they kept their distance. I wonder if I know what I'm doing. I wonder if we can do this without any heart bruises. Because once this is over, I'll probably never see Grady or his girls ever again. At the same time, I have a deep sense that it's past time Grady found a fresh look on life, a second chance, just like the freshly planted flowers. He's clearly into me, and I'm happy to shake things up. He's been buried in grief and loneliness for too long, and if I can help while I'm here, well, why not? Sure, I think my mind would work up any justification for a night with him, but it does make sense, to me. I think. Either that, or I just really want to wind up under him and find out what every seething inch of that bulldozer body can do.
Willow, is everything all right? Dad's about to put the stakes on.
Sawyer's little nose is right behind me as I close up the barn, and I smile at the sight. I've never gotten so attached, so fast, and not just to her fine, freaking father. I'm going to miss this entire family when I leave. Nothing to worry about, I say, checking the locks on the door one more time. I was just watching Bruce. He's still out for his evening nap and totally content in the barn. No lie, he's adapted as quickly to this place as I have, though it's no place for a tiger. Then again, we've both done our fair share of traveling over our lives, and staying anywhere for longer than a few days makes us comfortable. Did you know Bruce was with a circus once? It was before I met him. But it's true, I say, while we walk across the farm.
He was? Wow!
She skips along at my side, carrying a flower in her dainty hand. Yep, he was born in a zoo in upstate New York, and then sold to a circus as a cub. But the circus went bankrupt, and since then he's been bouncing around from small-town zoos and sanctuaries before ending up with me, because his last place had to get rid of all their big cats. I'm careful to leave out any mention of exotic planes or the nefarious crap, hiding it behind my smile.
How old is he?
Sawyer asks. About 15, give or take a few months.
Is that old for a tiger? How long will he live?
Until he's 25 or so, maybe close to 30, if he's lucky. Hopefully he'll wind up a big orange Methuselah, I tell her.
I hope so,
she throws back with a far-off smile. I wish I had more than hope to cling to. With a nice day like this, it's easy to forget I have no clue where Bruce will end up or how comfortable he'll be in a new home. Trying to make myself feel better about it, I explain how tigers in the wild only live to be 12 or so. But in captivity, where they have few natural threats and a regular diet and quality care, they can live twice as long. Our tiger talk continues on the patio with Avery and Grady joining in. The topic shifts from animals to Dallas life as we eat dinner, but there's never a lull in the chatting or the easy laughs. It still feels like a sauna outside, but there's been a shift in the wind. At first it felt like a heater blowing, while we devoured the best marinated steaks, broccoli, and twice-baked potatoes I think I've ever tasted. Now it's turning dark and ominous. Grady scans the horizon as we start clearing the patio table. Typical hot-ass day. I think the muggy weather's brewing up a storm, he says.
A bad one?
Avery turns her concern-rippled face to me.
Will it hurt the flowers?
No, hun. Rain is good for them, I assure her. It has more oxygen than irrigation water, too, and releases all the nutrients the plants need.
Oh, all right. Let's hope it's a big rain, then.
Back to her plucky self, she collects a few empty bowls and plates and carries them into the kitchen. Inside, the girls continue helping with cleanup, and then with the laundry before they insist on a Yahtzee rematch. Can't say I mind the excuse to have my eyes on something besides Grady. The storm blows in during the game with loud thunder rattling the windows and sweeping sword-like flashes of lightning. A cute weather guy with his hair styled on TV says it's supposed to come in waves all night. I'm thankful the house is safe and secure, and so is the barn. I've been caught in monsoons and rainstorms in Africa that seemed like whole seas falling down, so I'm not overly concerned. A sturdy roof beats roughing it in a field tent any night. Look at that. Must be my lucky night, I say after winning the second game in a row. Must be. The heated look Grady aims my way sets my face on fire. He's a man of little innuendo, but, wow, does he know how to use it. Trying to hide how the rest of me sizzles, I say, "Or are you all just cheating so I can win?" I flash them a wink. "Never," Grady says.
"I'd never cheat,"
Sawyer says, her head propped up on one hand.
"Nope,"
Avery adds with a yawn. His eyes turn to the kids and he slowly nods. "I think all the hard work today has worn you two out," Grady says, gathering up the dice in one hand. "Why don't we call it a night? Sounds like a break in the storm and a good chance to get to sleep." No argument here. Just, so many butterflies exploding in my belly I feel like I'm riding a tsunami. I box up the game and hold it out for him to drop the dice in before I stand. Avery wraps her hands around my arms.
"Will you help tuck me in with the new sheets, Willow? It's always tough to get them just right when they're fresh out of the dryer."
"You bet," I say, happy to buy my tingling body a few more minutes before Judgment Day with Grady. All four of us head upstairs, Grady with Sawyer, who says she wants to talk to him alone. Once Avery's in her PJs and lying down in clean new sheets, I tuck the covers around her. "There you go, bedbug. Nice and comfy." She smiles and points to the nightstand beside her bed.
"Will you give me Bobby? It's a stormy night."
"Bobby?" She gestures at the drawer.
"I like to sleep with him on nights like this. It's a habit."
I open the drawer and find a large purple beanbag bobcat. It makes me grin instantly. I bet this toy has something to do with Grady's bar, and that winking sign that guided me to safety the first night I came stumbling into his life. Avery settles in with the stuffed cat in her arms, and she's dozing off by the time I leave. Grady passes by, entering the room, and I go into Sawyer's to say goodnight to her. I smile again, this time wider when I see an identical purple bobcat tucked against her pillow. Minutes later, Grady and I meet in the hall, pulling each bedroom door closed. The house is freakishly still now. The electricity outside feels minuscule compared to the invisible tension crackling across the hall between us. Even every breath feels loaded, dense as ozone. Giddy with excitement, I take the hand he holds out to me so fast it makes me blush. "So, question, Is your bar named after two little stuffed purple bobcats? I ask him with a knowing wink. He chuckles. Guilty. They've had them since they were born. It was either the purple bobcat or Bobby, and the second one's not the vibe I'm going for. I laugh. Good choice. What is your vibe, anyway? His lips quirk up in a smile, and I'm drowning in brown-eyed amusement. The bar was a different place before I bought it. More of a lawless biker dive than anything else. It was called The Den, back when old Wiley McGill owned it. The dude even kept a shotgun behind the bar to break up knife fights. Holy crap. My eyebrows shoot up. Yeah. When I finally scraped together the cash for the sale and knew he wanted to retire, I set out to do away with that crap. This town needs more places where friends and families can get together without having to worry about anybody losing an eye or having their car broken into while it's parked out back. So I gave it a new name, a makeover, a mess of antique signs and silly jokes, and made it the kind of place anybody could like. I gave Dallas a new happy place. My heart swoons a little harder, hearing his passion and care for his people. They're not just detached clients keeping him afloat financially. The way Grady talks, it's clear he treats everyone like one big extended family. He stops near the staircase then, and I sense his hesitation. If I weren't having a secret conniption fit myself, I'd be over the moon at the thought of Grady being nervous around me. But here we are, smack dab in the middle of now or never. His bedroom is down the hall. Or do we go downstairs to mine? I don't have a preference, but with the girls so close, I think my room might be the better choice. With a grin, he lifts my hand, kisses it, and then starts down the stairs. We don't stop on the main floor like I expect, though, but go all the way to the basement. In his man cave, I ask, "We're not here to watch the cameras, right?" "We'd better not be." "Fuck no." He growls, a hot second before his mouth attacks mine again with the force of a stampede. His kiss might literally leave marks, and I want it. I give it back like I'm starving because, oh hell yes, I am. So completely, so thoroughly, so drunkenly enchanted by his lips, I can barely think when he breaks away. Every inch of my skin hums with electricity. He hollows me out and fills me with his own aggressive strongman energy with every kiss, leaving me wringing down to my toes. Taking hold of my hand again, he leads me across the room to the futon that he flips flat with the toe of one foot. "Bruce won't hear you scream from down here," he whispers, lifting a brow. Oh, crap. I laugh and run my hands over his chest. He's so ripped, so hard and enticing. I shudder. "That's sure, huh? You're going to make me scream?" I bite my bottom lip. "Only for more." He rumbles, kissing me again. "Big promises," I tease, sliding my hands under his shirt. "Promises I'll keep." He cups one of my breasts with one massive hand, teasing my nipple through the dress. "When you opened your bedroom door wearing this, I got hard as fucking steel, and I still am. You've been pure torment all evening." "Oh?" It's a half question, half moan because I love the way he's pinching my nipple. "Yeah. When the sun was coming through the windows behind you, your dress looked translucent." He cups my other breast and slays me with his pressure. I could see two dark, pert little nipples right through it. Knew I'd have to taste them, darling. Fucking knew. His face dips down and his tongue licks my left nipple, sucking it against his mouth through my dress. Sweet hell! I've never felt anything so amazing. I think if he keeps this up, I might just explode still standing. God, trying to downplay just how badly I want him to keep at it, I whisper, "Didn't know my dress was see-through." "I figured. You prance around like you've got no damn clue what you'd do to me. High time you found out." he snarls, releasing my nip, just long enough to grasp the hem of my dress and yank it over my head. In one fell swoop, I'm practically naked in front of him, and flushed beet red. I keep my arms up after he discards my dress, giving him full access to feast on my sight, to feel, to kiss, to do whatever he wants. He doesn't disappoint, and a second later we're on the futon, where he picks up touching, licking, kissing me into oblivion. His lips find mine again as his hand slides into my panties. Talk about direct. Of course, I love it. Those thick caveman fingers make me gasp as they tease my pussy, tickling the outside of my slit, then turning in to sink so deep, my breath hitches. But only for a second, before the pad of his thumb slides up, raking my clit, making me a steaming, wilting mess in his arms. You need to know. I haven't been with anyone since Brittany, so you don't have to worry about catching anything, he says. Good thing he remembers, honestly. The thought about protection hadn't crossed my mind in this torn-up state. I peel my eyes open. I'm clean, too. I haven't had much time for fun, but the few times I did in college, we were safe. Do you have any condoms? In my room. I'll grab them. But I thought we'd ease into this first before we get down to serious business. Holy screaming shit. Like this isn't serious business already? I'm not even sure I'll survive another 60 seconds of his fingers in me without coming myself blind. Thoroughly enjoying what's happening, I groan, showing him just how much I like his hand. I have to save face, so I shift to playing coy. What kind of fun did you have in mind? This, he growls, and just like that, two of his fingers sink deep, this time to stay. My hips arch, giving him full access, a sigh like hot wax oozing out of me. Grady, God, I think, yeah, I can live with that. Can you live with this? His eyes narrow like steaming crescent moons. His thumb returns to my clit while those fingers pump, rending me in two. A fireball builds in my core, molten and erratic, and dangerously ready to light me up. I have to tighten my thighs to hold on, to keep ecstasy at bay, digging my nails into his shoulders. You hear me, Willow? He asks, fully in his glory as those glowing brown eyes drink me in. Yes, I whine back, my legs starting to shake. Good, because this little nub has a lot more coming, and a lot more fucking coming to do for me. He gently pinches my clit, sending more thrills rocketing through my system. And these nipples, he adds, lowering his teeth to tease, sucking my soft bud against his tongue. Destroyed. My last shred of sanity snaps. I'm humping his hand like an animal in heat, grinding into him, already on the precipice. I'm not even sure how I can talk, but something hits me then. Willow, he breathes, his voice so dark. It doesn't seem fair, I gasp. I'm the only one having all this. Like hell. He moves to the next nipple, staring up at me with those bearish eyes. I'm loving every second. Tearing you down, making you mine, showing you how sweet you can come for me. He hoists me off the futon then, tumbling me up. Delirious, I fall against him, my knees beginning to buckle as my heartbeat bangs my stomach, and a dense, thudding pulse roars in my blood. I close my eyes, lost in his fingers, his kiss, his promises. This is where the mind turns off and Hurricane Grady sweeps me away. Grady, I whimper, my eyes pinched so tight it hurts. Or rather, it would hurt if he weren't a split second away from bringing me to the best climax of my life. He chuckles and then takes my nipple completely in his mouth while his hand picks me up and throws me over the edge. His attention to detail is impeccable. All sweet, hot tension, a magician's touch crafted to bring a woman under his spell. Totally unlike anything I've ever known. Totally like this man was made to do this, to stroke and rule and seduce me to pieces, and then to catapult me up to all seven heaven. But just when I'm about to lose it, gripping his shirt and twisting it around my hand, he drops to his knees and takes those glorious fingers away. He shoves my panties down with one swift tug and replaces his hand with his mouth. I'm so over, so undone as he pushes me against the wall. As his tongue sinks into me, as he makes me ride his face and slaps my clit with his tongue and, "Coming!" I shriek, right before I bite down on the back of my wrist. Knock me out with a feather. I never knew a human O could have this many levels. The first is this peppermint heat that bathes my brain in a slow, sugary rush of good feels. The second is all convulsions, intense and merciless, riding the wave of his beard like my life depends on it, and I'm screaming, okay? I hope to all that's holy neither Bruce nor the girls can hear us. The third and final layer to my beautiful destruction is the grin on Grady's face, even if his mouth is still eating me for breakfast, lunch, and supper. I know. I can feel it. He's freaking euphoric that he's brought me such incredible strike-me-down pleasure, at least 2 or 3 minutes of slow burning inferno that totally empties me out. As if Mother Nature wants in on the fun, there's a loud clap of thunder. I open my eyes to the house shaking, wondering how long the storm kicked back up while we've been blissfully occupied. It's a miracle I'm still on my feet by the end of it, and only because he had the good sense to pin me against the nearest wall, hands braced on his shoulders. I'm panting for dear life as he rises, kisses my lips and whispers, "Stay right here and take a breather. I'll be right back." I run a finger along his jaw. "Don't be long." "Nah," he whispers, shoving his forehead against mine. "Gonna be inside you real soon. Will-o-wisp." "I can't wait." I whimper back, loving how he holds me in his arms. Then, with a parting kiss, just to let him know I'm serious, I watch him smile over his shoulder as he stalks up the stairs, on a mission.
12. Here, kitty kitty. Grady. I'm damn near shaking at the superhuman effort it took to hold back till I'd turned Willow Macklin into a shaking hot mess of soft moans and delights. The thought of doing it again, bringing her off harder while I pound us both to paradise, is fucking exhilarating. I take both flights of steps to my room 3 at a time. Thank God Falk gave me a fairly new box of rubbers as a joke last Christmas. Being newly happily married, his smartass now thinks a sweet woman and a lot of nookie is every man's answer to the good life. I'm not ready for the woman part, but as for the nookie, it's game fucking on. I'd given him nothing but shit over it at the time, but now I could hug the man till he chokes. Yeah, I damn near lost it in the laundry room when she first suggested sex. That was right after I'd seen through her summer dress and realized she hadn't been wearing anything except a little pair of cotton panties. They were pink. I'd found that out downstairs and loved shearing them off her as much as I adored everything else. The condoms are in my bathroom, tucked in the back of the closet where not even Aunt Faye would have ever looked. I sure as hell don't need that embarrassment. Darting into my room, I almost hit the light switch, but pause when I realize it should be dark before I turn it on. The light is wrong. The yard light doesn't shine in this window at that angle. What the hell? Leaving the room light off, I walk over and look out the window. Damn, the storm must have gotten worse again while we were busy. The light pole in the yard looks like it's been snapped in half. The light hangs on only by the electrical line running to it. Shit. I can't leave it like that. It's a hazard. I'll have to at least run outside and kill the power to it so we don't risk any bigger disasters. Just my goddamn luck. No sweet fuckery for more years than I care to count, and here I run smack into a mess before we can do the deed. Still, another 10 minutes won't kill me, even if it makes me see red. I stomp back downstairs without the condoms and throw on my shoes before running out the front door. At least it's no longer raining. The thunder booms from the other direction like distant artillery now. Looks like we've had a blast of straight-line winds, though. The yard light pole is cut clean through the middle, while a stray shovel leaned against the shed is still standing up. That's not unusual. Straight-line winds in these parts can take out a whole building and leave the mailbox next to it completely untouched. All part of the charm of summers in flyover country. Leaping down the steps, I jog toward the pole shed, where I'll find the junction box for the yard light so I can turn off the transformer. Halfway there, a creak, then a clanging noise make me turn around. Holy frigging balls. My heart claws at my throat when I see what's happened to the barn. The front sliding door is flapping in the breeze like a metal lid half torn off a can at an odd angle, still attached by only one roller. The track looks flayed away from the main building, hanging down over the opening. I can see inside the lit building, and a few steps later, the stock trailer. No movement, no silhouettes in the darkness. Nothing. My heart throat punches me again as I glance around, looking for a missing tiger. Half-ass wondering if I should whisper, "Here, kitty kitty." Not. But hell, I have to see if he's still alive, still here. With grave caution, I make my way to the barn like I'm back in Fallujah with enemy snipers crouched around every corner, constantly checking all directions with an attentiveness I haven't needed since Iraq. The service door is barely attached by the hinge, and I carefully enter, stepping up on the tongue of the trailer to peek inside. Motherfuck. Empty. Of course it's empty. I shoot back out the door and search the grounds, furiously splashing through huge puddles and throwing my gaze everywhere, wishing I could grow 6 more eyeballs. Sure as shit, near the side of the barn, I spot them. Tiger tracks in the mud. Extremely fresh ones, I hope. Like a bat out of hell, I bullet over to the house, bellowing Willow's name before I damn near rip the door off. She comes flying upstairs, still pulling her dress on over her head.
"Grady, what is it? What's wrong?"
"Bruce, he's gone."
"What?"
She looks at me like she's just been shot. Her soft, tight body zips past me, dashing out the door before I have a chance to tell her what happened. Noting the flip-flops she must have dropped on her panicked way out, I grab them and chase her out the door, beelining it to the barn.
"Brucey? Bruce?"
she screams, both hands cupped around her mouth for volume. "He's not here," I say, answering her shouts.
"Yeah, I can see that."
It was straight-line winds, had to be. That shit snapped the security light and blew the door off one hinge. I point at the ground near the side of the barn. "See there? Tiger prints in the mud." She flies past me for a look.
"Why didn't you tell me?"
"Because you keep doing that, Toots, running around like a hen on fire before I can get a word in. Look, darling, we gotta calm both our asses down." Still holding her shoes, I follow her outside and stop next to her. "Here, put these on." She takes the shoes, drops them to the ground, and steps into them while ignoring the mud already caked to her feet. She goes back to examining the ground.
"They go this way, down along the fence, almost to the road. Oh no, oh shit, Grady, he could have left the farm. And if he was scared by the storm, he could make it all the way to town in no time. He can run over 30 miles an hour.
I don't have the energy to groan. I just slap my thigh, digging in my pocket for my keys. "We need to move," I growl. She grabs my arm.
"Wait, give me a minute to think. We're going to need the trailer when we find him, and look at that door, the way it's bent. We can't get the trailer out." "Dad, Willow, what's wrong?"
The set of tiny voices calling out behind us gives me a whole new reason to shudder. Get inside, girls, right now. Lock the door. This is not the time for questions. I shout to Sawyer as she steps on the porch. Go on.
What happened?
She stops as Avery points at the barn.
Is Bruce okay? Dad!
Avery shouts.
Your phone's ringing.
Willow looks at me, her blue eyes ablaze. I know she's thinking what I'm thinking. Damn it all. We both run to the house. Avery hands me my phone as soon as I'm inside, taking a second to make sure both girls are in and they're not going back out. It's Drake, I tell Willow, swiping at the incoming call icon. Grady, Drake says, sounding out of breath. Dude, please tell me your tiger's in your barn. First, I got a phone call from Dean Coffey while he was out storm chasing down the highway. He swore he saw something big and orange on 4 legs, black stripes, mean-looking scowl before it ran off in a cornfield. Then, an hour ago, Thelma Simon said she saw the biggest cougar she'd ever seen creeping around her fence. Please tell me they're seeing things, man. Son of a bitch. I clear my throat before I drop the bomb. Yeah, Drake, they are seeing things, like a goddamn tiger for one. Fuck, Drake growls. Oh, Jesus, shit. Okay, exactly, I say into the phone, looking at Willow, whose sweet face has turned paler than driven snow. While Drake was talking, I heard Sawyer tell Willow that Drake is with the Dallas Police Department. He actually is the police department, mostly. Or at least by far the most active and skilled deputy around these parts, with nothing but a skeleton crew and an aging sheriff. Grady, I wasn't done with the bad news, Drake says. The storm tore a hole in our fence. Edison and Edna are missing, too. Shit. We just went from an emergency to a dick-on-fire panic. Even if an encounter isn't really likely, Bruce could kill those 2 horses in less than a heartbeat. We're gonna start looking for him right now, but we need a trailer. Ours is trapped in the barn, I say. You got a spare? Stop by and grab one of mine, Drake answers without hesitation. Bella and I are heading east, straight to Big Fish Lake, Edison's usual getaway place. Okay, we'll grab the trailer and be right behind you.
Are we going to look for Bruce?
Sawyer asks as I hang up the phone. My jaw clamps shut. I can't have them with me. Not for this, and definitely not if Bruce attacked one of the horses. That would traumatize them forever. But it's also night. I can't leave them alone, and Willow sure as hell won't stay behind to save her life with her boy MIA. And I'll be damned if I'd let her go off on a wild tiger chase alone. She shuts the door and looks at the girls.
Bruce might come back here all on his own. I really need you two to stay inside and keep your eyes peeled for him, understood? Keep checking all the windows, and if you see him, call your dad immediately. Whatever you do, don't take a single step outside. I mean it, girls, you can do that, can't you? Yeah, we can,
Avery says, standing up tall and proud. This might work, but I have my reservations. My hand lingers on my phone. Half a mind to call Hank, even if I have to fess the hell up about this insanity to one more soul. Listen to Willow or you're grounded for life. Also, I have to kill the power going to the yard light, I say. Can't leave it hanging like that. It could short out and start a fire.
We don't need the yard light, Dad,
Sawyer says.
The barn lights are on, and we'll turn on all the porch lights. We'll stay inside and call you right away if we see anything. We won't go outside, honest.
I turn to Willow. You think he might come back?
He could. It's familiar turf, sort of. He hasn't been here super long, but it's hard to say.
She shrugs, a worried frown sagging on her face. It's the best solution for now, and we're short on time. All right, I'll go hit the power to the light and get the truck. Drake said we can use one of his horse trailers.
I need my shoes for this. These flip-flops won't cut it,
Willow says, already running. I give the girls another heavy warning about staying inside at all times, and, just for good measure, add that they're not to try and coax Bruce near the house if they see him.
We promise,
they tell me for the dozenth time. If we make it through this, I think today might be the day my little girls grew up. Just for good measure, I fire off a text to Hank. Hey man, hell of a storm tonight. Did some damage to the barn. Everyone's okay, but I have to run into town for some supplies, plus the Larkin horses are on the loose again. Can you check in with the girls every 10 minutes? I'll fill you in later. I'm relieved he's still awake and sends back an affirmative a minute later. Then I'm outside in a flash. Willow meets me in the pole shed a minute later.
So, Drake Larkin is a cop?
She asks, her brows knit together. Yep.
Why'd he call you about a tiger sighting?
Because he knows about Bruce, about you, and, well, everything.
What?
Her eyes grow wide and snap with anger.
Jesus, Grady, how many people have you told about us?
Just a few close friends. People I know who can help, who've dealt with shit like this before. They'll keep their mouths shut, same as Falk, I promise you. Drake's one of those folks, and he's a good man. I give her a look that says I'd stake my life on that claim.
Well,
her hands are on her hips, and she sighs.
I hope your daughters learned to keep secrets from their mother, but fine.
I grin, not about to get into a pissing match with her right now, I say. Drake has 2 horses missing, Edison and Edna.
Shit,
she hisses.
Not good.
Exactly, I say, knowing she shares my worry about Bruce eating them up. Edison's like a living legend around here. He's old now, very old, and hyper-intelligent. His mare, Edna, she's too friendly with everyone. She'd probably let Bruce come right the hell up to her for a sniff. We have to find that tiger now. She runs both hands through her hair.
All right, I'll take the 4-wheeler. You take the truck and go get the trailer and... Crud! I can't use the GPS on my phone to let you know where I'm at, can I? Not with the risk of getting tracked.
I nod, glad she remembered. Go grab a phone from one of the girls. They keep theirs unlocked, and they only need one while they're here. Plus, I already have a tracking app for them on my phone. She runs out of the pole shed while I pull the truck out, then the 4-wheeler. She's back with Avery's phone, climbing on the ATV with her pretty brown hair that should have been in my fist fluttering in the wind. Do you know how to drive one of these? I ask.
Yes.
She shifts the ATV.
And I've tracked a tiger before at night, so hopefully we'll have the same luck pinning him down.
She's gone then, long chestnut hair flying behind her as she speeds down the driveway. I glance at the house. The girls have the door shut and wave to me through the window. I wave back and jump in my truck, rocks spraying behind my wheels as I race for the road. How the hell has my life come to this in just a couple weeks? Leaving my girls home alone. Almost having the hottest fling ever with a woman I barely know. Searching for a fucking tiger in the dead of the night. Clearly, fate decided to drop me on my head somewhere along the line. I'm not the same Grady McKnight I've known my entire life. Halfway down the highway, my phone rings. Drake again. I answer. On my way to your place, I tell him.
Good. We're almost to the lake and haven't seen any signs of the horses or the tiger, but I wanted to let you know I have a tranquilizer gun with me. We got a few from County Animal Control last year.
Shit. You really think it'll be enough to take down a roaming tiger? I ask, thankful as hell we won't have to resort to lethal force. I hope.
Remember last fall when Arthur Snowden's bison got loose and came charging into town, knocking over like 10 trash cans in a big blue mailbox? I've kept a few on hand for emergencies ever since.
Watching the lights of the 4-wheeler that's turning off the road toward the old front pasture, I say. Willow's tracking her boy off-road on an ATV right now. She's headed cross-country to your land. At the rate she's going, she'll be there before me, because I have to stay on the road.
I'll keep an eye out for her. Update me ASAP if anything changes.
Drake clicks off. I'm so distracted I accidentally call Sawyer's phone when I mean to dial Avery's, which is Willow's temporary phone.
Dad, no sign of him yet,
Sawyer says as soon as she answers.
We're looking out the windows constantly.
I smile, because I'm sure they are. They'll never forget this excitement their entire lives. If nothing bad comes from this shit show, then maybe someday I'll be glad my girls got to experience chasing down a tiger on the loose. Okay, Peanut, keep in touch with me or Hank, I tell her.
We will.
I hear both of them chime. Then I hang up and call the right phone.
I'm following his tracks as much as I can make out the trail. Looks like they stopped a little while ago after some big breaks.
Willow says. Damn, I figured as much. Just wanted to let you know there's a fence about a mile ahead. It's barbed wire, and if you go another half a mile south, there's a gate to get through.
Good to know. Thanks. I think he's been the only thing through here, judging by the mud trail a few paces back. I saw the prints.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you about Drake. I rush out, hoping to tell her.
No, I'm the one who's sorry. I have to find him, Grady.
She whispers heavily into the phone. We will, and I should tell you Drake has a tranquilizer gun, so if you hear a shot, that might be it. I think it's the kind that lets him fire from a distance. No worries, though. He'll do everything he can to not hurt your boy.
Oh, that's good to know. I see the fence coming up, so I'd better go. But Grady, thanks.
Her voice trembles.
Thanks for all you've done and keep doing for me and Bruce. I'll make it up to you somehow, I swear.
I grin to myself. By starting back up where we left off earlier, I ask with an exaggerated growl that makes her laugh.
That too, Mr. One-Track Mind. Bye.
I press my foot harder on the gas pedal and click on the app to show the movement of her phone on the truck's display screen. She's up along the highway for a short time and then makes it past Drake's place. Not too close to their house by the looks of it, which hopefully means Bruce didn't catch a whiff of the horses heading for the lake. I get to his ranch a short time after she crosses the road. My gut churns hellfire. She's heading for Big Fish Lake now. I hook up the horse trailer in record time and then take the field road winding toward the lake. It's shorter than going off the main road, at least. The screen shows Willow tracing circles by the time I'm closing in. I'm not sure if that means she's lost the trail or found Bruce. I just keep going as fast as I can, but it's not quick enough. Fuck, I need to call her.
I've lost his trail, she says immediately. The grass is short, so it's not lying down through the fields, and there are lots of trees.
She pauses.
I've been seeing plenty of fresh horse tracks, though.
Crap. That means Edison and Edna ran off to their favorite lake retreat for sure. On my way. Keep your eyes peeled, I tell her.
I will.
My phone dings. Drake's calling me, I grunt.
Okay.
She hangs up, and I answer Drake. We see Willow, and we're moving in, Drake says. Looks like the horses are somewhere close to her, too. We found their trail, and now I can see the lights on the ATV. She says she's seen horse tracks. I'm about 5 minutes out. Meet you there. My heart is fucking pounding by the time I hang up. It'll be a dark damn day for Dallas if anything happens to this town's favorite horse. Never mind the fact that Bruce doesn't belong anywhere in the North Dakota wilds. Scared, lost, he could attack anything in sight, including Willow. I pound my foot into the gas, scouring the night with eagle eyes. It seems like ages before I see lights. A pickup with a stock trailer and a four-wheeler driving toward the truck. I drive faster, causing my truck to bounce hard along the rough trail. The pickup pulls forward, and the ATV approaches.
Drake, I just saw a black horse,
Willow yells as I roll down my window.
Follow me.
She spins the vehicle around and barrels on. I have to slow down once I catch up to Drake's truck and trailer because the rough road narrows. Can't see anything around his rig, and it's driving me nuts. He stops as I slam on my brakes, throw the truck in park, and jump out. Willow is ahead of Drake's truck, and I run past him while he's climbing out.
There, right there,
Willow whispers, pointing into the trees.
See the horses?
That's them, all right, Edison and Edna, I say with a nod. Bella, Drake's wife, walks up beside us, along with Drake himself, carrying the long tranquilizer gun.
See them?
Willow asks, again pointing into the copse of trees.
Edison, Edna, meet you at the barn,
Bella says with a whistle. A horse nickers in reply. My nerves are just about shot to tatters. Careful, we don't want Bruce to hear, I tell Willow. He could be stalking them.
I doubt it,
she says, shaking her head.
He's not hungry. He ate his dinner, so as long as he's not cornered, he's not going to treat them like prey. Lady, you'd better be right,
Bella tells her with a wink. I hope like hell she is too. For everyone's sake. Sure, he's practically her pet, but I also know he's a wild beast with instincts that aren't like any farm animal, much less a house cat. I keep those thoughts to myself as Bella whistles again. The horse nickers louder. The hell? Why isn't he coming? Drake asks his wife. He always listens to that command.
I don't know, but it's almost like he wants me to come to him.
She answers, unsure. Drake grabs her arm and flings her to his chest. Not on your life. I'll go, he says. Bella looks at him with a look that says, try and stop me. If it weren't so damn serious, I'd be laughing. Sometimes I think Drake's still learning what he's in for by wifing up an oil mogul's adventurous granddaughter. Willow climbs off the four-wheeler, and I grab her arm in a flash before she can get ahead of me. She flashes me an "oh really" look, just like the one Drake received. Without another option, we flank the women as all four of us approach the trees. It's not too far before we can make out both horses in the dark. They're standing underneath a huge oak tree with vast coiling branches that hide the small amount of moonlight exposed by the drifting clouds. Hold up, Drake says, shining his flashlight at the horses and then lashing it around them. I'm doing the same with my light, wondering if Bruce is somewhere close, crouched down in the grasses. Maybe that's why the horses are scared to move, knowing he'll pounce if they do. I can't make out any green-gold eyes in the dark, no movement, nothing that looks out of place.
Edison,
Bella calls softly.
Meet you at the barn.
The horse tosses his head and stomps the dirt, but doesn't take a single step away from his post. Weird. Damn, that's odd. He's never failed to do it, Drake says. Willow reaches over.
Can I see that flashlight for a sec?
I hand it to her and follow as she moves forward, shining the light up into the trees. For a second, there's just a tangle of darkness, crisscrossed limbs and gnarled branches barely illuminated. Then I see it, the black blur, a large spot blocking the light that shouldn't be there. Holy fucking hell.
That is you,
she hisses, almost in awe. I zero in on where she's shining the light and barely make out a long, thick rope hanging down. No, more like a tail. Bella and Drake gasp, rubbing at their eyes in disbelief. Fuck, Grady, is that... Yeah, Drake, found him, I whisper.
Well, I'm not climbing up there to get you,
Willow says matter-of-factly into the darkness.
You're just gonna have to find your own way down, Brucey.
Bella moves to her other side, reaching out to rub Edison's nose.
Mission accomplished, Einstein. Thanks a million. Now time for you to get in the trailer with Edna. There'll be a whole box of candy canes for you guys tonight.
Edison nickers, tossing his head like he knows what he deserves. Then he nudges the other horse. They barely pause as they walk past us, heading for the trailer. Shit, now how the hell are we going to make that cat cooperate? Drake asks, chuckling. Don't think the candy cane trick will work on him. Damned if I know, I admit. We can't just hit him with a dart either. He's hundreds of pounds, and even if he's not up that high, he might crash down and break a few bones if he passes out. Willow walks closer to the tree, up to the place where the horses were. I join her. Bruce is now directly above us, laid out along the branch like a house cat waiting for the fire department to come charging to the rescue. At which point he'd climb higher, of course. Damn it, I hope that tiger doesn't go higher. So what now? I ask. Any ideas?
We go help them load up the horses, then I say we pull your truck and trailer as close together as possible,
Willow replies.
He'll have an easier time jumping, and I'll make him get in the trailer.
How are you gonna pull that off? We should have brought some meat, I grind out.
Oh, I'll think of something.
Seeing how she's been right about everything else, I'd be a fool not to trust her. Edison and Edna clop into Drake's trailer with barely any encouragement. I pull my truck past his, turn it around, and then back up as close to the trees as possible. Once the gate opens and I'm standing outside again, I ask, "What now?"
Get in the truck.
Come again?
Get in the truck, Grady, she smiles, and make sure Drake and Bella don't get out of theirs.
Why? What the hell are you thinking?
Just get in the truck and trust me.
I shake my head, refusing to leave her out here alone with a scared tiger.
Remember when he heard me scream earlier? She asks. Unless you want to get ripped to pieces, get in the truck now.
Oh, Mama, let's fucking go. Grinning ear to ear, I walk to the driver's door and climb in, but I keep one hand on the handle and my eyes on the mirror where I can see her. Taking a huge breath, Willow lets out an ear-splitting scream. My heart leaps into my throat. The instant sharp crack of a tree branch grazes the air. Bruce lands on the ground a second later, crouched low and looking around with blazing gold eyes. Willow says his name and talks to him quietly, softly, as he flicks his tail. Very slowly, he moves closer, looking at her and then swinging his head left and right. She keeps talking till he follows, leading him to the ramp and the trailer one step at a time. I leap out and run back, help her lift the door and secure it as fast as my fingers can move. Fuck me, if I hadn't just seen that, I never would have believed it, Drake says, standing at my side, letting out a whistle. Right ahead of you, man. I've been saying that for weeks, I tell him. I think she's a keeper, Drake says with a lopsided grin. No fucking comment.
What I can't believe, Willow says with a smile that splits me open, is the way your horses ran him up the tree and kept him there for us to find.
That's our Edison, Drake says, every bit of fondness bleeding through. I snort. Whoever heard of a tiger scared of horses? Is this real life?
First time for everything,
Willow says, relaxing her head on my shoulder as the last of her energy from this cluster of a night gives out.
13. Come here, tiger. Willow. As much as I wish it would, this long-ass night doesn't end there. While Grady takes the long road home, I drive back on the four-wheeler cross-country and spot a pickup in the driveway as I'm closing in on the farm. Not Grady's, but Uncle Hank's. Crap. Hank's here. I text Grady as I park the ATV and jump off. What? Why? Did something happen? He sends back. I don't know yet. But I need to find out ASAP. And I get my chance a second later when the screen door bangs open and a pint-sized silhouette materializes.
You're back,
Sawyer shouts.
Uncle Hank stopped by to see if we had any damage. I told him you were helping Drake and Bella catch Edison and Edna.
Phew, smart freaking girl.
And I just sent a text to Daddy telling him the same thing,
Avery adds. Good job, girls, I answer, jogging toward the house. We should both be crazy thankful they're so quick on their feet for 10-year-olds. Though I feel bad about them distorting the truth, I'm proud of them for keeping our secrets. I was at the bar when the storm came tearing through, Hank says as I enter the house. Had to stay there till it was over. The winds knocked over the whole dumpster out back, and Weston and I cleaned it up before leaving. Grady texted asking me to check in on the girls, so I decided to do it in the flesh. He's a tall, lanky man with a huge cowboy hat riding low on his head, and he grins at me like he's telling some bawdy inside joke. Oh, thanks. Grady will appreciate it, I say. He's still coming back from Drake and Bella's. I rode the ATV home. Well, as long as all's well here, I'm heading out. He glances at the girls and then back to me as he continues. Tell old Grady to call me and I'll come by to help him fix that barn door. Damn good thing he never kept anything alive in there, huh?
Uh-oh. His probing tone is telling.
Hank isn't stupid. He knows something's up. That's a given. Needing him to leave before he figures anything out, I gesture at the girls. Don't worry, I'll mention it. Thank you again, I say, trying to be as diplomatic as possible. I need to get the girls off to bed. Nodding with one last smile, he walks out the door and down the steps. My stomach sinks. I've always sensed something isn't quite right between Hank and Grady. The girls adore their uncle like he hung the stars. But there's no denying how Grady seems at odds whenever Hank picks up the girls. Almost like this weird secret wall between them with whole speeches tucked between the lines. I don't get it. The girls start asking questions 2 at a time as soon as I shut the door. I smile, wondering how it's even possible that I haven't been with them that long. Our connection runs deep, the kind of groove you only find when you meet folks who really share your vibe. They've already talked to Grady on the phone and know Bruce is fine. They chatter on with a dozen stories about Edison the genius horse, telling me how Bella let them brush him and feed him candy canes a few times. There, too, I'd felt a connection. Bella Larkin felt like she was on my wavelength, especially in a pretty big crisis. If things were different, I could see myself making friends with these folks and feeling right at home in these parts. After growing up partly in San Diego and spending the rest of my time trekking around the world, a stick-in-the-mud town like Dallas shouldn't be tucked around my heart like a weighted blanket. But every day I'm here, every person I meet, every minute I'm with Grady and his girls. Yeah, something digs in hard and deep, and I'm kinda afraid what that means when the time comes to move on. Headlights reflect off the front door, and I'm instantly reminded it's not all summer fun. This is a freaking mess, and we all just dodged a cannonball. Thankfully, Bruce was full, so he hadn't been out on the prowl for a meal, just frightened by the storm. Now I have to find a place for him until we can get the barn door fixed. Awesome. More work, more complications, and even more frayed nerves. I open the door and step outside, but lock up on the steps when I notice a second truck behind Grady's. It's Uncle Hank's big pickup returning. Mega crap. What now? Staying put on the porch, I watch as the men meet near the loaner stock trailer holding Bruce. I swallow the thickness in my throat. Guess that seals it then. There's no way to keep this hidden any longer. Grady must have decided to give Hank the truth. I turn and tell the girls to stay inside, then walk down the steps to join them. Hank looks frantic after one good look through the slats in the trailer. He lets out a loud whistle, right before slapping a hand over his mouth. It's okay. He's not going to break out and claw you, Grady tells him. But Hank mutters a few more indecipherable words and breaks away, jogging to his truck by the time I arrive next to Grady. It's dark, but I can see the frustration souring his face, casting deep lines in his brow. Guilt hits me like a wrecking ball. I hate being responsible for all of this trouble and stress and secrecy. I abhor what my mess has done to this gorgeous man and his friends. He's grabbing his welder and torch to help me fix the barn door, Grady says numbly as he walks back to the open door of his truck. Tonight? I ask, surprised. Yep, tonight. I'll back this trailer into the pole shed, but we won't be able to close the door. Your boy needs a better place to crash. I hate thinking about him being cooped up in this trailer for even a day. It's a solid trailer, I say. Bruce won't be able to get out. He reaches in the truck and retrieves his phone off the console. Maybe not, but people can see inside it. They can see him. Already had to fill one more person in tonight on the fact that I'm housing an illegal tiger, and I can't say I fancy doing it again. Ouch. I get it now, even if it makes me feel like total crap. Sad to say we've got a new problem, too, he says, palming his phone. After swiping the screen, he passes it over. It's a grainy picture, dark and blurry, but the unmistakable silhouette of a large cat shines darkly, running through a field of grass. Oh, shit. I purse my lips, already sure it's Bruce. Who took this? Whoever posted it on that face boogers site everybody uses. Probably Thelma Simon, the town's biggest gossip who runs the Earhart Bed and Breakfast. Drake said she reported him skulking around her property, he says. It's blowing up the Dallas Community Forum, too, and making its way to other sites. People are forming search crews to look for it. A lot of folks are supposedly debating whether it's the biggest damn cougar they've ever seen or something else. Oh, my God. My heart beats like mad as my worst fears come true. He snatches the phone back as my hands go limp. Drake showed it to me. He continues.
People are tagging the police department's page and county officials, asking what they're doing about this.
Crap, 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 I mumble, rubbing my temples furiously, knowing how crazy people get on social media. The tiniest rumor can take on legendary proportions. This is so not good. We've just entered disaster territory.
There's more. Power's blown out all over the county, he says. Crews have already been dispatched. It's only a matter of hours before they show up to fix the downed poles, including my yard light.
You called them? Even before he shakes his head, I know he hasn't. It's just an impulsive question.
No, but it's a big enough light, and their system will tell them the power's disabled. They'll show up to fix it sooner or later. We have to get Bruce back in that barn ASAP.
Forget sleep. I've got plenty of motivation to stay up for the next week. What can I do to help? I ask, feeling another gut punch of guilt.
Do you know how to drive a tractor?
Sure do. Dad took me around a lot of farms on our travels.
Okay. Once I get this trailer backed into the pole shed, we have to take the door off the barn. We'll use the bucket on the tractor to lift the door off, then fix the track and the rollers and get the door back on.
He ticks each task off his fingers, a mannerism that makes me grin. By the time Hank returns, Grady already has a chain around the barn door, standing in the bucket with me, lifting him high enough to get the chain hooked on. He gestures to lower the bucket. I do, and he jumps out and climbs in the tractor next to me.
I'll lay the door on the ground,
Grady shouts to Hank. Hank gives a thumbs up and opens the tailgate on his pickup. Over the next couple hours, while the men work like fiends on the repair, I use rakes and a flashlight to find and erase the paw prints Bruce left in the mud. When they're ready to lift the door again, Grady puts me back on tractor duty. I'm pleasantly surprised at how smooth it goes, getting the door's rollers back in the fixed track. It's still dark out, barely a slash of sunlight twinkling over the horizon, but from what I can see, the door looks like it's as good as new.
Now, how do we get that tiger back in the barn?
Hank asks after I've parked the tractor out of the way. Grady looks at me, waiting for an answer. Fingers crossed, I say, we'll back the trailer in as close to the opening as possible, and I'll coax him inside.
Coax or scream?
Grady asks. The good-natured glint in his eye gives me the first sense of relief I've had since finding Bruce and scrambling our way through this makeshift cover-up all night. Whatever works best, I answer with a wink. Before he gets in his truck to swing the trailer around to the barn, Grady tells Hank to go inside the house and make sure the girls are still asleep. He's happy to oblige, looking more than a little worn out from the surreal situation he's been tossed into. Once the trailer is backed in as close to the barn as possible, still leaving just enough room for me to put down the back door, Grady climbs out of his pickup.
Let's go. I'll put my truck on one side, unhitch the trailer, and let him rip. Already got Hank's truck on the other side. Bruce should be walled in.
He looks at his setup, using the trucks as extra barricades since the Larkins trailer is too tall to back right into the barn. Good idea. I've already laid out a slab of meat in the center of the pen, hoping Bruce will go for it. If we're lucky, maybe his nighttime excursion worked up an appetite. Our plan works perfectly. Within minutes, Bruce is settled back in the barn, with the meat devoured and the new sliding door closed and locked. My last look inside shows him licking his chops. A short time later, Grady leaves to take the stock trailer back to Drake's house, and Hank heads home. I peek in on the girls, both still fast asleep, and then flop down on the sofa. It's after 5 in the flipping morning, and I'm so tired, I feel emptied out. Even so, I wait until I hear Grady's truck pull in closer to the house before drifting off. There's no doubt now. Not that there was much before. This damaged, growly man with a gold-plated heart is the hero I need and the savior I deserve. God help me. It's utterly pathetic, Niles. Why, You should have seen the look on that cretin's face when I told him if he didn't want to pay in full, I'd take our lovely furball and march him right back to... I'm standing in the doorframe to the Foss's office with my heart drumming in my throat. Don't you ever knock? Priscilla snarls, twisting angrily in her seat. Her heels so tall she might snap her neck if she tries to stand up abruptly and falls. Sorry. I just came to let you know Bruce seems extra restless today. I'd noticed him pacing his enclosure since morning, and then the low, mournful-sounding growl when I fed him in the evening. He was slow to eat, which was way weird, almost like he's expecting something. Oh, posh. Not the upset tummy again. She sighs, clicking her long pink nails on her desk. Don't tell me. We need another look from the vet? Dear, Niles gives his wife a stern look, his lantern jaw clenched. I believe he's scheduled for a checkup within the next week. Remember? This weird, sinister-looking energy darts back and forth as they make eye contact, and then both turn to face me again. For such a talented, highly observant young woman, you sure do worry a lot, Priscilla says, her tone oddly flat. Tell you what, Missy, seeing how Niles and I have both got 20 years in with big cats, even if we don't have one of your fancy degrees, how about you trust us on this one, My mouth opens, but nothing comes out. I'm not sure what the hell to say to that. I just know the way they keep looking at each other implies there's some seriously bad vibes coming. Bad news for Bruce. Understood. I'll keep an eye on him, and I'm sorry to have bothered you. I whisper, slowly backing out. But before I'm able, Niles stands, a tall whipcord of a man. He moves across the office in 2 lunging steps and grabs the door, looking down at me. Forgive me, Miss Macklin, but you're certain you're not becoming, shall we say, attached to Bruce? His eyes are haunted pinpricks, daggers aimed at my soul. What the hell does he mean? My skin crawls. I mean, I know how things work around here, I assure them, forcing the phoniest smile of my life. I know we look after the animals as long as we're able, and sometimes they have to move on, for their own good. You've made that very clear. Bruce is a darling, but if you think I'd ever object... You'd better bloody well not! He spits in that ice-cold accent that's not quite British, but not American either. I wonder if it's something he picked up on the British side of the Virgin Islands he's disturbingly obsessed with. Niles! The queen bitch hisses behind him. He stands up to his full height, barely flustered, adjusting his tie. Then he plasters on that hellish smile I want to rip right off his face. My apologies for the harsh tone. No, you'd never be so foolish, certainly. I think you're practically one of us now, Miss Macklin, he says with an ominous, sly smile. In another month or 2, we'd like to see how you'll handle the full overnight shift. Oh, God. I almost faint. 1,000 dark thoughts whipping through my head like a spinning slideshow. The people who come at night are the dirty ones, or else the people who let the monsters make this their playground, who turn a blind eye to innocent animals vanishing in the darkness. Yeah, okay, I whisper, already backing away as he stares after me. Keep up the diligent work, and I'm sure we'll see you among the stars. I'm down the hall when I break into a run, and hot tears come stinging down my cheeks. My thoughts in a crashing panic. Like hell, you demon turd. I'm not just going to stand by hating you. I'm going to run, first chance I get. And you'll have to murder me before I ever let you lay a claw on that beautiful tiger baby. Bruce! I jerk up in a panic, calling his name. Slick with sweat despite the almost frigid air conditioning overcompensating for the muggy heat. Just a nightmare. He's safe. Thank God. And thank him again for sending me Grady, too. I sink back into the couch, a pillow under my head, and a thin blanket covering me. The full light filling the room makes me blink several times, trying to decipher if that's what woke me, or if it was something else. I'm guessing it's noon, if not later by the brightness. A deep breath brings in the smell of rich coffee. I sit up, stretch, and yawn. The mantel clock above the fireplace shows it's after 11 in the morning. Earlier than I thought. An odd noise comes from outside, and I throw back the blanket, stand, and walk to the window. A crew of men with a boom truck are busy putting in a new yard light pole. Grady is out there too, talking to one of them. I wonder if he's gotten any sleep. My cheeks flush as I recall what was about to go down right before Bruce escaped. Holy hell. If that wasn't a true sign that naked times shouldn't be happening, nothing is. I'm here for one reason, and it doesn't include doing the horizontal mambo with Grady in every deliriously hot position known to man and woman. What was I thinking? I wasn't. Bingo. There's my problem. Leaving the window, I pad through the house to steal a cup of coffee on my way through the kitchen, slugging down half of it before heading for the shower. Luckily, I washed a second load of laundry last night, so I have plenty to wear, including a fresh bra. The girls are in the kitchen when I come back, French toast and sausage links stacked high on their plates. Grady is there too, pouring coffee from a fresh pot he must have made. "Did you get any sleep?" I ask, as I set my empty cup on the counter. "Hit me with another round, sir." His grin is enough to remind me how I wound up downstairs on his futon. "Here you go, darling. Welcome to the land of the living." Good Lord, he's a sight for sore eyes, even at the butt crack of noon after a frenzied night out tiger hunting. I don't have the defense to fight off the magnetic pull he has on me. Guess I need to work on that. As for sleep, I snuck in a couple hours before the power company showed up. He taps the end of my nose. "You were so conked out on the sofa. You didn't make a single sound when I got you a pillow and a blanket." "Oh, geez. Thanks for that. I meant to stay awake until you got home." My cheeks burn again. He probably thinks I'd wanted to stay awake and join him on the futon again. "I'm so sorry I missed brunch. I would have helped you," I say, changing the subject to get his mind, and mine, on something more boring than our missed opportunity for death-defying monkey sex. "You needed to sleep in, and breakfast duty's my gig, remember?" He leans against the counter. "They should be done with the repair job in an hour. Then I have to go to the bar and check it for damage. Gotta stay on top of anything worth the insurance claim. From the sound of it, those winds wreaked havoc across the whole county last night."
"Can we go with you, Dad?"
Sawyer asks between bites of syrupy toast.
"We haven't been to the bar in ages."
He flashes her a dad smile that blows my ovaries into confetti. "You mean you haven't played the arcade games for a couple weeks?" he says.
"Almost like a month," Avery says. "Not weeks."
I stand corrected. "Sure, you can tag along." He takes a full drink of coffee while looking at me. "You'd might as well come too. We'll eat a late lunch there and save you the trouble of fixing something. It's bar food, but it's decent. The Bobcat lives up to my favorite celebrity chef's standards." My mind is still in the past, remembering the smoldering looks from last night, the heat of his kiss, the want that's beginning to spark in my veins. I almost forget to answer as I take another pull of coffee. "Oh, okay. You're still that worried about my cooking, I see," I tease. He laughs. "Better safe than sorry." I stick my tongue out at him and grab an apple from the bowl on the counter to hold me over until lunch. I peer over the top of it as I sink my teeth in, my eyes fixed on Grady. The girls roll back in their seats, laughing. "Just be ready in an hour," he tells us, flashing that picture-perfect smile over his shoulder. The girls talk about the games they like while I grab a nibble of French toast. Yes, it's magnificent. And tell me how their father only lets them hang out when there won't be many people at the bar. They stick to the video games and arcade machines because they're too young for darts. Their excitement continues until we arrive at the bar. Grady gives them each a $20 bill to spend on the row of games lining one wall. No one else is at the Bobcat, and Grady spends a few minutes checking doors and opening shades before he says he's going to check out back for damage. The place is rustic, plastered in homey old beer signs and country jokes. But it's also got a modern vibe I like. You'd be hard-pressed not to feel at ease enjoying an evening of fun here. I watch the girls play their games until I see Grady's finished his inspection. Then I meet him near the long, highly shellacked bar. "Everything still in one piece?" I ask, pulling over a glass of water he serves. "Near enough. Like Weston and Hank said, nothing but the trash got flipped, and they took care of that cleanup. Austin just arrived. He's the cook today, and I asked him to put on some chicken wings for the girls when he has a chance. What would you like?" "Wings sound good," I say. "Anything I can do to help out? I feel like I'm just twiddling my thumbs." "Gotta catch up on some paperwork." He grimaces slightly. "If you want to put your lovely organizational skills to good use, I have a few piles of receipts and shipping orders that need to be filed for accounting." "Show me," I say, glad to not just stand around. He opens a door behind the bar that reveals a decent-sized office with stacks of papers on top of every flat surface. "It doesn't all have to be sorted today," he says, gesturing to a round table in one corner. "Just the 2 stacks there. I usually take an evening every week just for filing things, but I haven't gotten around to it lately with all the fun." We trade smiles. "All right. Do they get filed in that cabinet?" I nod at the black metal filing cabinet next to the table. "Good guess. There should be a file next to the invoices that have already been approved, paid, and entered into the system. I just keep paper copies for audits." "I'm on it, boss," I say, very deliberately brushing his wall of a body as I saunter past. "Not so fast." He touches my arm, stopping me from crossing the room, and slowly winds his fingers around my wrist. The look on his face makes my heart race. I don't want him to kiss me, I think, because that shouldn't keep happening. Not again. Yeah, I'm not very good at convincing myself, either.
Dad!
Sawyer shouts from the main room.
"The bug hunt machine malfunctioned and ate my money."
He pinches his lips together and shakes his head, releasing my hand with a sigh. I'd better get on that. A world might end if the kids can't take pot shots at cartoon bumblebees. "Got you covered," I say with a grin, hurrying to the table to start my task, telling myself I'm glad for the interruption. Again, I'm a horrible little liar. The next half hour feels awkward, mostly because I'm trying to justify not kissing him again next time we're alone, and it's getting more impossible by the second. The girls shout when the chicken wings are served, along with fries and sodas. We sit at the table together, talking and laughing. Easy when the girls are so comical, and their little fights over who beat what arcade game ease the tension inside me. Once we return to Grady's office, I'm definitely feeling better, even with the smoldering, lip-biting sideways glances Mr. Broody Brood keeps casting my way. While Sawyer and Avery run on like tiny chatterboxes, I'm reminded how it's always been just the 3 of them for a long time, and how sweetly they've welcomed me into their lives. I should be honored. They've helped me in a desperate time, and I have to pay it back somehow. I definitely can't leave behind damage. After we eat, I get the filing done in no time and straighten the room. Grady comes in and out of the office, greeting employees as they arrive for the evening, as well as the first few customers. We leave before the bar gets super busy, and then spend the rest of the afternoon at home cleaning up the yard. The storm knocked loose plenty of leaves and branches, plus a few last footprints from Bruce I'd missed. I scratched them out of the ground carefully. The girls head off on their ATVs a little while later, endless bundles of energy, saying they want to check the trails for more messes to clear. Nope, they're just ready for some play after all the yard work, and who am I to object? They really are good kids, and I'm going to miss them like mad whenever Bruce and I leave. Want to join them? Grady asks, towering over me. I turn from watching them ride away and shake my head. No, let them play. I was just thinking what great kids you have. Glad you agree, he says. But he's looking at me with a heavy, thoughtful gaze. His eyes flashing. What? I ask, suddenly feeling shy. He tilts his head slightly to one side. I get the feeling you've been thinking about what happened last night. Maybe you're changing your mind about a redo. Wowza. So that's what's on his mind behind that lady killer smile. Or he just reads my mind that easily. I chide myself for not keeping things more hidden. I shrug. After Bruce got out and everything, I bet you probably wondered if it was, well, no, I don't wonder. It wasn't a mistake, Will-O-Wisp. His growling confidence shocks me to the core as he slides his hands around my waist, bringing me closer. And if you're still game, I've been looking forward to starting up right where we left off all damn day. Oh, snap. He doesn't mess around, does he? Reason 100 on the Grumpalicious Man Beastometer why Grady McKnight might bring me to my knees. More than literally. Excitement flares inside me, sending hot needles through my blood. Yes, I'm hopeless, and that's all there is to it. You're sure? It comes out like a whimper. Very. The tip of his nose touches mine, and then our foreheads meet. If you're not, whatever. I'll understand. I only fuck the willin', darlin', and I want to fuck you like I need my next breath. Oh, my God. I need you, I admit, refusing to rethink it all again. I'll have time to do all that after Bruce and I leave. For now, my body does the talking, defying every reason in my head why this is epic trouble. And every last bit of me agrees as his hungry lips catch mine in a long, savory kiss. Though my knees are weaker when the kiss ends, the rest of me feels totally invigorated. For the life of me, I can't remember why I ever thought kissing him again would be a bad idea. Can't imagine why I thought any of this wouldn't feel enthralling. Gonna hit the shower. You do some thinking, he says as we walk together, hand in hand toward the house. I'll grill burgers for supper. Sounds delish. I'll make a macaroni salad while you're in the shower, I say, trying not to stay stuck on the image forming in my mind. Grady, buck naked. His miles of muscle slick and wet. That massive bulge I'd felt rubbing against me last night hanging down. Or would it be very upright, intense and pulsing, and oh so ready to... Plan B. You could shower with me. He lifts a brow while opening the front door. My heart skips its next 10 beats as I stumble inside. Oh, yes, I mean, the girls won't be gone that long, will they? Blood rushes to my cheeks. At least, what little I have left above the waist. Unfortunately, you're right, he grumbles, closing the door, trapping me against it. But fuck, Willow. We have a few minutes. We have time. Time enough for my ruin, he means, and I'm going to love every scorching second. His lips capture mine again, and I arch into him, holding back nothing. The heat, the need, the soaked desires rend the air between us like a current, even hotter than last night. It's as close to desperation as anything I've ever experienced, and I think it's then that the very last walls of good sense come cascading down in rubble. Our hands are everywhere, touching, feeling, caressing with a mission. Grady's next kiss is all growl, a fire to my windy moan. My hands are in his hair, nails against his scalp, urging his lips lower, lower, straight to the target on my neck. Oh, shit. I whimper, going slack against him, loving how his big hand squeezes my ass to hold me up. So maybe it doesn't matter if I'm only here for a short time. This is what I want, what I need, what I'll cherish. The way he's kissing my skin, my lips, neck, shoulders, tells me Grady needs it just as bad as I do. Thunder pours out of him again. Willow, fuck, I don't think I can wait. I can't either. And we're way past caring that it's daylight and the girls could return any time. Our animal lust has us racing for the stairs where he pounces, flinging me over his shoulder. He's all caveman at war then, stripping off my clothes as we go while I rake my nails across his neck. In his room, he once again flattens me against the wall, tearing at his own clothing. I stop and stare, utterly transfixed. Drunk on the sight of that punishing body slowly unveiled. A chest like cut rock slathered in military ink, jagged geometric designs and eagle wings and a flag. A pair of thighs that could crush the world to dust. A bulge to end all hard-ons in his boxers, so big and alive and pulsing, even through the fabric, it scares me. My fingers tremble, reaching out, stroking his length, wondering how I'll ever fit him when he's this damn thick. The heat nearly singes my hand. Holy, holy hell. Goddamn woman. Lose the panties. I didn't come to play. He snarls, reaching for my lacy fabric and thrusting it down my legs. His nostrils flare the second I'm exposed. I'm sure he can smell how savagely wet I am, and it scares me in the best ways. He cups my mound, thumb to my clit, and squeezes hard. Oh, flipping my. I flatten against the wall, barely noticing as he strips his boxers off, kicking them away behind him. I'm almost a freaking puddle by the time his arms fold around me again, engulfing me in bare brown eyes, right before he lifts me off the ground and throws me down on the bed. Don't move. Gonna be right back, he rasps. Hurry, I say, tumbling flat on my back with a shudder. He returns a second later, tearing open a foil condom wrapper with his teeth. I finally get a good look at the hammer throbbing between his legs and bite my lips so hard I almost taste blood. This man is hard as granite, seething, and entirely set on business. I fight the urge to press my thighs together nervously and open my legs for him instead. There'll be another time to slowly make love, explore, and drink each other in. Right now, I'm an itch of quivering curves and I'm going to die without being scratched. I've never been so excited, so exhilarated. I can't pull my eyes away as he stops between my legs, fully buff and looking more like a Greek god than any mere mortal. I'll try, Willow. He grinds out, his face taut with need. Try? I whisper, totally lost. Stopping near the foot of the bed, he slides the condom on over his shaft, and I swear I have a mini climax at the sight. Try to go slow. Try not to break you, but darling, you're so fucking gorgeous and wet I make no promises, he whispers, flicking the head of his cock against my opening. Like hell, I whimper back. We're both too close to losing control. I grab at his shoulders, opening my legs wide, giving him full access. We don't have time for slow. Take me like you mean it, Grady. I want every sweet inch. The gaze he throws at me could rival every big, scary cat I've ever seen. Then his hips start moving, a human bulldozer intent on crushing me under him, shoving me down, down, down like I adore. He feeds 1 inch in at a time, half his length, and then anchors down the rest in one rough jerk. My pleasure sigh slips into a frantic moan, rocking my hips into his, taking Grady's mammoth length as he stretches me to my limit. I'm stunned how well we fit together. The pressure as he slides into the hilt is unbelievable. It's so perfect. I close my eyes, loving the sultry weight of his lips, the way he sinks his teeth into my bottom lip. Claimed, his kiss says, every damn bit of you. M-I-N-E. Insanity. It must be because I've waited my entire life for something to feel this good without even realizing it. No other boy compares when I realize. I've never been with a man. Not until now. His hips take command, pounding me against the bed, long strokes like a slashing sword coming harder and deeper. Building with the low, steady growl in his throat, we find our rhythm. We find our place in heaven. We find out just how frightfully lost a human being can get in the sins of the flesh, the fever of the kiss, the groaning, shaking pitch of our bodies. Tight as hell, he snarls, plunging deeper, faster. Don't want to fucking break you, darlin'. But my nails beg him to. I want his kind of hurt, his decadent pleasure, uninhibited permission to take me any flipping way he wants. The harsh, desperate scratches at his back say, do it, please, give and hold nothing back. It's all the encouragement he needs. We're beyond words as his forehead pushes against mine again and his pubic bone finds my clit, raking across it with just the right pressure. I'm so gone I'm not sure I'll ever be back. My first O hits like rhythmic waves of flame. A rapid, violent chord snaps in my body, lashing every nerve, loosening a white-hot pleasure so intense I can't even scream. I'm just a thing of raw, bestial pleasure underneath his body, his hips slamming into me, hoarse sounds ripping from his throat as he grinds me into the mattress. We're beyond holy shit, people. This is hallowed ground, unholy sex, and I think it always will be with what this man does to me. There's barely a breather as his thrusts quicken, raging through my release, a perfect shadow of muscle hovering over me. He's thick with promises, and thicker with raw friction and guttural groans. Willow, fuck, I can't, come with me, I scream, locking my legs around his, flinging myself upward and enveloping his beautiful cock. Apparently, this is what it's like taking an avalanche to bed and wanting to be crushed. Because a second later his body goes as rigid as steel. He plunges to my depths, swelling at the edge of my womb with embers from hell in those whiskey-dark eyes, so bright they're almost russet now. It's enough to send me flying right over the edge again, a split second ahead of him exploding in the condom. I swear it's so hot, so intense, so much. I can feel him erupting inside me. The rest of what I feel leaves no doubt whatsoever. His massive body seizes, a ragged curse lodged in his throat. Every last bit of him hell-bent on claiming me for what I know will be the first of many, many rounds. We come together for an age, our hips fighting each other for every last squeeze of pleasure, our voices shot for the next few hours. Dear God, I'm barely coherent enough to gasp for air when he finally rolls off me, shoving his lips on mine for one more possessive, jealous, and all too addicting kiss. Stick a fork in me. I was done 20 minutes ago. I also know this is something I have to experience again. Soon. One wild round with Grady McKnight is so not enough for this lifetime.
14. If he hollers. Grady. I pinch myself, making sure I haven't turned inside the fuck out. Every time I look at Will-O-Wisp, I remember how she shuddered, moaning my name as she came like the 4th of July. I try to keep my proud grin hidden, but I can't. I'm still a dude. Sue me. Go ahead and bet how much I loved every nanosecond of her walls pinching my cock. Loved the feel of her hot, wet pussy clenching, aching, coming undone. I left her in pieces, and I want to be the only man who puts her back together. Worst part is, as soon as I was spent, I wanted her all over again like a man craves an oasis in the dry-ass desert. I never even softened. The only reason I hadn't taken her again was because of the girls. That instinct was right. They were breaking into cookies in the kitchen when I came downstairs after my shower, after Willow, taking my sweet time to avoid rousing suspicion. Don't get me wrong, I've never been annoyed to see my lovely daughters, but at that moment, fuck, I truly wished they were a little older and out for a nice, long country drive instead. All because I wanted to claim, toss, and shake Willow Macklin 7 ways from Sunday. All I wanted were 1,000 more of those hot, wet, sexy-as-all-hell kisses. I'm still aching for her lips, and it's been over 3 hours. Every minute since leaving that bed has been a special torture. After grilling up the burgers for dinner and eating, we took the girls out to the barn to check on Bruce. He's as content as ever, looking bored like he never busted out in the storm. Willow showered too, and now she's wearing a pair of jean shorts and a white t-shirt with purple eyes. One of my spares with the purple Bobcats logo. Damn if it doesn't hang off her like a siren. A man always gets hard enough to break concrete whenever a chick he's drunk on wears his shirt. Facts of life from the Book of Grady. Even worse, my Bobcat's pupils are right over her pert, suckable nipples, teasing me with how bad I'd love another taste. Just remembering how I'd softened those hard nubs with every stroke of my tongue puts lightning in my blood. We're all in the living room now, watching a movie that lost my attention an hour ago. My one-track mind is stuck on her tits, and my cock jolts every time I look at her. So this is how it ends. My entire life gone in a puff of manic, dick-crazed obsession with Little Miss Tiger Thief. Fuck. My eyes keep flicking to the birch-skinned clock above the fireplace, trying to make the minutes go by faster until it's time for the girls to go up to bed. I know, believe me, I know. If I couldn't actually see that silver minute hand slowly chugging along, I'd swear it needs new batteries. The movie finally ends, and we walk the girls up to bed. By the time I meet her in the hall, after we've each told the girls good night, I'm so hard I'm worried I'll explode. She just looks up at me, batting those baby blue eyes under her thick lashes. A husky giggle slips out of those pink parted lips. Just like she knows. Swallowing thickly, I pull her close, attacking her mouth with mine, loving how she feels against me, kissing me back like return fire. Downstairs, I whisper, swatting her ass. Don't make me ask again.
So the bat cave tonight? Where no one will hear?
She asks, running a hand under my shirt. Yes. I grasp her ass cheeks again with both hands, kneading her like the most precious dough ever made. It's either that, or I'll have to stuff your panties in your mouth.
Ass!
She swipes my shoulder with a playful smack, adorable merriment in her eyes.
When?
I kiss her slowly, dragging it out, pretending I'm not dying to take her right the hell here. Don't know. How about... long pause. Now. The trip to the basement is a mad dash, and once the door is closed and locked, rabid desperation for what we both want takes over. For the second time today, we nearly rip our clothes off each other, hurling them aside like they're poison between another round of fuck-hot kisses. If anyone knew what she did to me, they'd have me committed. I've never wanted a woman like I want Willow, and I can't believe it's only because I've been with my needs going unsatisfied for years. That might be part of it, but the rest begins and ends with every sweet inch of her. Frankly, I don't care about explanations. We're way past whats and whys. I'm too riled, too ready, and too broke in the head to contemplate anything except my will-o-wisp naked as the day she was born and laid out under me. We don't say a word. She just steps closer, gives me a playful shove, and I throw myself back on the futon, still folded down from our last encounter interrupted by the great tiger escape. It also now has a set of sheets, a couple pillows, and a comforter I'd brought down here earlier, fully anticipating we'd be spending the night together. I look up from the mattress, laughing. She climbs on with a fire-blue glint in her eye, those heavenly legs spread wide, straddling me. Fucking hell, do I love this newfound courage, this other side of her gushing out. Before, her lips tasted nervous, even if they were still blistering hot. Now my innocent Willow becomes a whirlwind. Now she brings her mouth to mine with a breathy, slick hunger that matches my own. My dick jerks against her thigh, grinding into her skin, making her give up a moan that tastes like mulled wine. Grabbing her hands, I urge them to my shoulders, holding her eyes. Eager to be in charge tonight, huh? Or are you just asking for it rough? I growl. Her eyes roll, giving the choice to me as she answers with another kiss that could leave cigarette burns. I love how she's not afraid, how she needs it so bad she's ready to dive in. I also like the position we're in, all the better to rock her to ecstasy and back without feeling like I'm doing all the work. A fierce hand on her ass helps lower her naked body, pressing her delicate pussy lips to my shaft. She's so fucking wet, I could slam into her right now. I could dig my fingers into her lush cheeks, pin every inch of her to me, and sweep long, hard strokes into her body. I could bring her off in firecracker bursts of heat and moans and fleshy ripples. But I don't do that shit. I mean to draw this out tonight. Fill her with a slow-burning crescendo that'll have her fully alive, fully electric, fully in rapture. Yes, fuck, more insanity. But loving Willow Macklin's body picks every last bit of good sense I own up by the scruff and chucks it out the door. My hands find her breasts, and my palms tease her nipples, sliding over those puckered buds. Her kisses come quicker, her hunger deepening, her moans even sweeter than they tasted before. As soon as her lips leave mine, I snake kisses straight down her neck before taking one of her nipples in my mouth. I capture it between my teeth, a hostage for my tongue, flicking against melting flesh with the darkest intentions. Grady, shit! Her hips rise as she climbs me, her kitten-like claws sinking into the back of my neck. The way she moans makes my cock certifiably insane, and I tell myself to ignore it. Not till I see her splinter, just a little while longer, damn it. No matter how badly I want to anchor my cock deep inside her wet pussy and hold it there like a beast marking his turf, I'll take my time. I'll make her serenade me with candy whimpers. I'll stretch this fun deep into the thick, vibrating night. Her pussy grinds against me again, making my promises harder to keep if I don't get her off my dick right now. So I pull her forward, releasing her nipple to kiss her stomach, then swing her to the mattress next to me so I can move lower. The soft swell of her belly, something I love in a woman because it reminds me she's made to breed, rises as my tongue maps her skin. I trace my way south to the steaming scent of her cream filling my nostrils, this voodoo incense that sets my tongue on fire every second it isn't consuming her. Nuzzling the soft curls over her mound, kissing at her inner thighs, I inhale her like a fiend before I can't anymore. Then my hands move, sliding under her delectable butt, lifting her up and pulling her against my face, where I reward her pussy with a starving mad swipe of my tongue. Oh, she whines. More like, oh shit. Willow tastes so good, all sweet things mingled with spice. I can feel my length stretching like a railroad spike, my balls blazing raw fire. Every fucking taste of her kills me a little more, gives me an addiction I don't think I can quit. I damn well don't want to. I never want to lose this pussy, this mess of chestnut hair and fluttering blue eyes, this woman who's tumbled into my life and my bed and brought me to the brink of rebirth. Snarling, I find her clit and go the fuck to town. It doesn't take long. Her legs begin shaking, thrown over my shoulders. She's gripping the blanket like my mouth might give her the key to defying gravity. Come for me, woman. Come so hard you don't even know what hit you. Just who? Me. As she goes over the edge with a glorious toss of her head, a full-body shudder, her pussy drenches my face as I make her ride my beard. I'm smiling inwardly like a total fool. Guess that's what happens when you bring your new obsession off so fucking hard that Sir Isaac Newton's sweating in the corner, afraid his laws are shattered. We're both floating, high on each other, and she comes beautiful. And my mouth isn't done with her. My tongue plunges deeper into soft pink as her convulsions wane. I take her like that for several minutes, adding my fingers, flinging her back over the cliff. Her hips arch into me, even as her voice becomes one long whisper.
Grady, I can't.
What? She thinks she can't come for me again this soon? I smile as my fingers find that spot on her wall that silences her with a moan like melted caramel. Now she's begging me to let her go because she can't hold back much longer. I pull her down tighter against my face, lapping at her sweetness, determined to prove her wrong. My fingers fuck her in sync with my lashing tongue. When I move my lips to her clit, sucking it with a greedy fury, she's going, gone. Her groan spills into one long gasp of shock and awe as her release hits like a drug. Her hot pussy clenches around my fingers, so tight I have to fight to keep going, and not to jizz myself when I imagine what it'd feel like pinching my dick, fingering her and sucking, dragging this out, robbing her senses for anything but diving bliss. Yeah, shit. Even though I love every scorching second, I'm also a little scared. I wonder just what the hell I've started. Because something says my new addiction to this woman and the sugar rush between her legs is going to be one cruel spell to break. Laughing, I finally release her when she's panting for air, letting her collapse on top of me. My arms tangle around her, my hard-on seething against her soft belly. I'm intent on filling it up often tonight.
Damn you,
she rasps, her eyes shuddering.
You make me do things I didn't even know were possible.
Surprise, I whisper. And now that you're warmed up, here comes the main course. I'm dead serious. Reaching over, I grab one of the rubbers I'd put on the table by the futon earlier while she and the girls were washing dishes and I'd brought down the bedding. Holding it up like the Holy Grail, I add, I came prepared tonight. If that damn tiger breaks out again, he's just gonna have to content himself with a drink at my bar. We're not stopping. She giggles.
I'm glad, too, about more than one thing.
She takes the package from me with a soft smile, rises up on her knees and scoots backward, past my cock still standing as straight as a flagpole. Then she sits down slowly on my thighs, parting those legs. With nothing but vicious teases in her eyes, she tears the package open, but rather than pulling it out, she leans down and takes my cock in her mouth. Fuck, I grunt, my whole body tensing as her tongue coils down my shaft. She licks the huge vein running my length. Looks like it's my turn for surprises, and I get them in spades. Seeing her mouth slip halfway down my shaft and slide up over my head destroys me. Feels so good I have to hold my breath to keep from losing it on the spot. Willow's a sorceress with that tongue, or else I'm just that bricked, watching her take every inch of me she can. She's a downright worshipful cocksucker. I think I'm in love. She kisses, licks, and pumps my shaft in her small hand till my whole spine ignites. Lava courses in my veins, and I'm too close for comfort, grabbing the sides of her head to make her stop at the last second. Fuck. Thank God she has more sense. It's a mix of heady relief and savage disappointment when she pulls away with a parting kiss for my angry, throbbing cockhead.
Ready for me to put this on you, or should we give it another minute?
She asks with a wink, retrieving the condom from the package. You damn well know I am. She blushes as my gaze fuses to her, so hot I'm half expecting purple arcs of pure energy between our eyes. Smiling, she rolls the condom down the full, swollen length of me. My dick pulses in her hand, leaking with anticipation.
Oh, you are ready. Imagine that.
Damn her. Hop on. I bite off. Grinning with her eyes still blazing, she rises up on her knees and scoots forward, positioning herself above me. I fist her hair the second I'm able with one hand, grabbing at her shoulder, ready to impale her on my cock.
I get top this time,
she whispers, bringing those lips to mine like an encroaching storm. Woman, you can get the moon and the stars as long as I get that pussy right the fuck now. Growling, I grasp her hips as she slowly lowers, taking me into her slick silk. She's hot and thoroughly soaked. Of fucking course she is. And it just makes me madder to break her in two as she leans her head back, arches her back, and thrusts her tits in front of my face.
Love the way you feel me, Grady. Oh, God.
I yank on her hair, twining it around my hand, beginning to shift my hips up into hers. 10 strokes in, I'm pounding her like an anvil, the delicious clap of our skin filling the silent night. I grasp her tit with my free hand, rolling her nip in my fingers, urging her to go for the end zone. Something I love more, I tell her, my voice a dull flame. All of you. I love having you up to my balls like I've never loved anything. The truth hurts, especially when it rips out of me, but it's also the hottest pain of my life to put into words. My hips collide with hers, smacking loudly, our rhythm quickening. I sink down a little deeper with every stroke, stretching her till she gurgles sweetly, pulling at her hair so I get the whites of her eyes. Yeah, fuck, no doubt about it now. This woman was made to take me hard, take me to the stars. She rises up and twists her hips down on me again, engulfing my length, riding me like I'm a mechanical bull, and I'm happy to oblige. She's my chariot, a beautiful, blue-eyed, unexpected mess I know I can't keep. Trouble is, my dick has other plans, and that greedy cudgel beats me over the head with every stroke, as much as each savage thrust brings her a little closer to nirvana. A place where we don't have to worry about Bruce or the kids or the assholes after her. A kingdom where it's just me, her, and both of us sealed in sweet fuckery. Fused and forged and enraptured, body, mind, and soul. And there's so much soul when her next O erupts, my slashing strokes pounding it out of her. A snarl for her lips tears out of me as I smother her under my kisses. Give it the fuck up, pretty darling. Give it all up for me. She does, and beautifully. Every whimper falls against my tongue like she's autumn wind and drifting bright leaves personified. It's so unfathomably hot, I'm near my limit. So I just grab on, letting the pleasure put me to work, lifting her fully onto the bed and laying her down. My cock slides in and knows it won't stop till we're both satisfied, spent, exploding. The inferno at the base of my spine is an urgent throb, a war drum, beating through my entire body as I slam into her, begging to be let loose. Her eyes are doing that pre-orgasmic, oh my God, I can't, flickering thing again. She grasps my biceps with both hands, holding on as I show her what it's like when these hips go to 11. The friction is an earthquake where we're fused. Her tightness, her heat, her butterfly moans are the most sublime pleasure known to man, but watching her face, knowing she's getting crushed as much as I am, holy fucking shit. My climax is imminent, just as hers reaches fever pitch. I jerk her down with a fist back in her hair, pinning her to the mattress, ramming in so deep my balls slap her ass. She's only seconds ahead of me, and the way every darling bit of her convulses tells me she's coming like she never knew she could. My release kicks like an angry mule, winding me up, turning my groan into one big, dark, feral echo of the fire lashing out my balls. We ride the pleasure tide together, consumed, destroyed, rebuilt. Wave after brutal fucking wave that tears us out of our bodies, joins our hearts, and power slams us back into ourselves. It goes on for an eternity till I learn a whole new meaning of drained. Damn. Then she collapses on my heaving chest, all warm curls and sighs, tucking her head under my chin, almost like she needs to feel safe from what the fuck just happened. That makes two of us. After I roll off the condom and tie it shut, tossing it in a nearby garbage can, I fold my arms around her. It's bittersweet holding her, unsure if I'll ever find the words or the inspiration to describe just how amazing this is, and knowing she deserves to hear it. I'm also not sure we'll survive when it ends, and end it fucking must, sooner or later.
Not bad. You're not half bad, Grady McKnight,
she tells me with a smirk, tracing a teasing finger down my chest. Her coy tone makes me laugh. You've had better? Bull. I know I haven't, and I'm older than you.
I mean...
She pauses, her eyes flashing with laughter.
Not in this lifetime. I think it was like a couple thousand years ago when I was Cleopatra.
What the hell ever? I growl, smiling anyway, giving her a long, solid hug, then kissing the tip of her ear. One thing's for sure, I've never been this addicted to a woman, and I'm astonished I'm already hard again this soon. Want to give me round two? No Roman boy ever laid it on like I'm about to. I warn her, tugging at her bottom lip with my teeth while my fingers roll her nipple.
So much tough talk, but fine. I thought you'd never ask,
she whispers, her hand already sliding down my thigh, hot and eager to get started. Okay. Shit. Last night was the kind of go at it till we're boneless incredible that only happens once in a blue moon. And good thing, too, or I'd be 6 feet under. But I have to admit the morning is a close second. Waking up next to Willow and watching her sleep makes me think about just how perfectly she fits in my arms. In my life. Before she showed up, I hadn't even known I'd wanted that, much less how much my daughters needed a woman younger than Aunt Faye and Joyce in their lives. In just a few weeks, they've come to adore the shit out of Willow. I've seen a change in them since she's arrived. Hell, a change in everything. A happiness, a wholeness, a sweetness that was missing from our lives. And I have no frigging clue what I'll do with that once she's gone. Another fact I can't help noting, having a morning quickie is one awesome start to the day. What starts with a round of good morning kisses and gentle touches rapidly devolves into her on all fours, begging for my finest. She takes me like our whole day depends on it, if not her life, grinding her hips back on my shaft as I crash into her from behind. It's fast, coarse, and so intense it scalds me when I empty my balls inside her, hating the condom between us. Somehow, some way, I'm going to come inside this woman if it's the last thing I do. A minor miracle happens when we're finally able to peel ourselves off each other, clean up, and head up for breakfast. The text message from Drake that arrives while we're eating is good news. He's managed to squelch the posts online about a big cat sighting by putting out an official post from the police department, confirming a probable mountain lion. The odd cougar isn't that unusual in these parts. We're also damn lucky there were a few wildcat sightings last week around Dickinson. Just close enough to make our cover story believable.
Must be nice having friends in high places,
Willow says after I read his post to her. Even nicer having a butt who only works to help this town out. I smile as she lifts her brows. Drake married a billionaire oil heiress, so he's not in it for the money. If he's got any sheriff ambitions, they're right behind his need to serve and protect. Her eyes grow wide as she glances at the girls and then back to me.
So, is everyone either crazy rich or a movie star or a super hot ex-military guy in this town?
She asks. Dallas is special, but not for the reasons you're thinking. We're one big messed up family, secrets and all. Sorta happens when it's a part of life being up in everybody else's business. I chuckle, loving how pink her cheeks get. She shakes her head at me.
I thought it'd be boring here. Apparently, I have a lot to learn about small-town life.
She says, "You're getting the accelerated course." Okay, yeah, I know this banter feels like high school shit. Still, I'd be lying if I claimed I wasn't delighted by how easy, carefree, and light every word feels. I haven't had this in forever. A woman who can hold a conversation that makes me feel good. No, that wasn't Brittany's fault. Not when she was ravaged by disease, and I made my choice to bury my baser needs for the sake of raising our kids after her death. But hell, having breakfast with Willow at the table gives me something I never even knew I was missing. The girls are still sleepy after just waking up, stuffing food in their mouths and not looking at either one of us, so I reach under the table and brush a hand over Willow's thigh. How the hell can I resist? How can I even think when every glance, every word, every breath feels charged when she's sharing the room?
Does anyone want more waffles?
She says cheerily, grabbing my wrist. The girls shake their heads, but compliment her with a thumbs up on how delicious they are. Great choice this morning, I tell her, adding my appreciation. Can't remember the last time I broke out the old waffle iron, much less ate a batch this good. And no, I'm not keeling over yet either. She winks back at my food poisoning joke, the shine in her eyes saying she's arrived on cloud 9. As soon as they're done, I send them upstairs to get dressed. Before Willow gets a chance to reprimand me on teasing her in front of the girls, I bury her lips under mine. Honestly, the waffles were tasty, but this, tasting her, is heaven sent to earth. She leans against me as we break for air.
We have to be careful,
she whispers softly,
including any innuendo.
I fully get that, but damn, it's been a long time since I've had this much fun. Don't worry. I kiss her forehead and release her. I'll behave around my girls. When they're otherwise preoccupied, though. No promises, lady.
Easier said than done,
she says darkly, a wry smile on her lips. I'm thinking it might just be easier done every single night. I growl, running my hands down her back and pinching her ass. Shit, I'm bad. I give her a parting set of bedroom eyes as I leave the room. It takes a few hours of chores to realize I shouldn't have been so flippant. So maybe I was thinking with my little head and temporarily forgot that the situation we're in is truly dangerous. It's still on my mind when Falk drops by with the computer she'd snatched from the refuge.
Good news, the laptop's been cracked like a walnut,
Falk says with a triumphant grin. There's bad news, isn't there? What is it? I ask. From the moment he parked outside, I could tell by his face that he wasn't here to deliver an easy fix. Falk sighs, rubbing his chin, as he says,
The help I called in to decrypt this machine are good men, a lot of current FBI agents. Unfortunately, that means what they found has to be followed up on by the Bureau itself.
His gaze is grave as his green eyes slash from me to Willow.
And that necessity leaves the folks in this room open to serious allegations and a formal look from the government.
The news is a fucking uppercut. I'm too winded for words.
You mean for stealing Bruce and the laptop?
Willow asks, nodding along, her face going slack.
And the truck and trailer, Jesus.
Falk gives a single sad nod. Those are all pretty minor compared to what's been found, sad to say. The knot in my stomach hardens into rock. What the hell did you find? I wish I didn't need to ask.
Well, you've heard the old adage, follow the money? That's exactly what we did. A whole lot of tracing. Turns out the fosses look pretty clean.
Falk's gaze snaps to Willow.
You, on the other hand, appear to be money laundering.
What? She hisses, her brows pulling together.
Me? Money laundering? How?
What the hell are you talking about, Falk? Anger barrels up my throat. That's fucking nuts. You know she'd never, ever...
Yeah, I know, but it ain't clear in the records. That computer turned up some real nasty-looking offshore accounts, all based in the Virgin Islands.
Falk says with his Oklahoma twang, scratching his cheek.
Plus a few other places, and as much as I hate to say it, they're all in your name, Willow. Yours and Peter Macklin's, who I reckon must be your dad. Dad? Holy shit, no, I don't have any offshore accounts, and neither does he. Definitely not the illegal kind in the Virgin flipping Islands.
It whips out of her so fast she shakes.
I have one bank account back in California. I've had it since I was 16. That's the only account I've ever had.
Damn it, Falk, I shout, my fists darting up. You can't possibly believe this horse shit, and neither should the FBI.
I don't, but that ain't how the system works, Grady. We're gonna have to prove Willow and her daddy are clean before the FBI formally takes over this case and opens a can of worms. How? Willow asks. How can I prove something I don't know anything about? To start, we've got to show it's a case of stolen identity,
Falk says with a shrug, like it's that damn simple.
Pretty easy for them to do, setting you up, considering they had everything they'd need from your employment records. The rest, they must have pulled down from black market sources.
Willow stands, hands pressed to her forehead like she's about to fall over.
God, how could I have been so stupid? I knew something wasn't right about that place from day one. All the crap they put my name on, the records they wanted for background checks, but I was too scared of losing my job to say anything. Not until I figured out Bruce and the animals were in real danger.
I stand, pulling her close, squeezing her so tight you'd need the jaws of life to pry us apart. You did do something, darling. You got the fuck out of there while the going was good, I tell her.
And I stole a tiger, a compromised laptop, and a truck. I'm going to rot behind bars.
She whispers, her voice so scared, so faint. Like hell, I snap, still glaring at Falk. Is she?
No,
Falk agrees slowly.
She's not, but we have some serious grunt work to do ASAP. The Foss's Sanctuary is a non-profit, and there's a lot of crap that looks murky. Their tax records, for one, but that would be an IRS thing. The FBI wouldn't have the sole discretion to dig that deep into financials. However, if they did steal your identity...
They did steal it, I snarl. Not if. Falk nods, his head hanging low for a few seconds, before it snaps back up.
I'm sorry as hell to be the messenger, man. Believe me. What I'm saying, though, is that along with Willow's identity, it looks like they've pulled this shit before with other employees. 2, to be exact. Both of those people conveniently had accidents, so they're no longer around to do any talking. They killed them?
Willow asks slowly. Shit, I grind out.
They died in car accidents. There's no proof, but of course the mind goes right to,
Falk shrugs.
The accounts that were set up had exotic planes as the benefactor of their earnings. They also got hefty payments from other accounts obviously being used as mules and shell accounts.
The hell does that mean? I ask with a snort.
Means they're set up only to act as money filters. Real common trick of the trade in the black market dealings. The money runs through so many accounts that are opened and closed as soon as the transfers are done. The trail goes dark. In this case, the refuge ends up with a large donation. Only in reality, it ain't a donation at all. It's blood money from illegal animals. That wart on Minot ain't Priscilla and Niles' first rodeo with big cats either, but it's the first place they've owned outright. The scum have learned to be slick. Their tracks are fully covered, leaving them squeaky clean. Oh my God, what are we going to do?
Willow asks breathlessly.
How do we stop this?
I look at Falk, folding my arms, fighting back the chill creeping up my back. Tell us where to start. Falk's expression is grim. Start with Bruce. We have to get that poor cat out of here, off to a new permanent home, or he'll end up in FBI seizure for sure. Anything could happen to him then. He looks at me, a familiar anger hot in his emerald eyes. Along with your property, Grady, and your business for being an accomplice. Arrow meet my chest. Suddenly my lungs won't work, hateful shrapnel lodged in my throat. It hurts to even breathe, but I have to. I need to say,
No.
Willow jumps in.
No way, dude. He's not involved.
Yes, he is, Falk says, his voice torn. Without hard facts, he's been harboring you and the tiger too long to be innocent collateral damage. In the eyes of the Bureau, he's one more suspect. Shit, I huff out, releasing Willow and taking a brisk step away. My fists want to start knocking holes in the wall, but I've never let fear do the talking, and now's not a time to start. Still, fuck. I can't lose everything. Not the purple bobcat, not my place, not Sawyer, not Avery, not my life. I suck in a long, jagged breath, filling my lungs till they burn. There isn't enough oxygen in the whole room to keep me sane. What the hell will I do? I care about Willow deeply, and so do my girls, but I can't risk losing everything I've worked my balls off for. I can't lose my future. The girls need security. They need a dad who isn't under the FBI gun, much less a father in jail. This, her staying here, was only supposed to last a few days. Nothing more than a guest in need. Especially not a lover. This painful secret crunch behind my ribs reverberates through me like falling through a frozen lake. I know how this ends. I've always fucking known. Losing Brittany taught me what happens when I dare to love, and I swore I'd never put myself through that agony again. Or my girls. Christ. Love? Where's this even coming from? I'm not in love with Willow. Am I? Brittany hasn't been gone long enough for me to love again. The girls aren't grown, and even if they were, there's a chasm in my chest screaming, "Stupid, stupid, stupid. Did you really think you could fill me, Grady?" I'm barely able to stand as Faulkner clears his throat. Listen, guys, I've put together a list of good refuges, legit ones, he says. They've been vetted, and if I'm not mistaken, that place Willow was looking at down in Sheridan, Wyoming, is on there. I suggest you give them a buzz and find out about taking that tiger on a trip real soon. I can't keep the feds off our heels forever. It's going right up the chain to a full investigation. A whole lot sooner than y'all think.
15. Let him go. Willow. The next week blurs by with paradise shattered. Pretending to be a broker for a zoo, I've contacted every sanctuary on Fox's list, looking for a home for Bruce. It came down to 2 in the end, one in Florida and the other place in Wyoming. With limited transportation and keeping him concealed, it'll have to be Let's Roar in Wyoming, but they can't take him in immediately. The owner, Jacob Cook, said he'd let me know as soon as they can. Of course, they also need a significant donation to accept him. Not unusual at all. Like it or not, big hearts aren't enough to support an adult male tiger. It costs over $15,000 a year just to keep Bruce fed, and that's after a secure pen, vet checkups, and proper enclosure space. I have the money. The trouble is, it'll certainly be tracked. Grady says he'll make the donation in my name, but again, Falk pointed out that would raise red flags too. Once the FBI comes charging in, none of that will look good on our part. Grady's other friend, Ridge, the billionaire former Hollywood heartthrob, came up with the donation in cash, claiming it can't be tracked. And though I can pay him back when this is over, I'm reluctant to let anyone else wade into this, especially someone like a celebrity. Ugh. I'm starting to realize how a fly feels in a spider web. But this web is my life. I'm trapped in another way, too. I keep telling myself to stay away from Grady, just like I know he's trying to hold back, too. But as soon as the sun sets, we morph into two different people. People who can't keep their hands and tongues to themselves. We end up downstairs every night, splayed out on the futon, or sometimes just the floor, plunged into the hottest loving of our lives. The quiet moments after we're exhausted and tangled up in each other leave me wrecked. That's when Grady assures me we're going to work this out, everything. But I know he's only saying it to make me feel better. There isn't a crystal ball or a magical happy ending waiting around the bend. We're adults, and we know it. If anything, this probably won't work out perfectly. You know the odds are slim when a former FBI man drops the truth bomb and it guts him. I can tell every interaction with Falk hurts him brutally, like he knows we're doing our damnedest in a losing-pitched battle. Bruce lets out a low growl, snapping my attention back to the task at hand. Sorry, Mr. Snarly Pants. I kink the garden hose and lift it out of the water trough that's currently overflowing. Huffing out of breath, I carry the hose to the wall, turn off the spigot, and hang it up. While pacing around the center of his pen, Bruce keeps his eyes on me. Grady made a few safety modifications after the tiger's jailbreak, besides just fixing doors. The large pen where he roams is now enclosed from floor to ceiling with chain-link mesh. He's restless, and I know why. Besides picking up on my anxiety, he needs a bigger place to roam, to be outside in a pen where he can climb and play with balls and boxes, and doze in peace with his long whiskers twitching in the sunlight. In my ham-fisted efforts to help, I'm ruining his dreams. Mine, too. Each day puts me a little deeper into the quicksand, not just the investigation hovering over my head, but becoming too emotionally attached to Grady and his girls. I have to take Bruce to Let's Roar and end this. The director, Jacob Cook, assured me 3 times that Bruce will have all the space he needs, inside and out, plus all the other care it takes to properly house big cats. Oddly, that's the easy part. After they've gotten their donation, they'll gladly welcome Bruce with open arms. I'm the idiot making this more difficult than it needs to be. I don't want to leave. I like Grady and the girls, and this small-town summer I wish would never end. I've never had family like this. A community, like I do here, which is stupid because the harsh truth is I don't have it here. Sure, I've gotten to know Drake's wife, Bella, and Fox's wife, Tori, but they aren't my friends. They're Grady's people, however fun and welcoming. Everything I have here is thanks to him, and it makes me feel like I'm taking advantage of him, continuously. I'm also living an illusion. If a magic wand erased my tiger woes, Dallas doesn't fit my life plan. A town without so much as a pet rescue is no place for a zoologist. Sigh. My phone vibrates then, and I question ignoring it, because Priscilla and Niles still fish regularly for a connection. But it might be Cook and Let's Roar wanting to finalize arrangements. So I pull the phone out of my pocket. My heart drops to my toes when I see Dad on the screen. Holy crap. He's still in Africa, somewhere in the Congo with near non-existent cell service. Hoping nothing serious has happened, I click the answer icon. Hey, Dad! Willow! He yells, his voice shrill like I've never heard before. Thank God! I've had a whole voicemail box full of messages saying you've disappeared. Disappeared? From who? Already knowing the answer, I walk over and lean against the storage room door. Exotic planes? The Fosses? What's going on? He rushes out. I'm still in the Congo, but one of my students needed to call home and found me. Said it was an emergency. Apparently they left a message on his phone. I had to travel 100 miles cross-country to get back international service, only to find a dozen messages about you vanishing. Where are you?
Are you safe? I've never lied to my father, and I can't start now. He'll see through it completely. I'm still in North Dakota, but I kinda quit Exotic Plains. Quit? What happened? It wasn't a good fit, Dad. I wasn't comfortable with some of the things I saw there. I bite my tongue, unsure how to tell him I've become one of those uncomfortable things. Oh yeah, and they're also trying to frame us both for money laundering in the illegal animal trade. NBD. He's silent for a moment, then I hear his familiar chuckle. I don't want to say I told you so, but... My heart sinks. I know. You told me sanctuaries are nothing like working with cats in the wild. You said I wouldn't be happy working at one because I wouldn't have enough say. And you were so effing right, Dad. I don't add. Wow, was that me? Smart man. He laughs again. Listen, lovely lady, I didn't call to gloat. Let me help you. Once I'm back on the grid, I'll do some checking around and... Dad, no. I'm not ready for that quite yet. Okay, then. How about I arrange a flight for you to join me? I'm in the Congo for another month, and then it's on to India. We'll be regrouping in Tezpur before heading out to Kaziranga for field work. I could use your help. It'll be just like old times. I can hear the excitement in his voice, and it hurts. Oh, he'd love to have me with him again, but I can't say yes. Not when I have to protect him from here. Hoping I can sort out this mess while he's still off the grid. Question. Did you ever talk to anyone at Exotic Plains? I ask. Not after hearing their first few messages. I called you. His tone changes as he asks. Funny, you know, they didn't make it sound like you quit. That's what had me worried. Are you sure you're okay, Willow? Yeah, well, I sorta didn't quit. I pause. I just left without telling anyone. You... what? You didn't have a vehicle last I checked. Where are you now? Where are you staying? His tone turns urgent, worried, afraid for me. I'm fine. Just staying with a friend, I say, answering the only question I can. Willow! He lets out a loud sigh. This is sounding more like that time you got your poor heart broken by that stupid boy in your grad program. You wouldn't stop working and you lost 30 pounds after he cheated. Don't tell me you fell for some new devil at Exotic Plains. God, if only it were that simple. My heart sinks at the worry in his voice. Even when he's halfway around the world, I can't hide anything. It's always been this way. How concerned do I need to be right now? He asks slowly. What sort of trouble are you in? Do I need to transfer more money to your account? No, God, no. Don't do that. Don't transfer any money, Dad. And here comes the freak out. Too late for me to slap my hand across my lips. Willow, baby, what the hell is going on? I sink down to the floor in a heap, wishing I could tell him everything. Look, Dad, I'm fine, but I just can't tell you anything else right now, okay? For so many reasons. But please, whatever you do, please don't contact Exotic Plains again. I'll tell you everything as soon as I can. I promise. He's silent, digesting the news, and I squeeze my eyes shut, afraid of what's next. Okay, he grinds out slowly. I'm going to trust you on this, Willow. Not only because I don't have another option when I'm in the bush, but because I know you. I know you're doing your best to take care of it. I must say, I feel responsible for not checking out Exotic Plains before letting you accept that job. Damn. I wish I'd flown home then and... No, you shouldn't have. It wouldn't have changed anything. Please, don't worry about me. I have friends, good friends, helping me with this. It's all going to be fine. Friends from the rescue? I hesitate. No, not quite, but they're amazing people. There's another long pause before he clears his throat. Well, don't keep me in the dark too long. You know how to get a hold of me. It might take a day or two, but I'll get back to you as soon as possible. And you know I'll come to the States before India any time. Just say the word.
You don't have to do that either, I say, sniffing back tears. I'll definitely be in touch. You'll hear everything soon. Take care of yourself. Even though he's been an incredible dad my entire life, I'm extremely thankful he's so understanding right now. I love you, Dad.
Love you too, Pee-wee. You're my world.
I smile because he's always told me that. Bye, Dad.
Bye, sweetie. Talk soon.
I click off and dip my head back, wondering all over again what the hell I'm really going to do. And if there'll be some forgiveness when I can, actually not fucking lie to my awesome father. The side door sliding open has me leaping to my feet.
Hey,
Grady says, watching me as I grab the side of the wall.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I hold up my phone. Just got the call I knew was coming. Frowning, he asks.
From who?
My father. We lock eyes. In those quiet moments after the best loving of my life, lying together in bed, I've told him a lot, including who my father is and why he's in Africa. Exotic planes sent him a message saying I was missing. His eyes widen into mocha pools, anger rippling through them. And, he asks. I shove the phone in my pocket, and he's doing fine. I'm doing fine. All's good. Dad doesn't know about the FBI probe or the Fosses trying to set us up, and I'm hoping we can keep it that way while he's still off the grid. What are you doing?
Hank just got here to pick up the girls for the rodeo tonight. They want him to see Bruce before they leave.
He glances at the pen, where Bruce is still pacing around.
Is that all right?
I haven't seen Hank since the night he helped with the barn door, but I know the girls text him constantly. Yeah. They'll just need to stand back. Even though it's safe enough with the metal fencing you put up, he's awfully restless today. I think he knows I've found him a new home, and he's getting worried.
He's not the only one right to fret over that,
Grady says with a snort. He knows how worried I am about it, too. Go ahead. Let them in. He looks at me for a still moment, quickening my heart rate. I have to glance away, otherwise I might walk closer and hold my face up to his, expecting a kiss. For shame. I can only do that in private, and it's getting harder all the time to remember it.
Come on in, Grady says.
I walk to the enclosed pen, putting myself between Bruce and the door behind me. This will only be the second time since Grady installed the chain link that we've let the kids in the barn on the main level, with very clear instructions to stay at least 8 feet back from the enclosed pen at all times. So far, they've behaved like little angels. A moment later, Hank follows Sawyer and Avery inside. He's got a tall black cowboy hat on today, the remnants of a cigar hanging from his mouth, and gives me a quick nod before his gaze lands on Bruce. He takes an instinctive step back the second the massive tiger looks up. Shit, he whispers, slapping his thigh. The girls both giggle and try to urge him closer. They're still a good 15 or 20 feet back.
He won't hurt you, Uncle Hank,
Sawyer says, tugging at his arm.
Yeah. Thing one, you've got that right.
Hank's feet are glued to the floor.
I ain't giving him the chance.
Come on, Uncle Hank. He's friendly. You can come just a little closer,
Avery says.
No, sirree. I can see all the black stripes and teeth I need to from here,
Hank says with a nod.
Damn. He looks even bigger than that night I saw him in the trailer.
That's because he's standing up,
Sawyer says, smiling so hard her nose scrunches. Curious, Bruce walks toward us with a loud yawn, and then he lets out a small half-interested roar. That's his way of saying hello, I tell Hank, who looks like he's about to run for the hills. Bruce comes closer for a better look, propping his head above the wooden wall around the pen, his furry orange and white face pressed to the mesh. His tongue flops out like a big dog for several seconds before he lets out a grunting yawn.
Uncle Hank! Come back!
I hear the shuffle of feet, and by the time I turn around, only Grady stands behind me. Hank has already flown the coop with the girls close behind him. With a grin and a shrug, Grady laughs. Hot damn. I don't think I've seen Hank move that fast in years. Well, Bruce takes some getting used to. We exit the barn together, and I wait while Grady secures the locks. Hank leans against his truck, looking like he's just survived the headless horseman. The girls are both busy trying to explain there's nothing to be afraid of.
That was just his way of saying hello,
Sawyer insists. I suppress a laugh. Yeah, little ladies, if you ask me, that was one big-ass hello, Hank says, looking up as we approach. Dang, man. Can't believe you've got a full-grown tiger. This is news? Grady chuckles. I told you. And you saw him that night we fixed the barn. Hank laughs. Yeah, well, it was dark that night after the storm. I barely got a glimpse of him lying down in his trailer. He pats each girl on the head. You two go get your stuff so we can head on out to the rodeo. Least the Selleck bulls are still the scariest critters there. The girls run to the house. Only 'cause Joyce got all her cheating husband's bulls in the divorce, Grady says with a smirk. I left my wallet in the house. Hang on, I'll be right back. As he walks away, Hank looks at me. That's some cat, Miss Willow. Hope you'll excuse me for turning into a cowardly lion. He laughs, shaking his head. Don't know how you did it, neither. But thanks. Frowning, I ask, thanks? For what? Oh, you know. Grady's been dead set against having any fur friends around here since before Brittany died. You sure turned his butt around big time. Well, it's not like Bruce will be staying here permanently, I say. It's just temporary. A freak accident. I feel that. But it's more than just the giant cat. He's almost back to his old self with the way he is around you. I knew it'd take time, a hell of a lot of time. But, well, all I'm saying is it's good to see him living it up again. He's focusing on his own life, not just the bar and the twins. Before the other night when your boy went on a tear, he barely spoke to me. Oh, I trail off, lifting my brows, wondering where this is going. Yeah, I think he always thought I blamed him for my sister's death. I never did, not for one hot minute. He did everything he could for her and more. Fixing that barn door with him was just like the good old times, and it's all thanks to you, Willow. I'm hoping to see a whole lot more of him. Of what? Grady asks, approaching us. Tigers, man? What else? Hank says with a wink for me. But hell, I prefer it when they're at a zoo behind glass. A nice, thick, big old slab of window. Grady slaps Hank's shoulder. Yeah, you're right. He's pretty intimidating, even for a rough-riding cowboy. Grady then takes several bills out of his wallet and pushes them toward Hank. For the rodeo, he explains. Huh? Keep your cash, Grady. I've got it covered, Hank says. I already bought the tickets. You don't get it. Grady stuffs the bills in Hank's breast pocket. They'll eat this much worth of fried cheese curds, corn dogs, and cotton candy. Probably the first hour you're there. The girls come flying out of the house then, both dressed in jeans, boots, plaid shirts, big belt buckles, and cowboy hats that match their shirts and boots. One pink and one purple. Hank climbs into his truck and throws the passenger door open. Thing 1 and thing 2. Let's go. A short time later, as they're driving away, I ask Grady, are you sure you don't want to go to the rodeo too? Looks like a nice time to have fun with the family. I'm sure, he says. You remember what Fox said the other day? Oh, right. It's my fault he's stuck here with me. Cue the nervous laughter. Falk made it clear that with everything going on, I should stay out of sight as much as possible and always have someone around to protect me. Apparently, other messy situations that happened in Dallas Always wound up with the damsel in distress coming too close for comfort to an ambush. And though I'm no damsel, perish the thought, there's no denying the distressed part. I'm glad Hank was able to take the girls, at least. They were really looking forward to it, and they shouldn't be cooped up here with us just because, you know. They love it, he rumbles. You would too, I'm sure. Winking at me, he says, "We'll go another time." I smile and nod, knowing there won't be another time. As much as I think I like it here, it's not where I belong. I'm a zoologist. It's what I've always wanted to be. And there isn't a zoo here or any exotics besides Bruce for miles. No place for my career. I wish that wasn't true. But I can't just up and abandon everything I've ever wanted. And even if I wanted to, Grady wouldn't let me give up on my dream. There's a buzzing noise. He pulls his phone out of his pocket, looks at the screen, and the canyon of a frown on his face sends a shiver up my spine. What's wrong? I whisper. The camera's at the airstrip. They're picking up motion. Another animal? I ask. That's happened several times. Other than the night when Priscilla sold that poor lion cub, there hasn't been any activity besides the occasional deer or a bloated raccoon skittering past. No, I don't think so. Let's get a better look on the screens downstairs. It can't be another exchange, I whisper, following him into the house. They always happen in the middle of the night. Head down, he's still staring at his phone. Looks like someone walking around. I'm not sure. It's too small to tell on this screen. A hiker? I ask. We hope. He growls, this protective snarl in his voice. We head for the basement, and I try hard to keep my eyes off the futon. The girls never come down into his man cave, nor have they noticed the extra bedding I'm washing on a regular basis. It feels odd, this secret love affair. Not that I want them to know. I don't. But a small part of me wishes we could kiss in the open. Foolish, selfish, and 1,000 other bad things. I know. Do you recognize them? He asks, pointing at the screen as he thinks to cast the footage. I take a good look, shaking my head to clear my thoughts. No, I don't think... Wait. I lean closer to the screen. Oh, crap. That's Wayne Bordell, the scummy conservation officer. Looks like he's back. That's what I thought, Grady agrees. And it looks like he's found one of the cameras, snooping around the edges of the airstrip. Great, I whisper, trying to fight the icy chill sweeping my blood. I plop down on the other chair and hold my breath as Bordell examines the camera up close, a sneer on his face. Then the feed from his camera goes black. Do you think he'll find the rest? Guess we'll just have to watch and see. He picks up his phone and stabs at the screen. Are you texting Falk? Damn straight. We need to know if the camera feeds are traceable. His eyes meet mine, bearish and dark. Oh, Jesus, I hadn't even thought about that. My heart thuds with weighted fear. There's so much about this insanity that keeps surprising me. So many ways to suffer, fall into ruin, or worse. His phone pings almost instantly. Fox says no. The feeds are blocked, untraceable, no matter what kind of equipment that fuck has. He just found another camera, I say, feeling thwarted, watching another screen go black. Let him. He can't hurt you here. I promise, darling. Grady rests a hand on my knee as if he knows just how to make me feel better. Together we watch as Bordell frantically searches the area and finds all but one camera. He comes close to uncovering the last unit several times, but never touches it where it sits, half covered behind a few long stalks of grass. After about 10 minutes of no movement, Grady leans back in his chair, heaving a sigh. Looks like he left empty-handed. We've still got one set of eyes, even if this one isn't the best quality, he says. Did you see a vehicle? Nope, but he must have had one. It's not on the road, though. Our last camera still shows part of the service road and nothing ever came by. I nod. And most of the runway. We'll see if something else goes down tonight.
We will, and we'll capture every second if it does. That's more hard evidence Falk can give to the FBI in our defense.
You mean mine, I say weakly, turning to meet his eyes. My mouth goes dry at the way he's looking at me. His gaze drips this odd mix of empathy and desire and promises. I tell myself not to think about what's been on my mind ever since we entered the basement. My body might as well be a hungry dog subjected to Pavlov's conditioning. Being down here puts one thing on my mind, no matter how much bad news hits us in the face. Actually, it's been on my mind well before then. Hard, sweaty, all too addicting sex with Grady McKnight.
You're okay, woman. Looks like you need a reminder,
he growls, holding out a hand. God help me. I move from my chair to his lap, straddling him, loving the rush of instant heat blazing up my legs to the apex between my thighs. Our communication goes rough and primal then. His thick hands slide under my shirt, pushing it up, as his lips capture mine in a long, heated kiss. Our tongues dance with need, fencing each other in a contest to see who gives out first, who needs it right the hell now. When our lips part, I'm definitely the loser, too drunk on him to even consider not continuing what we're craving. He's already unclasped my bra, so I grab it along with the hem of my shirt and yank them both over my head. He catches them in his huge hand and hurls them against the wall. Perfect. His mouth finds my nipple, raking his beard against my skin. Oh, God, I'm already a whimpering mess. And this other one? Heaven, he growls, twisting my other bud between his thumb and forefinger. My panties were already soaking wet for him, but now I can't even feel how drenched they are behind the dull ache. The need to be under his piston hips as he fills me to my limit. He's so damn good at foreplay. Half the time I wind up coming at least once before we get to the main event. It's just amazing and different from anything I've ever had, and I love every second. Today is no exception. He sucks, licks, and lashes my breasts with his animal mouth until I'm squirming against his thick thighs. And then he plunges one hand between my legs, flicks my lace aside, and feels what's already his. You want more, he teases, knowing full well I do, stuffing 2 fingers in my hot cunt. Say the magic word. Slade. I force myself to stop biting my lips so I can actually obey this beast. Yes, I whimper. Grady, please, you know I do. You want me to take you right the fuck here? On this chair? I nod, too far gone for words, a low, sultry moan escaping my mouth. You're lucky I agree, he says with a heavy chuckle. Holy hell, my body is a shrieking mess, my hips rolling, pleading for more. I stand up just long enough to jerk down my shorts and panties. He does the same, fishing a condom package out of his pocket. I grin at how well armed for action he is lately. But I guess that comes with the territory when we can't stop flinging ourselves at each other like wild rabbits. Rather than slide the rubber over his length, he sets the package on the desk and pulls me forward, straddling his lap again as he sits back down. Want me to help put that on? I ask, burning with need. His cock is so perfect. The sight of it alone nearly has me feeling his thrusts. Not yet. I'm not done warming you up. He growls in my ear, threading his fingers through my hair, all hot breath, as he stamps his lips down my neck. I am dead. I suck in a breath as his fingers enter me again, this time stroking with feral intent. You good with this, Will-O-Wisp? You know how bad I get it every time you come for me, he rasps, his needy voice booming against my ear. Oh, God, yes, I know. I grasp the base of his cock and give it a long, slow, winding stroke. Just as long as I can play with you, too, I whisper, trying to keep control against the intense stroke of his fingers. Remind me what that mouth does, he demands,
pressing his forehead to mine, filling my eyes with his fire. Suck me, woman. I almost lose it right there, my walls tensing around his fingers. Oh, I'm always down to demonstrate my skills. I'm so in love with how rock hard he gets while still feeling velvety soft, and use both hands in devotion, playing with his balls at the same time. His hands are just as busy. One huge palm gives my tits full attention, along with his mouth, while his other hand owns my pussy, raking pleasure out of me in quickening strokes, and teasing my clit with his thumb until I'm a tight, shaking mess, trying to keep control. Bring it, he whispers against my skin. Come on my hand. Let it fucking go. Just like that, I'm so flipping gone. My body arches, and I throw my arms around his shoulders, rocking into his strokes. White-hot bliss slams my brain as I go into convulsions. His grasp keeps me grounded while his hand squeezes everything he can get from me, his lips stealing every soft, shaking sigh. When I can remember my own name, I open my eyes as his fingers drift away, loving the insane, raw twinkle in his eyes. On your knees, he whispers, helping me down. My desire has no brakes, none. I feel like I'm out of my own body, watching this amazing scene as I fall down in devotion, wrapping my fingers around his shaft, pumping slowly up and down. Then my mouth goes down, slowly at first, tonguing his earthy length, and loving how his whole body pulses. There we fucking go. Good girl, he growls, sending a shiver up my spine. He's never ordered me around quite like this, and it's so hot, it's a struggle to focus. Normally, he holds back until he's inside me, covered with a condom. Not today. I want to see Grady completely let go, so I take him with my lips, my tongue, my fingers, caressing those balls that never seem empty. I take him with licks, with hungry pressure, with a slow corkscrew twist downward, and an urgent flick of my tongue up, stopping under his crown. I take him like I'm honestly addicted to his taste, his masculinity, and pine-like scents and dark things of the forest. And let's face it, I am. I'm so helplessly addicted to this man, and I worship every single inch of him like he deserves. I'm rewarded with a low, savage, grinding noise in his throat as he throws his head back. Shit, Willow. I only answer by coaxing him harder, fisting his cock faster, a wanton moan of delight vibrating against his dick. Come on, Grady. We're in this together. Let me have it. I can't fucking hold it, he growls again. Yeah, me neither. I don't care how ridiculous it sounds. I feel another O closing in. I'm shaking from holding it back. Willow. Damn. His body goes rigid, turning to granite, and his cock jolts like moving steel in my hand. Holy hell. I reach one hand between my legs. My climax hits at the same time he starts pouring in my mouth. His magnificent head swells again and again, a dam breaking, ropes of Grady's release spilling against my greedy tongue, more than I can possibly swallow in one go. We come together so hard it hurts. Him in one long spasm and more guttural cursing breaths than I can count. Me in this otherworldly current spiking through me. This struggle to contain him, to serve him, to love him. Damn it, I said it. Love. And then floating down into each other. We're both gasping, fighting for every breath as we keep the momentum going until our bodies just can't anymore. I lean forward, still wiping my mouth. Grady caresses my face, brings me in for a kiss, and shows me just how much he enjoyed himself. You know, we can still put that condom to good use, I whisper. Yes, I'm insatiable and proud of it. Mainly because my appetite is all thanks to him. You better believe it, minx. He slides his finger in and out of me again as soon as I'm back on his lap. My cock's always in the mood for round 2, 3, 4, and 7. Oof. The best part is he's barely exaggerating. I love the way he talks about it like we can never get enough. You're in luck, mister. As long as it's with you, I think I could go 100 times in a week and still be ready for one more round. I whisper. Then his lips are on mine again, smiling and taking charge, claiming what will always be his, no matter what happens next.
16. The cat's meow. Grady. She lights me on fire every damn day. Willow is a living, breathing wisp of inferno that crawls up under my skin, smelts my blood, and leaves me aching for her burn. Aching for more no matter how many times we wind up kissing, fucking, and rubbing our souls raw. I grab the condom package, fully ready for round 2, when we both freeze at an unexpected chiming sound.
Was that the doorbell?
She asks. Shit. Unfortunately for my dick, she's right.
Did you lock the doors?
She jumps off my lap. Double shit. No, I grunt, right behind her as we scramble to get our clothes back on.
Knock, knock!
A high, squeaky voice calls out. More reason for me to seize up again. Willow grabs my arm.
Who is it?
She whispers. That's Linda goddamn Wood. I snarl between teeth clenched tight. I was stupid enough to let my guard down when I shouldn't. Linda hasn't backed off chasing my ass with Cupid's archery set for the better part of a year, ever since she decided I'd make a nice catch. I don't want to be caught by her in any way.
Grady? Grady McKnight, I know you're here.
Linda calls again, her voice a permanent shriek on chalkboard. I finish zipping up my jeans with such force I could have done damage if I'd still been hard. Then I grab my shirt and jab it on over my head. The humor shining in Willow's eyes has me shaking my head. I wish it were funny.
I'll wait here,
she says, sitting down in the chair we've just had so much fun on. I grab at her arm. Oh, no you won't. You're gonna help me.
But I'm not supposed to be seen,
she hisses.
Remember?
Yeah, Linda Wood isn't an exotic beast trader and you're just my nanny. Remember? I throw back, hiding a smile behind my beard. That's the part I've hated about all of this. Keeping her as hidden as Bruce. I get that we have to be careful, but I want to show her off and hope it's like flashing a cross at a vampire. Hell, I want this whole thing done and over so we can get back to that second round before my balls turn into overgrown blueberries and fall right off. I don't just mean the sex, either. Every moment with Willow feels precious, fragile as blown glass, and impossible to put into words. Even harder to make sense of when I know it shouldn't be that way. Oh, but fuck, it is. It's exactly that way. I'm hoping against hope and good sense there's some way I can talk Willow back to Dallas when all this crap with the dirty animal sanctuary ends. The girls have asked me more times than I can count if she could stay, even after Aunt Faye comes home. There's a picture on the front of our fridge by my little artist, Avery. She's captured all 4 of us in surprisingly good detail for a 10-year-old, including a flash of Bruce sticking his face out of the barn's open door. Best summer ever for the fam is written across the top. Proof positive Willow's not just a nanny and not just a heaping mess for me to clean up. She's the woman in my life Linda Wood will never be. Quit stalling, sweetheart, I tell Willow, tugging at her arm. I'm not going up there to face her unarmed.
Why?
She grins. She's a barn cat looking to get her hooks in. I bite off.
Oh, right, you are afraid of big cats and lice.
Her smart-ass smile makes me want to bite that lip. Her teasing makes me grin, but I hold it back and give her a glare. Not the nice kind of cat, I tell her.
Okay, fine. I guess if you really need me, who am I to leave you hanging?
We climb the stairs and find Linda next to the kitchen, snooping. She's peeking in the door of Willow's room. Her blonde hair is tucked under a red cowboy hat with matching boots, very high white shorts, and a red fringed button-up shirt. "Linda," I snap, giving her my coldest January tone. She spins around with an utterly carnivorous smile.
"Oh, there you are," she beams. "I saw the girls with Hank a little while ago, and I couldn't believe you weren't with them at the rodeo."
I clamp my back teeth together to keep from asking her to button her damn shirt the rest of the way up. I'm about as interested in ogling her goods as a corpse needs to breathe. "So you thought you'd drive out here and stomp around my home, huh? Uninvited?" I'm usually not this hostile, but I've had my fill of her shitty flirt ambushes this past year.
"I mean, I rang the doorbell,"
she says, batting her lashes with a woe-begone frown. We were in the basement. I reach behind me and pull Willow into the room next to me. A lot of hard work being bent over, rearranging furniture. I let the innuendo carpet bomb her.
"Willow."
Linda's lips pucker as she looks Willow up and down.
"Yes, that's the name Avery and Sawyer mentioned. I was having a hard time remembering exactly what type of tree it was. I was thinking pine or spruce, or maybe dogwood."
The rattle on this snake. I clench my jaw harder.
Yeah, I get that a lot,"
Willow says with an easy laugh.
"And you must be Haley's mom, right? The girls mentioned her."
I bite back a grin at how she doesn't include the word you. Linda pats at her chest lightly with one hand.
"Oh, I'm sure they have. They're my little darlings. They've been in Haley's class for years."
After a fake giggle, Linda levels a nasty glare on Willow.
"So you're the new nanny?"
"She is. Not that it's any of your business," I answer. "What is it you wanted?" Her smile sinks and worry fills her eyes.
"Oh, nothing much. I've just been worried about you, Grady."
She saunters toward me, heels clicking on the tile.
"You and the girls, cooped up all alone with poor Faye gone. She's such a dear going to care for her friend, but it isn't fair that a wonderful man like you should lose your right hand and be stuck here all alone."
Perish the fucking thought. "We aren't alone," I growl back. "Faye's absence is the reason I hired." She lays her hand on my arm, cutting me off mid-sentence.
"You shouldn't have. Your aunt was adamant about me helping you while she was gone. I know that you know that."
I jerk myself away from her, turning to guide Willow away from the doorway. "And I know you're well aware I told you I didn't need your help."
"Well, you know how Faye feels about strangers around the kids. Why, how the whole town feels about strangers lately. They've brought us nothing but trouble. First that poor girl our movie star married, Grace, and then those men after Falk."
Save your breath. I was right in the thick of both situations. Her eyes swell.
"You certainly were. Did you see the papers after that big bust with Faulkner, Tori, and the goats? They're starting to call your crew the Knights of Dallas, our own hunky protectors. We got so lucky with you hometown heroes."
Yeah, fuck, how could I forget? The fact that I'm the last real single guy left who moonlights as an ass-kicker was like waving red meat in front of a tiger. But I'd rather be toe-to-toe with Bruce any day than a tigress like Linda would. I take a deep breath for control. Willow isn't a stranger. She's doing a great job around here, and she'll continue. Now, if you'll excuse us, we've got some supper to fix. I'm looking to finish our hard, sweaty work in the basement before the girls get home. Willow inhales sharply, no doubt swallowing a laugh. The dagger look Linda throws at Willow has me wanting to toss the intruder out on her ass. I haven't removed my hand from Willow's back. In fact, I step even closer to her side.
"Really, Grady?"
Linda pauses for 10 brutal seconds, her nose turned up, and then speed walks to the kitchen door.
"I'm disappointed in you. I would have thought a man of your caliber wouldn't expose his daughters to this girl."
Now it's my turn to crank the evil eye on full force. "What is it you think I'm exposing them to?" I ask. "Protecting them from someone like you?"
From me? Well, I never...
Huffing, she marches out of the kitchen, clucking her tongue. Bye, Linda, I grind out. She storms through my living room, and I follow with Willow's hand in mine, making sure she gets out. I'll let the way she slams my door go. It's relief enough knowing she's finally taken the hint. I'm not fucking interested. I'd said it before, but never so forcefully, much less shown her there's another woman I actually like in the picture. This time, I doubt she'll be back. Thank God. The tires on her truck kick up gravel as she spins the vehicle around, making her exit.
Grady, are you sure that was wise?
Willow asks. She's at my side now, staring out the front window. Was what wise?
Making her believe there's more going on between us than there is.
Laughing, I turn and grasp her hips, pulling her close. You tell me. How much more is actually going on? She slaps at my chest, a sunshine smile turning up her lips.
You know what I mean. I'm not talking about our fun.
I do. Just like I know you're reason number one she came barreling at us, ready to run you off like the screeching barn cat she is.
Hey, it's you she wants, not me.
I'm not up for grabs, and you aren't here to be attacked, I tell her, running my hand along the back of her neck. Let her obsess over another dude now. Willow glances out the window.
I'm surprised you never gave her a chance. She's a pretty woman.
I snort. Is she? I couldn't see past her 10 layers of makeup.
But you saw how her shirt was unbuttoned, right? Just enough to show some cleave.
Cleavage? Hell, it was down far enough to see her belly button. I joke, running my hands up her sides and using my thumb to caress her tits. I'm not having her doubt whose melons I'm interested in for a nanosecond. Besides, the only reason I noticed is because you were stuck on my mind, and I was pretty damn steamed over what she interrupted, I say. She leans forward and lays her head against my chest.
You're sweet, but sometimes I wonder if maybe we shouldn't...
Her phone rings, stopping her from saying more. Good, because my gut said I wasn't gonna like what was hovering on her lips one bit. She pulls the phone out of her back pocket, looks at the screen, and hands it off.
It's Falk.
What's up? I answer her phone.
Hey, Grady, I called your phone first, but you didn't pick up.
Left it downstairs, I reply, my dick warming when I remember why.
What happened with the cameras?
Falk asks. We saw the whole thing. Bordell, the conservation creep. He found all but one and put them out of commission. Only camera left is the unit that's obscured by the grass, but it's better than nothing. Fuck. Falk curses beneath his breath.
I think they're onto us. One of my guys just pinged me. Willow's accounts are being closed down left and right, and there's some mighty odd movements happening at the sanctuary right now. Unmarked cube trucks. The feds won't wait much longer before barging into this. If they do, it could be too late.
Damn it. My head starts pounding like a construction site. Falk has a guy watching the sanctuary in Minot, and if he thinks it'll be too late, it damn well could be, and the Fosses will never be caught. Leaving Willow hanging out to dry under the gun for their bullshit, at least the financial crimes. Bruce is still here, I say. The place in Wyoming can't take him yet.
We have to get that cat out of there, Grady. The FBI will probably come roaming around in a few days, maybe less, but there's reason to believe the Fosses have heard about the tiger sighting near your house. Otherwise, they wouldn't be pulling the plug on their offshore accounts.
Fuck. I feel like the ground caves out from under me. Drake's online cover-up wasn't fast enough. I knew it'd be difficult to scrub the tiger speculation totally off social media, and now it's evidently caught up with us. My brain trips over the conundrum of how the hell we're gonna get out of this. It's hardly as simple as he makes it sound. Get Bruce out of here, call in the FBI to bust the Fosses, and then what? Expect Willow to just hunker down here as a live-in nanny and my plaything? Christ, what if Linda was right? What have I been exposing my daughters to, giving them false hope? How did things get this convoluted, this out of hand? Tomorrow morning at your place, Falk is saying, something I didn't catch. I'll pull everybody together then. Yeah, got it. I hadn't heard what he'd said before, yet I agree. All right, 8? Yeah, see you then. I click off.
What's happening?
Willow asks as I pass her the phone. Besides the tragic death of my hard-on, I think it's a disaster. I have the girls to think about, their future, their safety and security. Like it or lump it, I have to stop thinking with my dick and start using my brain. I'll fill you in on the way to the bar.
The bar? Why?
Because I need a beer. You could use one too. Everyone in town's at the rodeo, so it'll be nice and quiet with just the two of us. We'll eat there.
Grady,
I'll explain everything. I head for the stairs. Be right back. I need my phone. Half an hour later, after we've both changed our clothes, we leave for the bar.
What's going on, Grady? What did Falk say?
She asks as soon as we're on the road. Our time's up. We have to get Bruce out of here ASAP. I answer, holding no punches. The Fosses are closing down those accounts in your name and your dad's. Plus, there's some real unusual crap happening at Exotic Plains.
Define unusual.
He didn't go into a deep dive on details, but we'll meet tomorrow morning to hash it all out. The bottom line is, we have to fucking move.
Then why are we going to the bar?
Good question. My mind is a chaotic stampede, 50 unruly thoughts hoofing it in different directions, trying to figure out how I can save everybody's skin. Willow, the girls, the bobcat. Not to mention making sure the Fosses have their day in court, exposing their sins to the light of day. It doesn't feel like we can win at all. I have to make us. There's no other choice.
Grady?
She looks at me nervously. We're having dinner, like I said. Also, I need to talk to Weston, I answer, just as I'm able to rustle up a few of my loose ideas.
Weston? Why? Is it the truck?
We're calling in his help to take Bruce to Wyoming, I say, nodding because it just makes sense.
I have to take Bruce to Wyoming,
she says, straightening in the seat.
I have to make sure it's a good fit for him, once they call and say they're ready for him.
Whether they've called or not is a moot point. We have to get him the hell out of my barn. I huff out a breath. The clock's running out, Willow. I'm sorry. Falk said the feds will be opening an active case in Dallas soon. Could even be within a day or two. I have to think about my girls. I can't have them in the middle of a fucking raid. She opens her mouth again, but closes it, this sad frown weighing her sweet lips down. I hate this. I'm not even sure what else Falk is planning. Still, I have to make sure there are safety measures in place for everyone. This whole thing has gotten way off the rails. It also proves how whacked in the head stupid I've been. After Brittany's death, I swore it would only be me and my girls. I'd never put them in danger. Not for money or fame or a stranded tiger attached to the most gorgeous, kind-hearted woman who blew into my life. I keep my promises, no matter how much the toll costs in heartache.
17. Cause and effect. Willow. Yes, I get what he's saying. Yes, I agree. And a big fat hell yes to how much I hate knowing I brought this down on him. But at the same time, I can't squelch the idea that he's regretting things. Regretting me. So maybe I am too, but only because there's an open cut in my heart, and I bleed every time I glance at Grady's face. Behind his chiseled, angry hero man mask, I sense the agony, the conflict, the fear, and the brute knowledge that I'm the person responsible. Ever since that last call from Falk, it's like he's retreated deeper into himself and fortified his heart. A defense mechanism, just like he was when I'd first arrived. He's protecting himself as well as Sawyer and Avery. I don't blame him one bit. My own grief isn't his problem. Neither is the crazy notion that I don't want to leave. God, I've been such a flaming idiot. Letting myself get so attached was stupid, leaving my heart ripe for the stabbing. Now it's time to pay the price. I don't need Weston to take us to Wyoming, you know, I say, knowing my truck must be long fixed. I can drive myself. I'll leave tomorrow morning with Bruce, bright and early. In the stolen trailer and truck, without backup? Before I can respond, he continues, "Not gonna happen, darlin'. If the feds don't know about the truck and trailer, your old bosses do. They'll all be out looking for it. And for you." Crud. I didn't think of that. Does Weston have a trailer that'll work? I ask, still hating the idea. No. He pulls into the bar parking lot, which is nearly empty, and parks near the back. He has a truck, and we'll wrangle up a new trailer somewhere. Not Drake and Bella's this time. I can't be making their names mud if something goes haywire. Whose? I ask as he opens his door. Plenty of folks with trailers around here. He climbs out and closes his door. I follow and meet him at the door to the bar, feeling like I'm wading through cement. Don't you think you've already involved enough people? It started out with just us, then Falk and Weston and Ridge and Dr. Walton, Drake and Hank, Bella and Tori and... Jesus, why don't you just post it on Facebook? I regret the words as soon as they're out. He jabs me with a wounded look. I grab his arm. Oh, Grady, I'm sorry. I feel so guilty asking for so much from everyone. I just can't stand to see anyone hurt or in trouble with the FB freaking I. Me either. I wish I'd been focused on that this whole time. He opens the door and nods for me to enter ahead of him. His words sting because I know the distraction he means is us. What we've been doing every night. Every kiss that tasted like perfection and shredded my heart. Now, our love, did I really just think the dreaded L word again? Is nothing but a ruthless liability. We sit at the bar in our encroaching misery. Weston is tending the place tonight, and a young dark-haired woman waits on the few tables where a couple customers are seated. Grady talks to him about bar business for a while and orders us platters of chicken tenders with fries and coleslaw before he brings up Weston's schedule. There's a noticeable shift in their voices then. They go quieter, discussing who can cover the bar so Weston can help with another job over the next 2 days. Sure, Uncle Grady, Weston agrees with a slow, accepting smile before he even asks what the job is. He's a young man in his mid-20s or so with a muted sadness in his face that makes me wonder what put it there. The family resemblance is mostly in the face, the strong jawline and the smile. Grady's nephew has short, sandy blonde hair and restless blue eyes that grow wide when his uncle tells him he's just been drafted to drive me to Wyoming with Bruce. Shit, the tiger? He whispers, tilting his head. The one and only. Grady echoes. Man, that's a big job. I'm game to help out, but I've got to ask, why me? Why not you, West? Grady fires back, slapping a hand on his nephew's shoulder. You've got a good head on your shoulders. You're one hell of a mechanic, and you've been through some shit like the rest of my crew. Unlike them, you're not tied down with a woman and kids. Not yet. Lucky me. Winding up tiger meat because I haven't tied the friggin' knot. Weston shrugs and gives back an aw shucks grin. When? You need to be at my place tomorrow morning for planning. Once I hear back from Falk, we'll have a more exact time to embark. In the meantime, I want you to make a list of everyone you know with an extra stock trailer who'd be open to renting it out. Ideally, somebody who isn't big into farming or the traveling rodeos, so they don't have any highway violations sticking around. Then we need another truck, a trailer, and somebody with a clean driving record who can keep their mouth shut if we pay 'em well and won't mind playing decoy. Decoy? Weston whispers. Grady just nods, his dark eyes twinkling with amusement. You'll see, my boy. I look at Grady and blink at the decoy thing myself, wondering what in Hades he's plotting. Whatever it is, I know what I have to do. Once I get Bruce settled in Wyoming, I need to head home, back to California. I've caused enough havoc for this lifetime here in North Dakota. I thought I'd known exactly what I'd wanted when I came here. But the truth is, what I wanted doesn't even exist. It was a fantasy. My father warned me, but I'd been too pig-headed to listen. Big cats need help surviving in this world, in the wild against poachers as much as they need a hand against other evildoers in captivity. I hadn't taken any of that into account in my fantasy world. I'd been too focused on myself, on the prestige I'd gain, rather than thinking about what the animals needed. Grady and Weston are still talking, but I'm not listening. Instead, I'm thinking about how much my life has changed forever over the past month. Is that what it's like to grow up? My father always said that had to happen before I'd figure out what I wanted out of life. Like every headstrong girl with a shiny new college degree. I hadn't listened. I thought I was grown up as soon as I graduated. Surprise! I was wrong. And maybe I still am, because I'm not sure responsible adults run around stealing tigers in distress and dumping them in the laps of handsome small-town single dads. The ride home from the bar is silent for good reason. We both know things have changed. I can't help wondering what would have happened if Grady and I met under different circumstances, without Bruce in the picture. Would there still be this magnetic pull? Would I have ever pierced his gunmetal heart? I'll never know. I'll never know a lot of things about the two of us, because there won't be a lasting us to worry about soon. As he parks the truck and turns it off at his house, Grady says, "I'm gonna call Joyce and ask if the girls can stay with her for a few days. It'll be easier on them when you and Bruce leave if they aren't around." I nod, despite my heart turning inside out. "Sorry. I need to protect them." He sucks in a slow breath. "From everything I can, you understand. So I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't make saying goodbye a big deal." A suffocating pain fills my chest like an angry fist gripping my heart. I can't help the dagger look I throw his way. "Sure. Whatever." I throw the door open and climb out. "I'm going to check on Bruce. Night." "Good night." I barely hear his response because I shut the door before hearing the last syllable. My eyes burn like lit coals. This bleary veil across my vision as I walk to the barn. Bruce is blissfully sleeping, and as I sit on the edge of the wall, looking at him, visions of the past few weeks crisscross my mind. How excited Sawyer and Avery were that they had a huge cat living in the barn. The awe on their faces when they saw Bruce for the very first time, and the many laughs they've given me. I'm going to miss them like hell, but even worse, I know they'll miss me. Remembering an art project from high school, I leave the barn and go to the kitchen. There I mix together salt, flour, and water into a thick dough and carry it back outside to the barn. After forming 2 large heart shapes from the dough, I carefully step into the pen. "Hey, Brucey," I say, watching closely as I walk toward him. "Big day coming up, so you're smart to rest up. I know I'm breaking every rule in the zoologist's handbook by doing this, but I need your help. Avery and Sawyer need a goodbye present before we leave, okay?" He opens his eyes and blinks at me curiously, and for a second, I hesitate. As comfortable as I am around him, I respect the fact that he's a colossal animal with untamable instincts. The tiger is Mother Nature's sledgehammer wrapped in a fashion mogul's dream. He's lying near the trailer, front paw stretched out in front of him, making this adorable snorty sound as I approach. His huge head lolls back, bored by my presence. Nice and easy. I'm just going to borrow a paw and press it into this clay. He lets out one of his low, purring growls, as if to say, "Make it snappy, don't keep me here all day." Stepping closer, I kneel down, nervous in my own right, but smiling so he won't pick up on my jitters. Slowly, I reach out and touch one of his paws. "Obviously, we'll use your good paw, all right? Not the one that's been healing." He lays his head back down with a groan. "So generous, big dude." I slide one of the heart-shaped clumps of dough under his paw and press down for a few seconds, leaving an impression. Then I repeat it with the second one, talking to him softly the entire time, murmuring little things about how much he'll love his new home at Let's Roar. I'm a blubbering mess by the end of it. Careful not to disturb the imprints, I stand, wipe my tears, and thank him before leaving the barn again. In the house, I use a toothpick to carve a huge B and the date on the back of the dough, and then put both prints in the oven to harden. Grady is nowhere in sight, and that's a good thing. So I take a shower, pack my bags, and simply kill time stress cleaning the kitchen and organizing odds and ends until the gifts are fully baked. I pull them out of the oven when the timer goes off and put them in my room only a minute before the front door opens and the girls burst in, full of loud giggles and rodeo stories. I can't help but smile hearing about Uncle Hank getting chucked off a mechanical bull in a contest, and then Granny Coffee beating every man, woman, and child for the prize. Grady comes upstairs from the basement and barely looks at me as he gestures for Hank to follow him outside. The girls continue chattering about the rodeo as I help them settle down for bed. It's not until she's tucked into her sheets that Sawyer yawns and asks,
"Hey, is Dad still outside talking to Uncle Hank?"
I pause, trying not to let my inner sad face slip out.
"I guess so.
But I'm sure he'll be up to say goodnight as soon as Hank leaves."
"Okay. Night, Willow."
My eyes sting, knowing this will be the last time I tuck them in. I lean down and kiss her forehead. "Night, Sawyer." I repeat the same heart-wrenching goodbye they aren't even aware of in Avery's room. After kissing her on the forehead, I leave and go back down to my room. I get busy writing out notes to go with the paw print plaques. When I finally crash, sleep doesn't come easily. I'm ping-ponged between sweet dreams that wake me up with a burning need and nightmares that leave me trapped with my heart pounding and tears in my eyes. I'm glad when morning arrives, even if it comes with a hangover-like headache. Ugh. I've overslept, too. It's past 7 o'clock. I take a quick shower and head out to see something I haven't witnessed before. The girls, balking at Grady, telling them they need to stay with Joyce for a few days. He refuses to tell them the real reason, because I'm leaving and taking Bruce with me. The tension between the three of them rises like hot steam in the room. Unable to take it, I step up behind the girls and lay a hand on each of their shoulders. "Hey, ladies, your dad isn't trying to be mean," I say softly. "He just needs some time to take care of a few things with me, and we'll be able to do that faster when he doesn't have to worry about you two."
"But you're here, Willow, so why do we have to leave?"
Avery asks with a pout. "Because he might need my help," I say.
"This is about Bruce, isn't it? You're taking him somewhere."
Sawyer glares at Grady, folding her small arms. They're too smart. They know when they're being lied to. My heart cracks, and I wish I hadn't said anything. Grady looks at me then, shaking his head. "Sawyer's right. This is about Bruce," he begins, his brown eyes glued to mine. "He's going to a big cat sanctuary, and it'll be easier if you aren't here in case anything happens while he's being loaded. We can't keep him here forever, and you two are old enough to know it."
You weren't even going to let us say goodbye, Daddy?"
Avery asks, tears brimming in her eyes.
"That's not fair, Dad," Sawyer snaps. "Not fair at all."
Grady's face might as well be made of stone. There's nothing soft about it when he looks at them. "There isn't time. We need to get moving in the next hour or two and sort this out. It's for his own good, and sometimes... Hell. Life just isn't fair, girls," he says, a pain in his voice he can't hide. Now it's my turn to tear up. I whirl around, wiping at my eyes with my sleeve. I was going to leave the plaques and notes for them to find in their rooms, but suddenly I'm changing my mind. "Hang on, guys. I have something for you. I'll be right back." Leaving the letters I'd written to both of them in my room, because those are my final farewell, I carry the 2 plaques back into the kitchen. "Here you go. I made these for both of you last night," I whisper, laying them out on the table. They're terribly simple, just bone-white, heart-shaped pieces of homemade clay with Bruce's print embedded in the center. But the way the girls ooh and ah, anyone would think I just handed them the crown jewels.
"Willow, thank you, thank you. This is the most precious thing ever."
Avery gushes, her tears turning to diamond trails rolling down her cheeks. Glad you like it, Munchkin. I left them white so you can paint them if you want. Just be very careful. You could even have your dad help shellac them and plant them outside, right by the tiger lilies we rescued. I might someday, Sawyer says with a wavering smile. I'm gonna keep it beside my bed for now, so I can think about him and you every night. I like that idea, I tell her. Then, looking at Grady, I say, if it's all right with your dad, I'll take you to the barn so you can have one more quick look. It'll only be 5 minutes. Grady keeps his gaze averted, but nods. That's fine, I guess, if you hurry. I lead them outside then, very deliberately keeping my eyes on the barn, fighting the urge to look back, because if I do, if I see his sad, hard hangdog face one more time, no, just no. I can't let it end like this, but it's already dying, and it's a slow acid drip on my soul. It doesn't take long for the girls to wave Bruce farewell behind the chain-link mesh. He even stands up, licks his chops, and shows off his princely coat of tangerine, cut with fierce black zigzags. The cat lets out a final loud rolling purr for them that they love. If I had my head on straight, this is a moment I'd kill to capture for research, a raging question in the interspecies emotional IQ of Bengal tigers. Instead, I'm so effing shredded it's hard to even stand. But their smiles make me feel so much better, even as a hot tear races down my cheek, and they're far more agreeable about going to Joyce's when we return to the house. They head upstairs to pack their bags. Alone again, Grady shakes his head and shrugs. Thanks. Those plaques are a hell of a nice touch. Really thoughtful, he says. It's not my place, but I can't help what comes pouring out. Look, I know you're just trying to protect them, Grady, but I wish you'd realize there are some things not even you can protect them from. Saying goodbye is one of those things. It's a part of life, and they just did it without hurting a hair on their heads. They'll have a new memory to cherish, even if they're sad right now. Maybe so. There are some things I don't want them exposed to, and that's how it's gonna stay, he says firmly. His dark brown eyes cut me so deep, but I'm too proud and too stubborn to let him see me cry over losing him. I know. I understand. I just think learning how to cope, how to deal with things, is better than avoiding them. I step around him. I'll go see if they need any help packing. Joyce arrives a short time later, and though I hadn't seen her since that first day they came home, she's as friendly as ever, bubbly as if we're long-lost friends. I assure her the head lice panic ended without issue, and I hold on to each girl a little longer than I normally would when I hug them bye. Joyce's car is barely out of sight when Falk arrives, closely followed by Drake, Hank, Weston, and Ridge. His butler, or valet as he calls him, Tobin, is also along for the ride. To my surprise, Tori, Bella, and Grace are there with their husbands, as well as Roberta, Hank's girlfriend. "What's this?" Grady booms behind me, coming outside. "You called the cavalry, man, so we came in force," Ridge says with his billion-dollar movie star smile. "More hands on deck than you could need, and let's hope it's more than enough." They congregate in the kitchen like it's a makeshift war room. Tobin starts brewing coffee. The women try to make pleasant conversation, but I mostly just nod and mutter a few words. I'm sick with nerves. Everyone here is now a part of my mess. I have to see this through.
18. Wrapped in a woman's hide. Grady. I can tell Willow's overwhelmed by all the people in the room, and though I want to tell her none of them would have it any other way, that's how we roll in Dallas when someone's in need, I hold my tongue. This whole fucked-up escapade made me take a hard look at my life, at everything I've lost, and might like to recapture again. Someday. That thought lingers in my gut as I glance at the women in the room, all wives and mothers now happily married to my best friends. Men I appreciate and feel damn proud to have standing by my side in any conflict, especially this one. After arriving home from the bar last night, I talked to Falk. We mapped out the plan we'll be sharing with everyone this morning. "We're all here and caffeinated, Grady," Falk says, nudging my side as he takes a loud slurp of coffee. "Go ahead." The room grows quiet. I look at Willow for the briefest moment, wondering when I'll ever be ready to let love into my life again. Real love. Lasting love. Sweet and tender and intense as hell passion. Watching her give the girls those plaques this morning and seeing their reactions made me wish the answer was now. And a deep, aching part of me wishes it was with her. Taking a deep breath, I give her a nod and start slowly. "Well, as you all know, there's a big-ass tiger in my barn who'd be dead if it wasn't for Willow Macklin. The exotic plains rescue in Minot is bad news, and it's been confirmed." I pause, glancing at Drake. "The people who own the place have sent employees, goons, whatever you want to call them, to Dallas to investigate the tiger sighting that went viral on Facebook. They're trying to beat the feds here, who could come swarming in any time, which means getting Bruce out of here is gonna be tight. But we need to move like lightning, because once the FBI follows up on exotic plains for their black market dealings, having an illegal tiger in my barn means very bad shit for me, my girls, and the town." Willow frowns at me. I wish I'd given her the crib notes before my big briefing. I could have last night, but I knew where that would lead. Either her slapping me across the face, or another romp in the basement. Or hell, maybe both. So tomorrow morning we're gonna have a convoy of half a dozen trucks and trailers leaving the area. Only one will have the tiger in the trailer, the rest will be decoys. Tobin and a couple other folks have generously decided to help with the diversion. I pause, looking at Ridge's ice-cold butler, who nods. Tobin gives me a rare smirk, pushing his glasses up his aquiline nose. Normally I'd laugh. This guy is a human robot, and I think he's actually having fun for once. "Whoever's looking to follow," I continue, "or possibly trying to intercept the tiger, is going to have a hard time finding the right one. After all those trailers leave, the one that belongs to Exotic Plains will be delivered at the airstrip they use to transfer and sell exotics." "Yep, the FBI has the GPS coordinates for that runway," Falk says, holding up his phone. "And I just got confirmation they'll be arriving both there and in Minot sometime tomorrow." I nod. "That just about covers it," I say, clapping my hands together for dismissal. For the next few hours, we break up into small groups, mapping out routes that our decoys will take north, south, east, and west. A couple will take off a few hours ahead at dawn and go through Montana and South Dakota, all the way to the Wyoming state line. The others will only drive an hour or so from town before turning around and doing it again. Calls get made to more folks we can trust with trucks and trailers, using the recent rodeo and a stolen bull as a cover story. Joyce donates 6 more decoys herself, with her ranch hands driving them. I'm thankful as hell I recruited Falk last year to help scope out her cheating husband and bust his lying ass. What goes around comes around. Only the folks gathered here right now know the entire truth. The others are just that willing to help with few questions. That's the kind of place Dallas is. Small-town heart and soul, and one more reason why I'm proud to call it home. Shortly before noon, an old red car comes racing up the driveway, kicking up plumes of dust. The late 70s, 2-door Chevy Nova, complete with spoiler and mag wheels, looks like it's in mint shape, only driven by a little old lady. And I know which little old lady as I glance at Tori Faulkner. "Did you tell Granny Coffee you were here?" I called her about an hour ago," Tori says sheepishly. "Sorry, Grady, I didn't tell her what we're doing, just that there's a crowd of us out here needing lunch. You know Granny. If there's an army to be fed, she wants to be the cook." Falk walks over and drapes an arm around his wife. You let her pick the menu, right? Tori laughs.
No eggplant today, so don't worry. I finally convinced her to take a break.
I smile, since I've heard about the infamous time when Granny's hate affair with the purple vegetable blossomed into a deep affection in an enemies-to-lovers story for the ages. Falk told me she's damn near been eating eggplant dishes 3 times a week ever since. Granny Coffee, once again dressed in her usual bright colors, hops out of the classic car as I walk out the front door.
"Hello, handsome," she shouts. "I brought you all some victuals."
Her laughter rings in the air.
"Send some muscles out here to help bring it in."
The guys help me take care of that, and soon the women and Willow have the kitchen set up with a buffet of food that could feed half the town. How'd you manage all this in an hour, Granny? I ask, while waiting for others to fill plates.
"Easy. I cleaned out the deli at the supermarket."
She slaps my arm.
"The tough part was hauling it all home on my bike."
I laugh, knowing she's joking, I think, and snag Willow's arm. Have you had a chance to meet Granny Coffee? I ask her. Before Willow can answer, Granny says,
"Of course we were introduced, and I told her I'm over the moon happy that you've got a good woman in your life. You were right about Miss Linda. She can't hold a candle to this lady, judging by everything Tori's said. About time you got those little girls a new mama."
Fuck me. I should have known the can of drama-loving worms Granny would open. It's her specialty. Willow laughs and starts deflecting.
"Oh, Granny, don't you know Grady's secretly been in love with you for years?"
Granny hoots with laughter and gives Willow a hug.
"You just stole my heart completely, you little firecracker."
Releasing Willow from a bear hug, Granny looks at me.
"Go eat, both of you, before the food's all gone."
Good idea. I'm starving. I lay my hand on Willow's back and steer her to the table. Sorry about that, I whisper once we're out of hearing range. Her eyes shimmer like blue seas with humor.
"It's fine. She's adorable, and I was prepared. The girls warned me with their Granny Coffee stories."
Yeah, no doubt. I grumble. I also have zero doubt that Granny's statement won't leave my mind anytime soon. Especially her point about finding a mother for Sawyer and Avery. Something they've never known. Not with Brittany's rapidly deteriorating condition when they were little. I hadn't realized how much they needed a grown woman in their life until this morning. Sure, they've always had Aunt Faye, but she's more like a grandmother. Willow handled their anger at me for sending them away with Joyce better than I had. Hell, she'd gotten me to change my mind about them giving Bruce one last send-off, too. And there's no denying it helped diffuse a bad situation. Her point about letting them live, good and bad, struck a vein. Ever since this morning, despite all this ruckus and planning, I've just been bleeding. I'm sorry as shit I've been so dense for so long, and even sorrier to lose this beautiful, whip-smart, bright-eyed woman. I never expected Hurricane Willow, not falling for a desperate chick within weeks of meeting her. And now here I am, re-examining my life, doubting my hard-ass rules and everything I thought I had a grip on for years. If that's not the universe dropping me down on my head, I don't know what the hell is. Trying to shut down my thoughts, I fill my plate high with salads and a piece of a sub sandwich thicker than my arm, then try to focus on eating. That's nearly impossible with Willow next to me. She's talking with the others in the room, men and women, and fits in too well. My heart drops like a swung hammer, looking for something to smash and missing. I stare at my plate, ignoring the urge to look at her, knowing every lingering glance just cuts me in two. Just like those tiger prints she made for the girls, she's stamped her impression on my soul. It's gonna hurt like a knife to the eye when she's gone, leaving behind memories that hollow me out. With the meal over, I head outside, hoping fresh air will clear the storm in my head. Hank is already there, smoking a cigarette around the corner, hiding it from his girlfriend. You know she can smell that crap on you, don't you? He grins. Yup, Roberta knows I smoke. We both just pretend she doesn't. I raise a brow. And you're telling me that works? Sure. He plants a heel on the side of the house and leans back, taking a long drag before saying, "So what's going to happen to Miss Willow after all this?" I heave out a sigh, remembering all the things she'd told me while lying next to me, lost in her own dreams, in my arms after I pummeled her senseless. Guess she'll go looking for another zoologist job somewhere. Or maybe go to Africa to meet up with her old man. He's this big expert on rhinos and travels the world. Wow, shit. That's too bad, man. Hank sniffs. Too bad. Oh, yeah. I was hoping she'd come back to Dallas and hang around a while longer. Your girls love her like the dickens, and if you ask me... I wait as he takes another puff. And I urge when he doesn't finish. He drops his cigarette butt on the ground and stomps it out with the toe of his boot. Well, it's not my place to say, but I've got to tell you, I like the changes I've seen in you, bud, ever since she showed up. You're almost the old Grady again. I'm human lead. I look away, my jaw clenched. Hank knows me too well. He was there for me and the girls forever. Still, it's only been since the night we fixed the barn door together that I've realized how much I missed doing things with him. Hank, I start, but he cuts me off. Grady, just listen. Brittany was my sis, and I loved her. But I won't pretend to know what you all went through with her illness and death, other than knowing it was more than I'd have ever been capable of handling. Hank lets out a long sigh. Thing is, Grady, I love you too. You'll always be family. I've looked at you as my brother just as much as she was my sister, and it ain't right not to see my brother happy again. You and things 1 and 2 together, I mean. I finally saw that happen the last few weeks, and hoped it'd continue. The rough smile that cuts across my face surprises me. Hell, I think of him as a brother too, and I appreciate his honesty. She has her own life, Hank. One she had before she ever came here, and I have to let her return to it. That's part of what makes me feel so damn empty, so turned out. Yeah, I know that's my fault. There's nobody to blame but myself for getting this attached. Willow stated right from the start that she's only here for a short time. She said she wasn't expecting anything more than I was willing to give before we'd made love the first time. Shrugging, I look at Hank. Like it or not, it's not up to me. So you would like her to stay? Is that what I'm hearing? His face goes tight as he tries to hide a smile. Let's just say I wouldn't be opposed, I admit. Hank slaps my shoulder so hard it catches me off guard. Good man. I'm glad as hell you haven't turned into some sort of Viking monk. Viking monk? I snort. Nah, not really. Hank takes off his cowboy hat and puts it back on as he glances at the house. So I have something else I need to ask you. I give him a side eye. What? Can I, show Granny Coffee the tiger just a little glimpse? You told her about the tiger? I bite off, giving him a dirty look. He throws his hands in the air. Aw, man, she overheard me and the girls at the rodeo whispering and wrangled the rest of it out of me. She won't tell anyone, honest. I shake my head so hard it might spin off before I calm down. I guess she's not as crazy as she seems when you get down to brass tacks, I say. Yeah, all right, she can see the damn tiger. Sweet. I promise I won't let her pull his tail, Hank says, holding up his hands when he gets another look from me. Dude, it's just a joke. Can Willow come with us? I nod. Giving Granny permission basically opens the floodgates. Her visit kicks off a small, steady flow of people following Willow into the barn, 2 at a time, to get a look at the beast who's caused so much drama. Something dawns on me then. Once Willow exits the barn for the last time, I ask, How'd you get those paw prints for the girls anyway? She cocks her head.
It was just flour, salt, and water mixed into a dough. Then I baked them until they were hard.
No, I mean, how did you get the paw print in the dough? Her cheeks turn pink as she looks everywhere but at me.
I pressed his paw into the clay,
Damn, isn't that against your own rule? Never getting too close unless it's absolutely necessary? I bite back a smile. She gives me a shaky nod, twirling her hair pensively.
Yes, but I wanted the girls to have something to remember him by. I took a risk, and I'm kind of glad I did.
Her eyes drift to the house.
I can't believe this, Grady, how all these people turned out to help. I've never seen anything like it.
I shrug. Good people live here. Neighbors who still act like neighbors.
You're a lucky man to have this many wonderful people in your life,
she says, a whimsical smile on her face. No argument. As we start walking to the house, I broach a subject I've been putting off too long. So, after Bruce is settled in Wyoming and this FBI crap ends, I was thinking, if you've got no other plans, you're welcome to come back here and stay till you...
No. Oh, I mean, I can't do that. But thanks. Thank you, Grady. I just have to get home and figure out, well, everything.
She flushes, never meeting my eyes, and increases the speed of her walk.
Granny's leaving. I want to say goodbye.
I don't even follow her into the house. I just stand there, gutted, watching her disappear inside, feeling like a boulder just dropped on my head.
19. Ride the Tiger, Willow. I've had rough nights, where my mind just won't shut off, but last night was a bottomless freaking abyss. I wake up with my pillow soaked and my eyes sore. After everyone left yesterday, Grady and I avoided each other. There's no nice way to put it, and the mood lingers the next morning. We're both like hurt, fragile things. Every soft kiss and urgent moan we ever shared feels like it's been stolen. My heart murdered and dragged out of reach, cast out of this strange temporary paradise we shared. Foolish? Absolutely. I knew from day one I'd only be here for shelter, even on our hottest nights, when we spent so much time locked in fevered kisses and hushed cries. I never stopped planning my post-Grady life. Now try telling my heart that. I'm so torn about leaving. I can barely slug down a cup of coffee, looking away every time he's in the room, trying and failing to hide the redness in my eyes. For the first time in my life, my sadness, my worry, my loss has nothing to do with big cats, much less my own future. It's losing the present, everything I was never meant to share with this rock of a man. Don't get me wrong. I still want to work with exotic animals and pursue my dream. I'm just wondering if I've been wrong in thinking that's all I ever wanted. Living here has shown me what I was missing by not having a big family, never being truly connected to a loving community. This swift detour through madness also revealed what it's like to fall in love. Before Grady McKnight, I was clueless. Sure, I know what love is with Bruce, with Dad, with family, but with the big tall drink of growliness who's still messing up my head? Love is a whimper of pain, a heart rending in half, a brief, all-devouring passion that whispers false promises and turns hearts to salt. All because love is also this sharp, jagged shape that just won't fit into the neat round hole of my life, and our love is so twisted and unexpected and impossible it can't squeeze into Grady's life mold either. At the sound of the front door opening and banging shut, I squeeze my eyes closed, holding back another flood of liquid misery. After last night, you'd think the well would have had to run dry. Nope. Lucky me. I'm smoothing out the last picture Avery drew for me, the one she said I could take. It's almost identical to the drawing hanging on the fridge with the four of us and Bruce. I tuck the lovely memento away in a notebook, close my bag, and zip it shut. Yes, I've already put the letters I wrote to each girl in their bedrooms. The one I've penned for Grady is resting on my pillow, together with my tiger-striped bracelet in gold and onyx. The bracelet is decently valuable, and once I'm able to access my bank account, I'll send him cash instead. Falk advised me not to use my credit or debit cards until they're cleared for use by the FBI. Call it collateral because that's better than what it really is. A splintered, sad fragment of my heart that will always belong to him. The bracelet just gives it substance. Weston's here. At the sound of Grady's voice, I draw in a deep breath to ease the erratic pounding of my heart, then pick up my bag and turn around. Okay, I'm ready. It's early. Dawn is barely breaking, and the number of vehicles in the driveway is a bit overwhelming. I still can't get over how many willing and able-bodied people turned out. No, not just willing. Actual heroes. How should we get Bruce in the trailer? Grady asks. The new ride's too tall to back into the barn. His gaze is like a sweet brown honey I'll never taste again. I thought about the move this morning while feeding Bruce and decided the easiest way would be for me to just lead him. I'll use a leash. Leash? His eyebrows shoot up. You're shitting me, right? Well, I'm sure you country boys call it a lasso. You have one, don't you? It's only a short distance into the trailer once it's pulled up, and I'll just walk him inside. Yes, but it'll work. I walk down the steps and see Weston standing near a truck with a huge trailer hitched to it, his eyes sharp and focused. Hey, Weston, go ahead and back up to the barn door, I tell him. Yes, ma'am. He snaps off a crisp salute and sets to work. Once he does that, I put my bag on the back seat of his pickup. Grady is at my side when I close the door, holding a rope in one hand. Thanks. He holds the coil out of my reach. At least let me rope him, okay? We'll need to do that before opening the door. Falk, Drake, and Hank are all here too, along with their wives. Grady gets them all in position before we enter the barn. Bruce is snoring near the concrete block wall, his whiskers twitching in his slumber. The sight makes me smile and also feel a little sad. He's gotten used to this big old barn. I hope he'll tolerate Let's Roar just as well. Looks like you aren't going to need to lasso him after all. I can just drop the rope around his neck, Grady tells me. I don't argue. We make our way around the brick wall to where Bruce is sleeping and climb up on the concrete base blocks. He's going to lift his head when I say his name. I whisper, just make it quick. Drop the rope around his neck, but don't pull it too tight. We don't want to startle him. Will do, he whispers, positioning the rope in his hands. Hey, big guy, I say to Bruce. Wakey, wakey. We're going on a road trip. Hope you're well rested. Just as predicted, Bruce lifts his head, letting out a mighty yawn. Grady releases the rope over his head, a perfect catch, and thankfully it doesn't faze Bruce at all in his groggy state. We hear the door unlock. Grady steps out and tells whoever he's positioned there to open it, just wide enough to expose the open end of Weston's trailer. I walk along the top edge of the concrete wall, then jump down and stand next to the ramp leading into the trailer, waving at Bruce. If he wasn't so tame, so content, so gentle, he could bowl me over and be on the loose in a flash, even with Grady holding the rope. Luckily, Bruce is a gentle behemoth, and after standing, stretching, and yawning for what seems like forever, he comes plodding over to me and walks onto the ramp. Just a few more steps. Come on. I don't release the breath I'm holding until he's safe inside. Boom. Let's roll! I hear Grady yell out. The men are quick to lift the ramp, and Grady slides the loose rope off Bruce's neck in one quick jerk. It tugs up over the cat's smacking lips before the men close the trailer. Got everything you need? Grady asks me after he double-checks the latches on the door. I have the cash from Ridge for the donation, cash, and a prepaid debit card from Grady, all my belongings, and one big sleepy tiger. Yep, I guess I'm good. Never mind the fact that I'm leaving half of myself behind. Willow, Grady says, laying a hand on my shoulder. I shake my head, then slowly nod before pulling away from him. His touch ignites my skin, and I can't walk out of here on fire. I have everything, and for what it's worth, thanks for all you've done. Have a nice life, Mr. McKnight. I step away briskly because if I don't, disaster. I'd throw myself into those big arms wider than the sky and never let go. Knowing I don't dare look back, I walk to the passenger side of Weston's truck and climb in. "Time to fall out, people," Fox shouts. I know the plan. At precisely 7 a.m. on the dot, every decoy truck not already on the road will hit the highways, giving the goons Priscilla and Niles sent into town, plus any incoming federal agents, ample prospects to follow. The truck and trailer I stole from Minot will also be leaving. Weston drove it here last night, and it'll soon be hooked up to the empty trailer parked next to the barn. Grady will drive it to the airstrip later, followed by Falk. Fear fills me at the danger they're putting themselves in by driving that truck and showing up at the airstrip. Then again, anyone helping me today is in deep doo-doo. I'll just have to pray no one gets hurt. Jacob Cook from Wyoming responded to my texts last night, confirming he can accept Bruce today. I try to focus on that, on Bruce and his happy new home, as Weston pulls away from the barn and we start winding down the long driveway. We are part of the tactical line of vehicles leaving the yard. I'm already numb when we reach the highway. "So, Grady said I'm your company as long as you need me," Weston says, an awkward note in his voice as he tries to make conversation. "Any clue how long that'll be?" Staring out the passenger window, I turn and say, "You can go as soon as we unload Bruce. I don't think I'll be needing anything beyond that." "You sure? Uncle Grady said you'd have to make sure he's settled." "Oh, I will," I answer. "But you don't have to wait around for that. You're going above and beyond just by chauffeuring us there." "Well, how you planning to get back home if I don't? Figured you'd at least need a ride to the airport or something." "There's not really a home to go back to," I say glumly. My heart clenches at the truth of that. My dad's empty place in San Diego hasn't felt like home in years. After a long silence, Weston asks, "So this is permanent? You aren't coming back to Uncle Grady's?" "I can't go back," I say weakly, more to myself than to Weston. "Damn," he grunts, scratching the back of his neck. "Guess I didn't realize that. Seemed like you two hit it off like a barn on fire. I figured you'd be seeing Dallas again, at least till you've sorted out the rest." The ding of his phone saves me from having to say more. A message flashes on the blue screen on the dash. "Heads up, a black SUV just closed in, and a man inside used binoculars to check what's in my trailer." "Me too," flashes on the screen next. "Shit's flying from decoys already," Weston spits, his blue eyes narrowing in focus. "We started a private channel so we can stay in touch. Hang on to your butt. This might get nuts." Awesome. I should have known this wouldn't be easy. The texts become our discussion topic during our drive for nearly the next hour, especially when a message from Bella says a vehicle tried running her off the road. "They chose the wrong target," Weston growls, shaking his head. "Drake will have their asses locked up over that." He laughs then. "Did you see what Bella had in her trailer?" "No, what?" "A bale of hay covered with a tiger-striped blanket." He grins, showing off his white teeth with the sun slashing across his face. Something that feels awfully rare for this man, even if I don't know him. "Really?" I ask. "Good thinking." "Yep. She's a brainiac." He gestures to the trailer we're pulling with a nod. "This is one of Joyce's trailers. No one can see in it because the vents are too high, mostly around the roof. It's my truck, but her trailer." I nod, thankful for some good news. More messages come swarming in, this time about a squad car in hot pursuit of the SUV that tried knocking Bella off the road. Weston laughs again. "Told ya." The messages peter out then. Weston asks if I'll stay in Wyoming with Bruce, and I explain that I will for a few days before booking a flight back to San Diego to regroup. It's all I can think to do before mashing a big fat reset button on my life. I tell him a few fieldwork stories for the next hour, until he mentions the cooler in the back. "Granny Coffee packed us some lunch," he says. "I'm starving. You?" "Sure." I'm not hungry, but it's something to do, so I unbuckle and lift the cooler into the front seat and open it. "What's in there?" Weston asks, his eyes flicking urgently to the top. I smirk. He looks a lot like his uncle when his stomach's growling. Sub sandwiches, chips, fruit, cookies, bottles of water, and looks like some jerky. I hold the stick of dried meat up, confirming. "All of the above," he says. "Thanks." That makes me grin. He's a nice guy and certainly very helpful. I open a sandwich and set it out along with chips, an apple, and a cookie on the console, plus a water bottle for his cup holder. "Thanks for all you're doing to help me with Bruce," I say, unwrapping a sandwich for myself. "No problem. Happy to help." He takes a bite of his sub. If Uncle Grady asked me to go to the moon for him, I'd make myself into an Apollo astronaut. Because he's your uncle? Family? Nah. Well, that too. He takes another bite, then chews and swallows, his thoughts shifting in his eyes as the sun catches them. "Thing is, Grady helps everyone, including me. When I got back from serving overseas, I had a few issues. He helped pull my head out of my ass and set me straight. I owe him. Besides, this is the first time he's ever really asked for help. Like you saw back there, he had a small army ready to join in, no questions asked." His words make my heart flutter because I know just the Grady he means. A proud, lion-hearted man who turned himself inside out just to let his friends into his life. "Yeah, I noticed," I whisper, straggling out the words before my throat closes. "He's always been too proud to ask for anything, even when he damn well should have," Weston tells me, taking another Bruce-sized bite off his sub. I've still got a mouthful of mine, so I just look at him, unable to form words. "I'm talking about when Brittany was sick and dying. Uncle Grady never asked anyone for help, and he sure could have used it. That shit ripped him in half. She didn't even know who he was by the end." Food gets stuck in my throat, and I have to swallow extra hard to push it down. "She didn't?" I finally get out. "Nope. Poor lady didn't remember nothing. Not him, not the girls, not her own friggin' name. It was horrific. She had a feeding tube, and Grady had to do everything for her. Everything." With sad eyes, he pauses, raising a fist from the wheel. "Seemed like it went on forever. I can't even imagine what it was like for my uncle. The end was a blessing in disguise when it came, putting her out of her misery, but not for him. Grady always thought he should have done more. He never realized he couldn't have. He's a hell of a guy, but he's not a miracle worker. There was nothing anyone could have done, and he ran himself raw caring for her. He was kind and faithful to the bitter end." Wow. I mouth numbly, feeling my pulse slowing to a crawl. Ah, hello, pain. There's that pesky heartache again, determined to make me spill a few more tears for the incredible man I left behind. The handsome man with a desperado's soul I couldn't even give a proper goodbye to. God, what's wrong with me? Weston takes a drink of water, slugging it back like a whiskey shot. Shit. I was just hoping he was snapping out of this funk he's been in for years, finally getting over it and moving on with his life, you know? The dude deserves a little excitement. A real date or two with a nice woman, if it's in the cards. He turns that sad smile on me. I wasn't that hungry before, but now I can't take another bite and tuck the sandwich back in its wrapper. I had no idea Brittany's death was so awful, so sad. I'd never asked Grady directly, never pried into what he'd gone through. No wonder he's so viciously protective of Sawyer and Avery. Of himself. Watching someone he loved die like that gives a new definition to torture. If I had 2 wishes, Willow, I'll tell you what they'd be, Weston says darkly. For one, I'd wish I could finally get my life back on track, bring in steady business at the shop, and stop looking over my shoulder. The way he says it sends a chill up my back. Apparently trouble runs in the family with the McKnights. And the other? I venture when he goes quiet. Easy. I'd want to see my uncle get hitched again to the woman of his dreams. Somebody cool and gorgeous and adventurous. Someone to bring him out of his shell. Somebody to complete his family. Hell, someone to make him smile. Because that man doesn't do it near enough. And when he does, nobody can help but smile back. His eyes sparkle and I see an adorable smile light up his face. That's really kind of you, I say softly, turning my head sharply to the window. I think he still sees the heavy tear I wipe off my cheek. But I said I wouldn't do this, didn't I? I won't cry over Grady again, much less dwell on the fact that I'm one more loss in his life. I won't go all angsty schoolgirl for this wounded beast man with an unforgettable kiss. Too late. I already am. Weston goes quiet, at least, politely leaving me to my heart being slapped around in my ribs like a drunken volleyball match. I'm grateful for the silence. The messages on the screen mostly stopped after Drake arrested the 2 men in the SUV who made the fatal mistake of chasing his wife. Idiots. For all I know, they'll have to answer to Edison, too. I'm so out of it the miles drift by, and I look up in surprise when Weston speaks again. We should be in Sheridan in 40 minutes or so, according to the GPS, he says. Our route flashes on the dashboard screen. Every mile makes my stomach cave in a little deeper. Uncle Grady texted a little bit ago. Said he booked us rooms at a hotel about 15 miles away from the refuge. Weston says, Smart, right? I can't wait to take a load off after this. I nod, picking up my phone to start searching for a rental car place. I'll need wheels to get back and forth to Let's Roar for a few days, and a car to drive to the closest airport once I'm sure Bruce is safe. A short time later, we drive through the large open gate of Let's Roar. 20-foot-tall fences line both sides of the road, like most big cat places. Off in the distance, I see larger pens with wire covering their tops. They look secure and in good shape, unlike half the rusted enclosures in Minot. I so hope Bruce will be happy here, and they'll be good to him. I also hope Weston's wish for Grady comes true. He deserves that. He deserves better than me. I'm assuming that's our check-in point, Weston says, waving at a sign that says office and pointing to the left. You're right. Cook said he'll be there, I said, recalling our discussions. It's probably just nerves, but an odd chill coils around my spine. The place seems eerily quiet for early afternoon. There's a parking lot that says visitors, but not a single car there. They must be closed today, Weston says, making the same observation and scratching his head. Yeah, Cook said they'd be, but there should still be employees. I spot a barrel-chested man with a silver beard and spectacles walking out of a big log structure that must be the office. Pull up over there. That must be Mr. Cook. Weston parks the truck and kills the engine, but I climb out first, hesitating before I shut my door. The man walking toward me looks like he's worn out, hurt even. His clothes are rumpled, his eyes are red, and he's limping? Hello? Mr. Cook? Yes, he nods too briskly for comfort. I know. He shakes his head slowly. I know. Miss Macklin. And I'm sorry. So terribly sorry. Confused, I turn, looking over my shoulder because that's where he's staring. Fear washes over me in a tidal wave. I see the tall,
Lantern-jawed man smiling, standing just a few feet away. He's as fearsome and unexpected as if he'd dropped out of the sky. Niles Foss. "Welcome, Miss Macklin," he snaps, flipping a baseball bat over his shoulder as he approaches. "It's been too long, and I believe you have something that belongs to us." I hear Weston racing toward me, a handgun drawn, but he suddenly drops like he's been shot. But I never heard a gun go off. Did I? Not that it matters. Another large, angry-looking man with a bat steps out, standing over Weston's fallen body. My mouth is dry, my heart racing, and I grab the door of the truck to jump in, but the air whistles like it's boiling before I can move. The bat comes down on my head. I throw up an arm and duck, but I don't even get a chance to scream. Pain explodes in my head with 1,000 hot shrapnel fragments, and then I can't fear anything at all.
20. Wake the Tiger. Grady. It actually worked. I'm fucking elated when I hear the news. Within hours of everybody hitting the road, the goons from Exotic Plains tried running Bella off the road. Drake was on them like flies on shit in minutes. Now they're booked in the Dallas jail, cooling their heels, and already singing like canaries with intel according to the latest update. Menacing the wife of the man who's next in line to be our sheriff wasn't a smart move. One problem down, 100 more to go. Falk and Hank have already turned off the service road, arriving at the airstrip from the rear like Willow and I had when we'd installed the cameras. There's no time for ATVs today. We're coming in full force. My heart vibrates like a fallen rock impacting the ground. I touch the bracelet I'd hung on my blinker switch. After hooking up the trailer to the truck, I'd gone to the house to lock it, and on impulse took a quick peek in what was Willow's room. No, let's be real. There was a reason. I was already missing her. The bracelet was lying on her bed next to an envelope with my name on it. She'd thanked me for all I'd done, and said she agreed with the title on Avery's picture. Best summer of her life. She also said she was leaving the bracelet as collateral. She promised to send money enough to pay everyone back once she's home. Doesn't she get it? She could send me 100 million smackers and it still wouldn't be enough. It never has been. Not in the past and not now. I don't give a shit about coin. I'm still not sure how she did it, but she broke the iron chains trapping me in the past. She helped me pull my forgotten sword from the stone with every kiss, every caress, every night we left in flames. She brought me back from the dead, raising me up, restoring the humanity I thought had died with my wife. Thanks to Willow Macklin, I can finally live again. Except now I can't. Not without her. Sure, the motions are there. Food, breath, work, even my endless love for my daughters, but other than that, I'm an empty fucking vessel. It's different than when Brittany passed. There wasn't anything more I could have done, and fate severed our worlds. Not this time. Willow's very alive, very gorgeous, and begging to be mine. And even if she shoots down my proposals 10 more times, I've decided I won't stop coming. The options are there. Hell, I could sell the purple bobcat and let Ridge use my land for spillover cattle farming. The girls would adapt to a life overseas. I'm sure of it. It's me that's the problem. Dallas has its hooks in almost as deep as Willow, and every time I've ever been away, I've always been mighty anxious to come home to my town. But there's nothing in Dallas for her. Therein lies my choice, in my personal hell. My roots, my life, or her. I try to dampen my conflicted thoughts as the road to the airstrip appears. Once this shit's over, I'll have time to ponder. Then I can talk to the girls and make a decision, right after I track down my tiger thief and lay down one rule. Anything's fair game in this life, as long as I've got her. I slow down, wrenching the wheel around the corner, and wonder how Willow made it all the way to the bar in this old truck the night she stole it. The damn thing steers like a tank, even with Weston's tune-up, and snorts like a geriatric elephant. There's no sneaking in on anyone in this thing. Not that we need to. Falk arranged a meeting with Fuckface Bordell, the not conservation officer. He called in saying he'd capture the tiger spotted around Dallas and wanted to know what state Game and Fish wanted him to do with it. Bordell instantly offered to come and get it. Falk arranged this meeting instead, saying he was already on the road to Montana, getting it the hell away from his livestock. I haven't told Willow about this part of the plan. She had enough on her plate with getting Bruce to the refuge in Wyoming. She knew the plan was for me to drive the truck here, to the Strip, but thought it was just so the FBI could find it. It wasn't till after she and Weston left this morning that Falk made the call to Bordell, flushing his cockroach ass out of the woodwork. Yeah, he'll know something's up as soon as he sees the truck and trailer, just like the kind at Exotic Plains. But by the time he figures it out, the trap swings shut. My phone pings. It's a message from Falk confirming he and Hank are in place. Almost to the airstrip, I dictate and hit send. Another ping sounds, and I click on the new message. Weston. He says they just drove through the gates at Let's Roar. Relieved they made it, I set my phone on the seat. The rest is up to me. Keeping my eyes peeled for any movement, I slow down, lumbering along the road and clamping my back teeth together to keep them from rattling over the rough spots. The Strip soon comes into sight, but I don't see another vehicle. I pull all the way onto the pavement, grab the 9mm off the seat, and tuck it into the back of my jeans while climbing out. We're going in locked and loaded in case Bordell is an easy prey. Once I'm out, I take a peek at the bad art project in my trailer. Ridge's wife, Grace, came up with the idea of using tiger-striped blankets over bales of hay. From a distance, it damn near looks like Bruce is asleep in there, and that's all we need. I also smile, remembering the first night Willow came screaming into my life. That huge cat in the trailer scared the shit out of me then. I sigh, already missing his furry face too. Honest to God, it was pretty damn cool having a tiger in my barn. A roaring engine has me spinning around, casting a look at the road. A cube truck, like the one that delivered the lion cub, comes flying up the road and skids to a halt next to the trailer. Still wearing his game and fish uniform, Officer Bordell jumps out of the passenger seat, a concrete brick of a man with arms and legs, probably former military by his build, just like myself. And the fun part is, he's got his gun drawn. "Arms up now, asshole," he roars. Shit, so much for the element of surprise. He's coming in hotter than a charging black bear, and he's not easily fooled. Sighing, I hold up my arms, elbows bent and hands above my shoulders, watching as two other armed goons climb out of his truck. "How about we chill, officer? What's with the guns?" I ask, giving my hands a shake as I clasp them together over my head, pretending I'm shaken. "I'm just delivering a tiger I caught in my barn. Damn thing could have killed my pigs, yet you're treating me like I'm a crook? Where'd you get that truck and trailer?" he growls, this nasty sneer on his face. "I'm not stupid, chuckle fuck." And I beg to differ. I smile, sensing the movement behind the men. "Truck? Trailer?" I repeat, giving him my dumbest grin. "Look, man, I've been driving them for years. I'm not sure what you're so worried about. If you'll just give me a chance, I'll—" "You heard me," Bordell roars, jerking his gun at me, his face red. "Quit making me repeat myself. Where'd you get—" "Drop the guns, y'all," Falk belts out right as he and Hank cock their rifles. "Now!" There's a second of slow surprise, recognition. The goons hesitate. Sensing Bordell and his boys aren't gonna comply, I dive around the truck for cover as I whip out my 9mm. Can't say I'm thrilled to be in the middle of a proper shootout like I haven't seen since Iraq, but fuck, if Bordell wants to play hardball, I'll oblige. The next few minutes are a flurry of blurry movements and cracking gunfire. I duck around the corner of the truck, aiming at the knees of one goon, bringing him down on the pavement. Even without the sniper rifle I wield like a third arm, I'm a damn good marksman. It's over in seconds. When all falls silent for the count of 8, I glance around the truck again. Bordell and his goons are on the ground, being handcuffed, the bastard I shot screaming that he needs an ambulance. "Hell, buddy, you're okay. It's just a flesh wound," Hank says, looking like an old-timey gunslinger in his cowboy hat, and giving the goon a rough shove with the toe of his boot. "If we wanted your ass dead, you would be. Now sit the fuck up." Ridge might be the Western actor in our crew, but Hank's the guy who could have really lived in the Old West. "Grady?" Falk looks at me, his green eyes flashing. "I'm good. Let's get this trash ready for pickup. Keep your eyes on them," I say. First thing I do is look in the back of their truck after dragging Bordell, whom I'd taken down and cuffed, over to sit next to the goons. It has a big empty cage and nothing else. "Your venture with the Fosses is over, Bordell," I say, once I'm leering over him again. "Better get your statement ready for the feds." "Fuck you. Don't know who you're talking about," he lies. "Mighty forgetful, huh?" I laugh at him. "That's okay. Before you shut up my cameras, I got footage of you and Priscilla Foss selling a lion cub. It's already being turned over to the FBI. I make a show of glancing at the sun, as if checking the time. Same folks who started raiding exotic planes about the same time you showed up here." His face falls, fear wiping away the hot, delusional rage he'd worn earlier. Still, I expected a bigger tantrum. Pukes like him usually start bargaining when they know they've got their dicks stuck in a closed door. An eerie sensation hits me hard, and I glance at Falk. He looks up from his phone, talking to some agent, and then at Bordell. "If you want any leniency," Falk growls, peering down at him, "tell me where the Fosses are right now." Bordell sneers like the venomous little creature he is. I grab him by the front of his uniform shirt and lift him off the ground, despite his bulk. "Where the fuck are they? Start talking and tell the nice man, or your fate goes from over to fucking doomed." He turns pasty white, but I don't like that sliver of a smile on his face as he looks at me and whispers one word like a dark incantation. "Wyoming," he rattles. Oh, motherfuck. I throw him to the ground, grinding my teeth, panic flooding my brain. "Grady, what's going on?" Hank asks, rushing over. "They're after Willow." It's all I can say when every instinct stabbing through me screams, "Move." I run to the truck, grab my phone, and hit Weston's number. "Shit, I'll get the truck," Hank shouts, already on the run. My heart sinks as fast as fear rises when no one answers. I try it again. Again and again, and damn it, fuck, again. "No answer?" Falk asks coldly, his frown saying he already knows. I shake my head and reach in, grabbing the bracelet off the blinker switch. "It's a 5-hour drive," I snarl. "If they've been intercepted, we'll never make it in time. Did you forget we've got a friend with a company helicopter?" Falk says with a grin, already swiping his phone. "I'm calling Drake. We'll have the North Earhart chopper pick us up and fly our asses out to Sheridan. I'll call the FBI branch down there, too. Don't worry, we've got this covered. I ain't letting anything happen to your lady or that big old orange poof." Hank, driving my truck, comes flying up the runway, and both Falk and I run toward it. "Hey, what the hell? You can't just leave us here," Bordell shouts. If I wasn't so worried about Willow and my nephew, I'd have fun making him suffer. But there's no fucking time. We've got them cuffed and strapped down, more helpless than caterpillars. They won't be going anywhere. "Sorry, dude. Important business. The FBI will drop by to pick you up before dark, if no animals come around first," Falk shouts back. Then Hank slams on the brakes, and we both dive into the truck.
21. Red in tooth and claw. Willow. I'm one big throbbing mess of hurt. Bile fills my mouth. So bitter I almost choke. Focus, Willow. How did I get so sick? Oh, right. Reality comes whipping back with guns drawn, dead set on reminding me how completely screwed I am. I will my eyes open and flinch at the pain that causes. In all of my adventures, being knocked out cold is a first. Same for being clobbered across the head with a baseball bat, a brutish surprise from a normally restrained backroom vampire named Niles Foss. I should have known his inner bully would come erupting out of him sooner or later. A groan sticks in my throat as I pry my eyes open. One is swollen and watery, casting this uneven blur over everything.
Coming around, I see.
About damn time, a woman snaps off. Priscilla's voice. A blizzard of goosebumps prickle my skin.
Did you seriously think you could pull one over on us, young lady? You and your merry band of local yokels?
Her question drips rattlesnake venom. Fear sinks its teeth into my flesh, and I look around, trying to focus my eyes, trying to figure out where the hell I am, and also find Weston.
He's over there, in the hay,
in case you're wondering, Priscilla says with a bored sigh.
He's still out. He fought a little harder than you. Niles and the boys got a good workout putting him down.
She lets out a nasty plastic laugh.
Don't worry, doll. We've kept you all together, including your tiger friend. He's in the pen with you and Mr. Lazybones.
What? It dawns on me then. I'm in the trailer. So is Weston, slouched on his side and breathing in slow, pained hitches, and a few feet away, Bruce. Holy shit. I don't see any sign that they've hurt him, at least. Bruce looks at me with watery green-gold eyes, his thick tail banging the metal floor like a tree branch, as if to say, what the fuck have we gotten ourselves into? I wish I knew. Priscilla must be standing on a ladder or something, because she's looking down at us through the slats near the ceiling.
I do. Hope you fed him this morning, dear. She laughs again. Not that it matters. Sooner or later, he's going to get awfully hungry. Or maybe just mad that you're invading his space. Tigers can be rather territorial, you know.
My heart climbs up my throat. Bruce lets out a low growl I have to pray is meant for Priscilla.
Why, of course you do, she prattles on,
her devious smear of a smile visible through the slats.
You're the expert on tigers, Miss Macklin.
If standing up and straining to reach the slats wouldn't kill me right now, I'd do it just to stab out her eyes. But even turning my head up to look at her sends this odd, painful rush of blood to my brain. And the world spins. Oh, God. Bruce might not even get the chance to eat me if I have a concussion, if I'm bleeding in the brain from that blow to the head. It can't end like this. I can't help the dry, ragged sobs squirming up my throat.
Now, don't cry, Missy. Not unless you're whimpering at your own pathetic decisions. You know, you had it easy. All you had to do was go along. Just this teeny whittle much.
Priscilla lilts, holding up her hand with her index finger and thumb, barely an inch apart. And you'd be living the good life right by our side.
Go along with killing animals and selling them on the black market? I snarl. I'd rather die.
At the sound of my voice, Bruce lifts his head, looking at me, and then at the taunting demon outside.
Ah, of course. You just had to take a big fat dump on everything. You had to feed your shitty little martyr complex, and feed it you will. I'm afraid you'll just have to settle for one lonely tiger, rather than an entire den of lions like the Romans did back in the day. I'm not too wrecked to scowl at her, wishing I could shoot lightning from my eyes. Get fucked. You and your spineless, psycho worm of a husband, I hiss. She leans back, gasping, pressing a hand to her chest like I've shot her through the heart. If only. Then she comes flying back at the slats, slapping the trailer loudly with both hands. Weston groans. Bruce's tail thunks the floor, this time louder, becoming an irritated club. Fear stabs me through the rage. Even if his instinct is to protect me, there's no telling what a Bengal tiger might do if he gets pissed and claustrophobic enough. Better tell your kitty cat to calm down, dearie, she snaps. But here's another question. Do you have any idea how much a Javan rhino horn is worth? Rhino horns? The hair on the back of my neck stands up. Someone's coming, a man snaps urgently. I can't see out the trailer, but I recognize Niles's voice. Again? Damn it. What did I tell you? We don't have time for this shit. Priscilla whines. The clanking near the side of the trailer tells me she's stepping down, and I gingerly rise to my feet, forcing myself not to fall from the dizziness. First, I stagger over and check Weston's pulse. He's breathing, and I can feel his heartbeat, slow but seemingly regular. There's a nasty bruise running up the side of his head and dried blood under his nose. He's alive and well, though, which seems like a small hope. Then I slowly scramble up on a wheel well and peek out one of the slats. We're inside a building, a large one by the looks of it. It's the police again, Niles says sharply. Wait here, Priscilla tells him right before she disappears out of my vision. I hear a door open and close. Something scrapes the side of the trailer. Quickly, I lower myself back to the floor. Bruce is near the front of the trailer, watching me intently. I'm near the back door, and so is Weston, slumped against the sidewall, like he'd just been hoisted up and thrown inside. I think we both were before they parked this trailer inside the mystery building. I have no idea how long I've been out, how long we've been here. But it must have been hours. More clanking sounds, and another ugly, pissed-off face looks through the slats. Don't make a single whimper, or you're all dead, Niles whispers, drawing the words out like the snake he is. I lean my head back, trying to think of a way out of this trailer, out of this mess. Yeah, it's kinda late for that. The FBI's on to you, Niles. His bitter laugh sounds just as soulless as Priscilla's. We know. They hit the sanctuary around the same time you arrived. He chortles again. Yes, flipping chortles. But we aren't there now, are we? And as fortune would have it, we're going to ensure we make up our losses. I try not to shudder, or even guess what he means. I hadn't taken a good look at the trailer earlier, not when I was too focused on leaving Grady and my heart in pieces to think about much of anything. Now, though, as I look around, I realize there are large side windows that open, only from the outside. Crap. I knew hiring you would be an asset, one way or another, Niles says matter-of-factly. My heart stalls. You sure? Seems like I've brought you nothing but ruin, and I'm not sorry. You could have joined us, he sneers. Your connections would have made us all a lot of money, but you chose your pride. And pride goeth before a fall. I roll my eyes, despising when he slips into his mask of civility and starts quoting literature or Bible verses.
It's a false, mocking, entirely twisted wisdom this man thinks he has. A door opens and closes again somewhere behind him. Cook got rid of them. Said she hadn't shown up yet. Just a couple bumbling Barney Fife townies. Of course, Wilco had his gun the entire time, Priscilla says, pausing with what must be relief. Is she still awake? Talking? I frown at hearing the name Wilco, Priscilla's brother. Probably the other big man I saw who knocked out Weston. Yes, Niles answers, climbing down. Time to call her father. Dad? What the hell? I stand up and climb back on the wheel well, looking down. Priscilla has a phone to her ear, pulling at her leopard shirt like it's suddenly too tight. Is it ringing? Niles asks. Quiet, Priscilla barks back. Then come the words I dread. Mr. Macklin, hi. You wanted to hear your daughter's voice, and we can make that happen. My heart slips into my gut. I can't hear what he's saying, but I know it's really Dad on the other end, and by now I'm sure he knows they've kidnapped me. That's the whole reason they hired me in the first place, to play their dirty game and get agonizingly rare rhino parts from my father. When that didn't work, it was on to Plan B, direct extortion. How stupid can a person be? I fell into their web from the start. Is the transfer ready? Priscilla asks again. My father says something, but his voice is too low and garbled for me to make out. Hold on, Priscilla says, walking toward the trailer. She sees me looking through the slat and freezes. I don't bother moving. She steps up on something with an annoyed huff, so she's eye level with me. Then she holds her phone out and clicks on the speaker button. Tell your daddy dearest hello, Miss Macklin, she says with a cruel smile. I pinch my lips together. Willow? Willow! Dad sounds frantic. Are you there? Talk to me, honey. Talk to me. Nothing could have prepared me for this. My eyes sting. My throat closes. My pulse slows to mud. Willow? Jesus, I can't take it. I don't want to go along with them. I hate being their hostage, but I can't stand the sad desperation in my father's voice. Yeah, Dad, I'm here, I whisper numbly. Oh, thank God. Listen, you're going to be fine, baby. He slurs into the speaker through his fear. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of everything. I'll give them whatever the hell they want, anything to get you home safe. Priscilla jerks the phone away and steps down. Taking it off speaker, she holds it up to her ear again. Yes, sir. As soon as the money hits our account, she'll be released. We'll drop her at a neutral pickup site where she can be collected by the local authorities, and we can all go about our merry way. I'm going to be sick. Priscilla walks away, her ice-cold voice fading to nothing, and I can't hear the conversation. My knees lose their ability to keep me upright, and I slide off the wheel well, crumbling onto the floor. Bruce tilts his head and lets out one of his low, purring growls. It's all right, dude, I whisper, knowing full well nothing's all right. Not anymore. What the fuck? Weston mumbles quietly, smacking his lips. I scramble over and plant my hand across his mouth. Shh, I whisper near his ear. Pretend you're out. The poor man looks like he's hurt worse than I am, and it's better not to remind them they can do more damage. I'm also terrified how he'll react if he opens his eyes and see we're trapped with Bruce. He twists, looking at me like I'm nuts. There's a lump the size of a duck egg on the side of his forehead, rising from a stain of deep purple splotches. Willow, he whispers, a dry rattle. Just rest, Weston, please. They've got us locked up. I whisper back. But it's only me they want, so if you're quiet, if they forget you're even here. I trail off, feeling like I'm asking for another miracle that won't manifest. Let's be real.
My track record with miracles lately kinda sucks. Also, the Fosses aren't the whole reason why I want him keeping a low profile. Bruce may tolerate me in the trailer with him, but anything could happen if Weston, a total stranger, starts moving or freaking out. As if on cue, Weston's eyes flutter open, slowly gaining focus as he stares at me. I lean over him, squeezing his shoulder, trying to obscure the tiger behind me. Yep, I knew this wouldn't be easy. Whatever you do, don't move. Don't scream. I whisper slowly, ready to cover his mouth if I need to. We're in the trailer with Bruce. His eyes nearly pop out of his head. He stiffens, panicked, but collapses again with a groan. The fucking tiger. He rushes out in one word. Yes, he won't hurt you. Just stay still. Be quiet. And as soon as I see the first chance, I'll handle it. I whisper, searching his icy blue eyes. Can you do that? He nods. Okay. Good man, I tell him, lifting one finger to my lips. He nods again, but otherwise remains stock still, pinching his eyes shut. Oh my fuck, does everyone here have their heads up their asses? What do you mean it's not working? Priscilla shouts. I move back over to the wheel well and climb up quietly. My mobile hotspot can't get a signal, Niles grumbles, stabbing desperately at his phone's screen. It must be this metal building out here in no man's land. I need the hotspot function for the laptop to get online, and I need the computer to transfer the money to our holding place as soon as it arrives. Damnation. I'm going to have to go outside. Hurry it up, and don't let anyone see you. Those cops could be back any time, she bites off. I thought you said Cook got rid of them, Niles asks. He did. Just hurry, you idiot. I told Macklin he had 30 minutes to make the transfer. Otherwise, I'd be calling him right back so he could hear his daughter scream. Something hits the side of the trailer. Her fist. You hear that? You little bitch. I wonder how that tiger would like a whiff of your blood. I pinch my jaw shut, refusing to give her the slightest sound. With great risks come great rewards. This plan is better, Niles says in his arrogant tone. You know how many cats we'd have to sell for this cash, and a rhino horn worth an extra $5 million? Yeah, well, we should have asked for $50 million for all the trouble she's been. Just calm down, love, Niles tells her. The instant I get that money moving and we can leave this godforsaken place, it'll be off to paradise. We'll say adieu to the United States by nightfall, free and clear. The door opens and closes at the same time something thunks the side of the trailer again, this time so hard that Bruce stands, his angry eyes searching. I slowly climb down and take a step toward Weston. Did you catch all that, you ingrate? Priscilla shrieks, hitting the trailer again. Your daddy's paying us millions of dollars for his precious little daughter. Do thank him when you're reunited in one piece. We hope. The loud, angry thud must be more than her fist, because it shakes the whole side of the trailer. Probably the baseball bat, and the booming discord definitely annoys Bruce. Her nasty cackle does her no favors with a livid tiger echoing off the roof of the building and darting back down to the trailer. Bruce's teeth shine in the dim light. You'd better hope Daddy Dearest keeps his word, because if he doesn't, there won't be anything left of you to bury, she says, finally taking a break with the bat. By the time someone finds you, your little kitty there will have enjoyed quite the feast. She laughs again, a monster too in love with her own sick voice.
Don't think I've forgotten about your friend. Why, maybe we'll start with him. A nice big cut of meat like that would... Fuck. I snap my neck around to look at Weston, who now has his hand over his mouth. But the deep, angry growl that echoes through the cavernous space has me twisting back to Bruce, now arching his back in a defensive stance, swinging his head from side to side. Uh-oh. Crap, I whisper, copying Weston's sentiment. Holding up both hands, I make eye contact with Bruce and hold it. We're okay, I say cheerfully. Everything's cool. Far more afraid for Weston than myself, I move closer to him. See, Brucey, no big ruckus here. Just lie down, relax. Slowly, back legs first, he lowers onto the floor with his anger in his eyes softening to resignation. Really, lady? I know, I think to myself, wishing we shared a psychic link. I don't believe it either, but please stay calm just a little while longer. That's it, buddy. Nice and easy. I back up slowly, keeping myself in front of Weston. Have a nap. When you wake up again, I'm sure everything will be just peachy. Having trouble in there? Priscilla asks softly, and even before she speaks again, I know what's coming next. Hey, maybe this will help. The bat slams the side of the trailer as hard as she can swing it, reverberating through the metal walls like a huge crashing cymbal. Bruce bolts back up, unleashing a snarl that could rival a cannon's boom. I die a little inside then, because I know it's about to get worse. For some insane reason, all I can think of is Grady again. If I'm about to get bitten in half, then I want to go out with my mind full of eyes like brown sugar and a warm, strong smile I don't deserve. Maybe in the next life. Maybe then I'll be free to fall in love with Grady McKnight.
22. Tiger burning bright. Grady. The pilot puts the helicopter down on the road leading to the refuge. At this point, I don't even give a shit if we're blocking it. The instant the landing slides hit the ground, I'm bounding out the door, locked and loaded with the sniper rifle I'd pulled from my truck. Falk is right behind me, head down due to the wind from the blades. We rush over to where 2 squad cars are parked. They've been expecting us for the past hour, and thank hell Falk took the gamble on these guys keeping their cool when he called them. Guess small-town Wyoming cops aren't so different from small-town North Dakota ones. "We've talked to the owner twice," one of the officers says, tucking his thumbs in his belt loops. "He swears the lady you're looking for hasn't shown up yet." "They're here," I say. I'm absolutely sure of it. "Could be. This place is awfully big. They've got something like over 50 huge cats," Officer 2 says, a sheriff's badge shining on his chest. "They've got the works, lions, tigers, and fucking bears," I shout, so frustrated I'm about to flip my shit. "Look, guys, I don't give a damn what kind of animals are here. Willow's trapped in there with my nephew, Weston, and that's all that matters." "Easy, pal," the first cop says. "We've talked to the owner, Jacob Cook. He's a good, law-abiding citizen in these parts. He swears he's the only one here today." "Have you looked?" I ask. "Looked inside the buildings or barns or whatever the hell they have?" "Don't tell me," I sigh, pinching the bridge of my nose. "You boys need a proper warrant?" "Grady." I turn, Falk's holding a warning hand up and gabbing into his phone. Yeah, I know when to rein it in. Barely. The last thing I'm here to do is wind up arrested, though. The sheriff's gaze snaps to my rifle. "Awful big Yule log to bring to a fire. Sure hope you're not thinking about taking anything into your own hands. We've got this covered." "Yeah, maybe, but your SWAT unit must be running late." I pause, rolling up my sleeve, exposing the snake and arrow inked on my arm from half a lifetime ago. "I came for backup because it looks like you boys need it." "Dang," the other cop whistles. "Sharpshooter, huh? You dudes saved my butt 5 times in Kandahar when I did my time. Iraq for me, I tell him, and we spend a few minutes making small talk about the brush fire wars that snapped up our generation after 9/11. It's a welcome distraction, though I'm keenly aware every second matters, and they're slipping by with every word of idle chatter. Finally, Falk walks over, phone in hand. I have the FBI on the phone, gents. Peter Macklin just reported the kidnapping of his daughter. Snarling, I throw my hands in the air and motion at the officers. Fuck, we're wasting time. Anger boils my veins, churning through me like a hot current. It can't end like this. It can't. This is the last place she was reported, Falk tells them, far more cool and collected than I could be right now. I suggest you call in every officer you have right now. To hell with more waiting. I'm not standing by for anyone as the 2 officers share a concerned look and slowly nod, reaching for their radios. Told you, I grunt at the cops. I sprint past them while they're busy, breaking into a full, ground-eating run. Hey, mister, get back here, the sheriff yells. Grady, hold up. Falk's footsteps pound the pavement, catching up with me roughly 30 seconds later in a few big strides. Hold up, man, we should wait for backup. Bullshit. If that was Tori in there, would you wait around with your dick hanging out? I flash him a scalding look that drives home how riled I am. Point taken. He snaps after a minute. Let's get her out of there and get these assholes licked. For the shortest second, I raise an eyebrow, amused by the crap that comes out of his mouth through an Oklahoma filter sometimes. We'll laugh about it later. I hope. Right now, we both shift into high gear, charging the entrance gate. Tall pine trees line the road, and thinking alike, we stop behind their massive trunks. Their easy cover as we dart forward from tree to tree, only pausing to scope out any obvious dangers. At a Y in the road, we pause. A sign one way says office, the other says enclosures, private. Falk looks at me. Enclosures, I growl, running on pure instinct. Staying close to the trees, we make our way to an area that has several tall, sprawling cement structures crowded in with a few service buildings. I catch movement outside a large metal shed. A man carrying an open laptop. Falk sees him too. With a stiff nod, I let him know I'm darting left, around an adjacent wooden building. Falk stays near the trees, working his way toward the metal shed from the right. There are definitely pens and roaming areas for animals, far too many to count. Lions, tigers, cougars, panthers, and other exotic cats all stare at me in silent interest when I finally stop on the backside of the wooden building adjacent to the one the tall man's pacing around. He's cursing, muttering about being in a hot fucking jam. I inch along the building's outskirts and peer around the edge. The goon's back is turned to me, but I have no way of knowing if there's anyone else around. He's definitely not some run-of-the-mill groundskeeper, dressed in all black, a sidearm bulging in his waistband outlined under his shirt. I crouch down, lifting my rifle, using the scope. No imminent danger. Just dozens of goddamn hiding spots, tight corners, nooks, and crannies in the compound where alert guards could be lurking. If the Fosses were smart, then they brought backup for a hostile takeover, assuming this Cook guy wasn't compromised all along. Yeah, I could pick off my mark in one shot from here, but I don't want to use lethal force unless absolutely necessary. Plus, there's some risk of him keeling over and alerting others I haven't seen. Fuck it. Only one way to find out. Pushing off the wall, I flash Faulkner a thumbs up. Then I hoist my rifle to my shoulder and charge straight at the man before he sees me coming. Maybe it's instinct or the scuffing sound of my feet hitting the ground. Either way, the prick turns half a second before I'm on him. Too late, friend. Arms crossed, elbows out, teeth bared, I plow into him like a 6-foot-plus battering ram of solid muscle. I hear a snap like something breaking, maybe a rib or two on impact, and Twig Boy goes down hard. Hopefully he's still conscious. His laptop flies one way, his crooked body the other, hitting the ground so hard he's stunned. Eyes wide, staring up at me through broken glasses and mouth open, he coughs as if he's trying to breathe. I so don't have time for this shit. Growling, I grab his shirt with one hand and pull back a fist. "Where is she? Hurry the fuck up!" He coughs again, barely moving an arm to point at the metal shed. Before I'm even up, there's a splintering crash from inside the building. A deafening roar unlike anything I've ever heard erupts. No, scratch that. I remember exactly where I've heard that sound before, too much like Zeus on a drunken bender tearing open the whole damn sky and coming to take names. The barn that day, Willow screamed. Bruce. And behind all that noise, a second blood-curdling scream rips through the air. My blood becomes a lava flow because I know that scream, too. I don't recognize the louder, more masculine one. It's definitely not Willow, but it's enough to get me moving, my legs spinning like a windmill as I race toward the sound. I notice the walk-in door just in time and fling my hand out, grabbing at the handle. Just as I start to pull, the side of the building rumbles like a small earthquake. Something hits it hard from the inside. I throw open the door, leap in, and come skidding to a halt. I'm frozen with my gun raised, trying to process what the fuck I'm seeing. Bruce is loose, very much not in the trailer anymore. He's standing on his hind legs, front paws on the wall, so pissed he looks like he could maul a small army in no time. And someone's under him, pinned against his chest, having their life crushed out, if they're not missing their head already. All I can see is a high heel kicked out under the tiger on one side, a leg twitching, curled, almost like a certain wicked witch crushed by a fallen house. But that's good news. Willow wouldn't wear heels to this party, thank fuck. I spin around and spot Weston's truck and the trailer. The back door hangs open like a busted jaw. Glancing back at Bruce, making sure he doesn't move, I jog over to look around the side of the trailer. Weston and I make eye contact, even as he's doubled over, barely standing. His face only makes me angrier, a network of harsh bruises, knots, and swollen red pain. "Uncle Grady?" He almost collapses with relief, catching himself at the last second. "Holy crap, am I glad it's you." "Same, my boy. Can you walk? Where's Willow?" I ask, throwing an arm around him for support. He leans into me. Weston pauses, pointing at the door he was about to open. "She told me to get in the truck." I'm about to ask him if he can stand when an angel's voice rings out a few feet away. "Grady?" she whispers in a soft rush. "Willow." I round the back of the trailer, pulling Weston along with me, and see her standing there inside. Smudged with dirt, dried blood on her forehead, hair looking like more of a chestnut mess than ever. But hell, she's alive, she's gorgeous, and she's mine. Running as fast as those long legs can carry her, she uses the open trailer door as a springboard and lands in my arms. "Grady, I thought I was seeing things when you ran through the—" I stop whatever she was about to say with a world-ending kiss that could shock Robert Oppenheimer. I know we're not out of the woods yet. I know common sense should rule. I know I should be very fucking concerned about the fact that there's a raging tiger less than 20 feet away. But I also know a man can't stop a star from going supernova. And right now that star is my heart. You'd better believe I throw myself at her, press her to my chest, kissing and hugging and hell-bent on never letting her out of my sight.
Grady, I hate to interrupt, but..."
She trails off with a fading smile. I break the kiss and set her down, my rifle swinging back up. "Hey, Unc, you really might want to let her go." Weston's voice penetrates the blood roaring in my ears as he staggers to the cab of the truck. I look over Willow's head to see why. Bruce, head swinging with fury and eyes flashing like an entire jungle at war, slowly approaches. Behind him, near the wall, is the crumpled body of a woman on the floor, not moving. Shit. I keep my rifle up, looking for blood on Bruce's face, hating like hell that I might have to put this beast down if he's got a taste for human flesh now.
Hey, Grady, go easy. He's just upset.
Willow whispers, looking at me oddly.
He won't...
Yeah, I know. I nod over her head, hoping to everything holy she's right. I want like hell to believe her, but the bloodlust shine in that cat's dark eyes right now would make any grown man piss himself. Stay back, guy. I mutter, my hands frozen on the gun, the trigger scalding my finger. She twists, forcing a smile, and releases me to turn all the way around.
It's okay, Bruce. You know Grady. He's a friend.
But the monster cat doesn't look the least bit friendly. Bruce stiffens in this weird way that reminds me of a barn cat getting ready to chase down a mouse. Christ, if he jumps, he'll knock us both flat before we even have a second to realize it. Worse, he's growling, this low, ominous thunder oozing out of him. My lungs turn to concrete. I don't want to shoot him. Not at all. I damn sure don't want to put him down in front of Willow, but if he doesn't back his big orange and black furry ass up right the fuck now. Another roar comes exploding out of him that shakes my bones. Even Willow gasps. Only it's not aimed at us, not with the way he's got his fierce head twisted. He's looking past us, looking up. I whirl, throwing Willow to the ground just in time to crouch down and see a tall man on the metal walkway overhead, firing off a shot. A hot bullet soars through the air where our heads were a second ago and ricochets off the side of the trailer with a booming clatter. Scope up, focused, eyes like knives, I catch his sneaky arm in my sights and pull the trigger. The high-pitched, girlish shriek and the dull thud of his gun hitting the metal walkway under him tells me I nailed my target. The man staggers back and slumps against the wall, clutching his arm, dark red rapidly pouring through his starched white sleeve. Keep Bruce distracted, I tell Willow. If there's any way to get up there, he'll find it as soon as he smells that bastard's blood. Thankfully, the hero of the hour releases another booming growl, paces a few steps back, and then sits down on his haunches and lets out a gaping yawn. Willow turns back to me as I help her up.
How did you get here? We haven't been here that long, have we?
My rage renews itself as I get a good look at her eye. It's swollen, and there's an ugly gash on the side of her temple marring her beautiful face. The whole side of her face is swollen like she fell face first into fire ants. Who did this? I growl.
Niles Foss. He's up there. I think you got him.
She looks up just as the man lets out another loud groan above, but I catch her arm.
He's trying to transfer the money they stole from my dad. We have to stop him.
We will. Falk's outside, I say. Just give me a minute to find.
Right behind you,
Falk says, sticking his head in the door.
And I ain't moving till that pussycat gets pinned up again. The cops are on their way. I heard a couple gunshots. Got it under control?
He nods at the body by the wall with her loose heels curled out in front of her.
Shit, who's that? Priscilla Foss,
Willow says, spitting her name like a curse.
Is she dead?
Falk asks, taking a tentative step inside.
Not unless she died from a heart attack, Willow says. Bruce didn't hurt her, he just pinned her against the wall, I think. More importantly, Grady shot her husband right before he put a hole through my head. We've got to find some way to get him down.
Pointing, she gives me a quick kiss, and then turns to the tiger.
Come on, Bruce. Everything's wrapped up now. Time for a nap.
The cat stands and plods toward the trailer. I'm not sure if I should move or not with the way he's staring at me, though his look seems more disinterested than before, the kind of, "Oh, you again?" looks he'd give me in my barn.
He knows you're a good guy,
Willow tells me. Yeah, well, I trail off, listening to the beat of Falk's footsteps pounding up the metal stairs to the catwalk. Less than a minute later, he's got Niles Foss in custody, totally disarmed and moaning like the pitiful bitch he is as Falk frog marches him down to the ground level. The tiger lets out what sounds like a satisfied grunt as he stomps up the metal door into the trailer. All in a day's work, he says with the swish of his tail. Fuck it. I grin like the madman this insanity is turning me into. As soon as we've got the ramp door closed up and locked, with half a dozen deputies pouring into the building, I grab Willow and give her another long, thorough, earth-moving kiss. It doesn't last as long as I'd like when Jacob Cook joins the fray. The refuge owner explains how the Foss duo called him shortly after Willow did, pretending they had a tiger needing a home. He'd explained that he already had a new one coming in and couldn't take any more. Then Niles and Priscilla showed up this morning with guns and tied up his wife, took her hostage, said they'd feed her to the lions one piece at a time if he didn't go along with their scheme. Still, that's a poor excuse for my behavior. I'm terribly sorry, Miss Macklin, quite mortified beyond belief that I put you in this position with that brute and his banshee. Cook tells Willow, adjusting his spectacles with a sad glint in his eye. The other man who was with them, the one who beat up your driver, he kept a gun trained on my poor wife practically all day. And when it wasn't him, it was the other sick puppy with the baseball bat. He's Priscilla's brother, Wilco, Falk says, pointing to the man I ran down outside the compound, now in the back of a squad car. Priscilla and Niles were already hauled away in custody for medical attention. Do you recognize him? I ask Willow. He worked at Exotic Plains and was always waiting on the Queen Bee hand and foot. He deserves what's coming. Shaking her head, she purses her lips. I have to call my father. I pull out my phone and hand it to her. Here, use mine. She punches a series of numbers into the phone and steps away from where the police are still clustered, asking questions and taking statements from everyone on the scene. I find my nephew in the tumult and lay a hand on his shoulder, gently, because he looks like he's been through a shredder. Weston, you should let the medics take you in once they show up, I tell him. You sure you don't want me to drive you to the ER? Hell, I've had worse. He flashes a lopsided grin that blurs into his exploding bruises. We got lucky, Uncle Grady. Damn lucky. They knocked us out the minute we pulled up, and we woke up shut up in the trailer with Bruce. Then that Cruella DeVille nutjob started beating on the trailer with a baseball bat, trying to get Bruce pissed as a bull. Fuck, I grunt, pinching the bridge of my nose. Even though we're in the clear, my heart stomps in my ribs. I came too close to losing her, to losing them both. She did us a favor, Weston grinds out, swiping a hand over his face and wincing. Come again? I mean, if it hadn't been for her banging around, getting the tiger pissed, I never would have remembered the safety pins near the roof, he says with a sigh. Willow helped me up on a wheel well, and we got that door unlatched just in the nick of time. Then Willow ran out screaming before anybody knew what was happening. You should have seen him charging out, all teeth and claws. He went after that psycho bitch like a hellfire missile. I was heading for the cab of the truck after Willow insisted, hoping they'd left the keys, but then you caught up to us and, well, the rest is history. I grin, still in awe the tiger didn't just rip that evil woman to shreds. While he's going into details, I hear Willow telling her father she's fine. I'm glad as hell you're in one piece, I tell him, pounding his back. You and me both. Better they nailed my face than my hands, he says, lifting his thick palms up and staring. Shit, if they'd busted up my fingers, no telling if I'd ever be able to work on an engine again. I won't forget what you did for us today, West. You ever need money to expand the shop, you know who to ask. He looks up at me and smiles like I just handed him the moon. He's a good man, another McKnight rebuilding his life, figuring his shit out. And if I can help him find a few more missing pieces, I will. I step away, closer to Willow, and hear her telling her dad that he doesn't need to come. She's fine, she insists. For the 1,000th time, thank God. I wrap an arm around her, unable to keep my hands to myself. Quiet tears come flowing down her cheeks. I can tell she's trying to hold it together, even as the day's insane stress overwhelms her. Here, I reach for the phone. Let me talk to him. She passes it over. Her father is talking about flights, and I wait till he's done before saying, "Mr. Macklin, my name's Grady McKnight. I just want to assure you that Willow's safe. I have 2 young daughters myself, so I feel your concern. You have my word that I'll find her a place to rest without letting her out of my sight." "Grady, you're the friend who just rescued her, correct?" Peter sounds every bit like the worldly, educated man I imagined. I glance down at Willow and smile. "Yes, sir. My friends and I did the saving, but I have to tell you she was already well on her way to rescuing herself by the time we got here." Her father chuckles. "Sounds like my girl. I'll be catching a flight home to the States tomorrow. Where will she be?" "Dallas, North Dakota," I say intently, just a stone's throw from Dickinson. "Excellent. I'll be there as soon as possible. And Mr. McKnight, thank you again." His voice cracks. "That girl is my world. I appreciate your assistance with keeping her safe more than I can put into words." "I can see why, sir. My throat feels thick. I'm gonna let you say bye to her now." I hand Willow the phone and tug her closer, folding my hands around her waist as she agrees with her father's need to see her. The call wraps up with a few more emotional goodbyes and tears on both sides.
"That's the only reason they hired me,"
she says, giving back the phone.
"To extort money from my father."
She wipes at her eyes.
"I should have known. I'm no expert on big cats, no expert on anything, really."
"Hey, woman." I tighten my hold, a promise in the pressure that screams forever. "What happened was their fault, not yours by a mile, and I think you're goddamn brilliant. There's more I want to tell her, but now's not the time or place." We just lock eyes, trading slow, desperate kisses. The kind that come back sticky with heart and soul and every dirty thing I want to do to her. I don't let up till a new ambulance pulls in. I kiss the top of her head and then release her and steer her back to the bigger group of people. "You need to get that gash on your head checked out." It's hours later before we're alone. Both she and Weston have MRI scans to make sure there's no internal damage from the hideous blows to their heads. Every time I think about it, I wish I'd done more than just shoot out that bastard's arm. If I'd known Niles Foss was the one who did it when I pulled the trigger, I damn well likely would have aimed between his eyes. After an age passes and we're finally settled into bed at the motel, I lie down beside her, grateful for life to have her wrapped up in my arms. She snuggles in close, resting her head on my shoulder. Yeah, resting right where she always belongs.
"I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused."
She whispers again.
"Also, I'm sorry for leaving like I did. It just hurt too much back at your farm, and I didn't want to."
"Hush," I rumble, silencing her with a kiss on top of her head. "I'm not sorry. Everything we..."
Whether you're walking, resting, or just listening, this musical pause is here to bring you peace and presence. Thank you for watching.
Been through was one big wake-up call. Before you showed up, I was trapped in the past, afraid what might happen if I ever tried to move beyond it, thinking I'd be destined for more heartbreak. Frankly, I was so far up my own ass I'd forgotten all the good things. Everything worth living for. She tilts her head to look up at me, a hot new life in those sparkling blue eyes.
Weston told me how tragic Brittany's death was for you. I'm so sorry for that, Grady. I think I get why you're so protective and careful with Sawyer and Avery. After what you went through, anyone would be.
I kissed the top of her nose. Thanks, gorgeous. I thought I understood, too, I say. And I'll always be a Papa Grizzly when it comes to my girls, but I also have to let them live. I have to stop worrying and let myself have a life. I touch the side of her face gently where the butterfly stitches cover the gash. A fire whips through me, an urge to split my heart open and start living a little more like I promised right the hell now. This might sound insane, but shit, I'm past caring, I tell her, clasping her chin in my fingers. I love you, Will-O-Wisp. Don't know exactly when it happened or how, but the fact is, it did. I learned to love again, like a man should. And if you're willing, if there's even a ghost of a chance, fuck, I want to see if we can work something out.
Grady.
I press a finger to her lips, needing to get this all out before she shoots me down like the sappy, overgrown bear I've become. Let me finish. I love everything about you, including your passion for your work. Don't care what anybody else thinks. To me, you're an expert on big cats, and one day I know you'll be as famous and respected as your father. I want to support you in that. So I've been thinking, maybe the girls and I could join you. Wherever your work takes you, we'll follow. Tears dot her eyes like tiny diamonds. She's shaking her head.
You can't do that. You have your home, your bar, your people, the town, and the girls have their home, friends and school. They're at that age where it'd suck royally to tear them away from all that.
She presses a hand to my cheek, raking those soft fingers through my beard, her chest heaving and fluttering and full of regrets. But I knew this was coming, the kill shot to our dream, and I'll never regret trying. I'll never regret loving Willow Macklin. Darling, I start, but she pushes a slim finger against my lips.
Wait. I could never ask, never expect you to give up Dallas or the girls. They need the stability. They need the house. They need the big-hearted people. They need Uncle Hank, Weston, Granny Coffee, Joyce, and everyone else. Most of all, they need you and the life you've built for them. Giving the people of Dallas a cozy place to gather with the bobcat. Trust me, I know. I traveled the world with my father, and sure, it's exciting at times, but it's hardly ideal. Not for girls who should be worried about their next math test or what boy they have a crush on.
My hopes are falling, shattering to pieces with every word. I get it. I really do. And I'm finally in a place where I have to believe the pain can make me stronger, even if having a willow-shaped hole in my life means a lingering weakness I'll never fill. I see, I whisper.
No, you don't see.
She kisses me softly, her eyes so bright.
Because I sort of really suck at words when it comes to things like this, so here's what I'm trying to say. I love you too, Grady.
The corners of my lips turn up, and I'd kiss her like mad if only she wasn't still speaking.
I don't know how it happened so fast, how it blindsided both of us, but I fell in love with your daughters and your life and you, especially you. I don't want to travel the world, not if it means you're not a part of it. I'm even questioning if I should have a career with exotics, honestly. In fact, while I sort things out, I'm thinking a nanny sounds like a pretty sweet side gig. Much safer, too.
With a shrug and a bashful smile that sets my heart on fire, she asks,
You don't know anyone who needs a live-in nanny, do you? Ideally for a set of rambunctious twins who totally love animals. And if they've got a big, strong, overprotective, bearded daddy, well...
I can't take it anymore. I'm on her lips like they're life itself, And it turns out they absolutely are. My breath, my passion, my spark, my all. I kiss the love of my life so hard it almost makes me blind. And when I finally pull myself back together again, I press my forehead to hers. You're in luck. I do know someone who needs a nanny, and you're the only one being considered for the job. Applicant needs the heart of an angel, a whole lot of humor, and knockout good looks. I brush the hair away from her face as she giggles. Music to my ears. But before you're on payroll, I've got to ask, what about Bruce? What about all the other cats out there who need you? You really sure you're willing to walk away from all that?
I'm willing to ponder it for a while. Miracles can happen, and I think you'll agree after what just went down tonight. Maybe we'll find a way to have it all.
She tells me, stopping for another smiley kiss. Then, frowning, she looks at me for a long, thoughtful moment.
So you do like him. You really like Bruce, don't you?
I shrug, biting back a smile. He has a way of growing on a dude, I say. She laughs, then whispers close to my lips.
I love you, Grady McKnight. Every ornery ounce of muscle and ink and that soft, sweet heart you're always trying to hide.
Guilty. She knows me too well. Even so, there's only one thing that matters now. I bring my lips to hers and spend the rest of the night showing her just how much I love her. In every frenzied, untamed way I can.
23. Tiger Rescue. Willow. Never in my life have I woken up elated, gliding on air, even though I have a shiner like a black halo that still has one side of my face stinging. Walking into Grady's house yesterday afternoon felt like more of a homecoming than I've ever had. Yes, there was a crowd of people there to greet us a mile long, but inside is where I really felt it. Like this is the place where I'm destined to belong. I stretch my arms over my head and roll over. The empty pillow next to me is a tiny bit disappointing until I hear water running. Smiling and knowing exactly where I'll find Grady, I throw back the covers, hurry to the bathroom door, and quietly open it. Steam fills the room. Already naked, I enter, close the door, and yank back the shower curtain, doing my best pensive nurse impression. Need your back washed?
More than my back.
Laughing, Grady grasps my waist and pulls me in with him. Oh, okay. I guess you'll just have to be a little more specific. I run my hands through his thick hair, loving how good he feels against my fingertips. I'll start at the top and work my way down.
You're a mind reader.
I arch my back, giving him full access to my breasts as he lowers his head, teasing my nipples into his hungry mouth. I'm arching and pushing down moans the second his tongue starts winding circles, first around one nip, and then the next. God. Oh, and he doesn't stop there. Neither do I, nipping playfully at his shoulder as he caresses my throat with kisses. When the time finally comes, he slides his hard cock inside me, and I wrap my legs around his wet stone slab of a body. This time, it's bare, skin on skin, all heat and throbbing promises. I think we both know we'll never see another condom again.
Hold the fuck on, darling,
he whispers in my ear. I do. I hold on so tight while the water rakes us, and his strokes come hard and slow and deep, pulling the pleasure out of me with every frayed movement of his hips. Every thrust, every impact, every low animal groan from his throat and whispered sweetness has me in thrall. His hand moves between my legs, finds my clit, and rubs delicately, teasing me like the head of a match before it's struck and ignited. I hiss, pinching my teeth together, already lost in making love. That's what this is. It's different from our times before. A tenderness behind the heat. We're in love. We're more than just two achingly hot bodies twisted together in the stickiest passion of our lives. We're two erupting souls coming out to play. I never knew the difference before. I thought making love was this fantastic, abstract thing reserved for kissing books and movies. But this man has taught me so much, far more than he claims I've taught him. And if he keeps taking me like this forever, pounding into me as we peak together, a low growl quaking out of him as he comes so furiously deep inside me, I know I'll never want for anything else. Also, I'll never stop coming like a madwoman. It's like a switch gets tripped deep in my body every time he pours himself out, hurling hot seed against my walls, claiming me with depth and fire and so much greedy passion. Back in the bedroom, cleaned and dressed, he kisses the side of my neck. "I'll go get the coffee on," he says with lidded, sex-drunk eyes. "Thanks. Right behind you after I dry my hair." He twists me around and kisses my lips. "Your dad's plane doesn't land for a couple hours." "I know." I loop my arms around his neck, loving how the sunlight turns his eyes into rich bourbon. "I'm excited to have him meet you." "Should I be nervous?" He jokes, his dark eyebrows rising. "Never. He's going to love you just as much as I do. And that goes double for Sawyer and Avery." I'm positive about that. The way Dad still fawns over his students' kids. You'd think he's a teacher rather than a globe-trekking zoologist sometimes. The next few hours fly by, and shortly after noon, a car winds up the driveway. My heart skips a beat, recognizing the silver-haired man at the wheel, a grin that could rival Teddy Roosevelt's plastered to his face. "Is that him?" Sawyer asks, blinking like she's about to meet a rock star. "The one and only," I answer. "I'm so excited," Avery says, clapping her little hands together. "Me too." I take each of their hands. "Come on, let's go say hello, kids." We hurry down the steps as Dad comes bounding out of his car like a human golden retriever who's been boxed up too long. "There's my girl," he beams, his long arms splayed wide. I clasp my arms around him and receive one of his trademark welcoming bear hugs, feeling the familiar love he's showered me with for my entire life. As he releases me, he looks up at the girls with a sincere smile. "And these are the jelly beans. Let me guess." He points to Sawyer. "You are jelly." Pointing at Avery, he adds, "And you are beans." The girls laugh. I lay a hand on their shoulders and introduce them. "This is Sawyer McKnight, and this is Avery." "Right then," he teases with a professorial nod. "Jelly and beans." He digs around in the pocket of his jeans and pulls out 2 small boxes with a dramatic flourish. Ever the magician. "Here you are, young ladies. I picked these up for each of you," he tells them. "Wow, thank you," Sawyer says, clutching her box. "Thank you, sir," Avery echoes before adding, may we open them?" "Certainly," Dad says. They flick the boxes open simultaneously. The sunlight splashes across their new bracelets, handmade wonders assembled with African turquoise beads. The girls marvel over their elegant new gifts, wrapping them around their wrists and holding them up to the sunlight. "They're so pretty," Sawyer says, turning around to show hers off to Grady, who came up behind us a minute ago. "Aren't they, Dad?" "Gorgeous." He steps forward and holds out his hand to my father with a nod. "Dr. Macklin." "Peter to you, Grady," Dad says while shaking his hand. "I'm glad to meet you, and incredibly grateful for all you've done. You've been a godsend to Willow's big cats. Why, she even tells me you helped recover a stolen lion cub across international lines. All in a day's work, Peter. The feds had a hand in tracking down the missing lion cub and extracting it from somewhere up in Canada. I helped a little, sifting through the data with my buddy, Falk." Grady replies with a smug but polite smile that makes me giggle. Dad turns to me, the light shining off his wiry glasses. My heart melts a second time, just like it did when I first found out we were able to save Tilda's cub against the odds.
Well now, show me this tiger so we can get the introductions out of the way and settle in for a proper visit, he says.
Bruce is in the barn. We carefully modified it to hold him comfortably, I say. This way. I still can't believe we're doing this again. But after the massive ruckus at Let's Roar, Bruce had a hard time calming down. The first night he'd broken out of the pen they'd put him in, and because Weston's truck was still there, thanks to our hospital checkups, Jacob Cook found Bruce lying beside the trailer the next morning. He wouldn't budge, giving off a loud warning growl any time Jacob and his people approached. They had to sedate him just so they could get him penned up again, but once he escaped a second time, they found him on top of the stock trailer, totally refusing to come down. Jacob wasn't willing to tranquilize him again or risk having a massive tiger-sized hole in a third enclosure, and I couldn't blame him. So, after Grady and his friends pulled every string they could with the state officials and local police, he'd returned to Dallas along with us. This time with a handy and very temporary exotic wildlife permit in my name from the state of North Dakota. It turns out the devious happenings at Exotic Plains helped with the legal wrangling. The Fosses were using my name for so much crap, I continue, explaining it all to my father, including registrations. So legally, Bruce is mine. It's my name on his papers. And Drake, a friend of Grady's, of ours, was able to get me a temporary permit to keep Bruce here under close watch until I can find him a real home.
Rather nice setup, I must say. I've seen worse overseas.
Dad glances around the barn, making an impressed harumph of approval as he makes his inspection.
This is a well-built structure, solid, and evidently storm-proofed.
Grady and I share a heavy, awkward look, trying not to burst out laughing. But seriously, thank God the place got beefed up. Nobody needs a second round of Tornado Bruce tearing through downtown Dallas or stalking the countryside. With one last look, Dad gives me a warm smile.
Looks tiger-proof to me. Wonderful job, you two.
It is, I assure him. Straight-line winds damaged the door one time a little while back, and we fixed it right up. He'll be fine here for the time being.
You're the expert, Peter. Glad you approve,
Grady says with a nod, then casts a longing look at me.
If you'll excuse me, I'd better make sure my girls don't try to sneak in here to show Bruce their new gifts.
Of course. Dad gives back a knowing smile and looks at me, remembering how mischievous I could be at their age. While Grady goes out to meet the girls, I step closer to Dad.
How about you, Willow girl? Are you just as happy penned up in this little town as this orange gentleman?
He nods at Bruce, who's dozing on his hay pile. More than fine, Dad. I shrug, unsure how to say this. Then my heart skips a beat, and I know, honestly, I've never been so happy, so at home. There's something kind of magical about this place, as silly as it sounds for being in the middle of nowhere.
I believe you.
He kisses my forehead,
and if you're happy, so am I.
Nervous because I'm not sure how he'll react, I stumble over my next words. So, I've been doing a lot of thinking and, I'm not sure I want to continue on. With field work, I mean.
Oh?
He says neutrally, quirking a bushy eyebrow. You know me. I thought it was destiny from the time you'd bring me on research trips deep into the bush. It was always my dream. But lately, I'm not so sure. I'm wondering about a lot of things. I lean against the concrete wall, drawing in a hefty breath. I love Bruce, Dad. And of course, I'll help get him where he belongs. But as for the rest, I just don't know. I just feel different about so many things. For a second, he stares, and my heart stops. Then comes the kind, massive, balmy Peter Macklin smile that's always made me feel like the center of the universe.
You've been through quite a gauntlet, honey. More than I ever went through. I heard what those brutes did to you. He frowns, rubbing my shoulder, touching me like he's grateful I'm alive. Remember what Young said. Your visions will become clear only when you can look into your own heart.
Like you'd ever let me forget. I roll my eyes, smiling, appreciating Dad's undying love for Carl Jung's dream work.
The thing about dreams is that we can become so busy chasing one we don't realize there are others out there. New dreams worth exploring, even at the expense of the old ones.
He muses, pulling at the corner of his mustache. That's true. I look at him. So would you be disappointed if I didn't follow in your footsteps?
My footsteps? Please, dear girl. These feet are too big and clumsy for anyone to follow happily. He gives me a hug. Whatever you decide, know that I'll never be disappointed in you. Not ever. What I want, what I've always wanted, is for you to be happy, Willow Girl. That's the brief and the dissertation. Be happy. Love, Dad. He kisses the top of my head. And it sounds to me like perhaps you've found your happiness right here in rural North Dakota.
My heart blooms like a whole field of wildflowers. Maybe I have, Dad. I think I really have, I whisper.
Grady and his daughters appear to be very special, he urges.
Yeah, I mean, they kinda are.
Marvelous. Then if you don't mind, let's leave our tiger friend to his dreams and stomp up a few more of our own. Don't we have a party to attend?
Don't call it that. I press a hand against my chest. It's just a little get-together. More of a thank you from me to all the people who helped.
Ah, so you don't want to big deal it, then, even when you're happier than I've ever seen you, he says with a smile.
I start to answer, but the rest of his words hit me in one blow. All I can do is walk out, lock up, and try so hard to avoid death by smiling. Several hours later, we find ourselves in a whirlwind, pressing hands and gabbing with so many townsfolk. The Purple Bobcat feels like the coziest place in the world tonight, full of all the wonderful, larger-than-life people who helped me save my tiger, who helped me save myself, even if the hero of the story will always be one massive, growly uber-dad who can make my heart quicksand faster than I can draw my next breath.
Boy, howdy, Granny Coffee says with a low whistle, staring across the room at my father. If only I was 10 years younger.
10? A pregnant Tory Faulkner asks her grandmother. And Gran, what about Robert? Aren't you two pretty serious now? Granny, wearing a floral hot pink shirt and white pants, touches the pink flower in her gray hair.
Here's a lesson, Miss Smarty Pants. It's okay to look at the menu when you always order the same dish.
We both burst out laughing. Looks like we're being summoned, Tori says, nodding at my father, who waves us over to join him at the table he's sitting at with Grady and several others.
Dibs on the seat next to Peter,
Granny says, elbowing us both aside to be the first to arrive at the table. I love her, I tell Tori. What can I say? She's family, Tori says with a wink. I only hope I inherit her spunk when I'm her age. How old is she?
Only God knows, Tori laughs.
Seems like her birthday changes every year. I'm still grinning when I arrive at the table and take a seat between Grady and Dad. Granny steals the chair on Dad's other side, no surprise.
We were just discussing something, Willow, Dad says.
Yeah? What's that? I brace myself for more bad news, purely because it's been too weird thinking the worst is truly over. He looks at Grady slowly. My gaze flicks between the two of them, and the slow, wide grin stretching across their faces.
How does the Dallas Exotic Learning and Rescue Center sound? Is that too long a name?
Grady asks, his eyes purring with mellow brown heat.
Of course, you can have the final say. but we were working on ideas.
Rescue? I shake my head to clear my thoughts, but can't slow the rising thrum of my pulse.
A rescue center for wild animals, here in Dallas, Dad says with a nonchalant shrug. These poor animals seized in Minot need a place to go, and the feds are rarely good at handling this sort of thing.
My jaw almost hits the floor, and he's not even done. Holy freaking crap.
Grady has the land. You have the experience, thanks to yours truly. Seems like quite the perfect partnership to me. I've already submitted the first donation, and everyone around this table has pledged their help as well, big and small. Not just financially, but...
He winks at Sawyer and Avery, who are standing behind us, their eyes wide and bright, focused on me.
Physically, as well. I think it's a win-win for this town and for several dozen large cats.
Think about how many animals we can have, Avery gushes, pulling her hair over her face so nothing but her pearly white smile shows.
We'll help you all the time, Willow.
So will the entire town, Sawyer adds.
Every day. We'll even help you come up with the best name.
Careful with that one,
Grady says with a chuckle. Jaw meet floor. Stunned, doesn't begin to describe it. I'm thoroughly flabbergasted. Thrilled. But I don't dare get my hopes up too high. Guys, whoa. This is a lot to take on. Permits for a real, legit sanctuary take plenty of...
Consider it done. Between the local sheriff's department and my connections, my father says, pointing at Drake, permits won't be an issue. I believe we'll have everything expedited very easily. I'd say we could start breaking ground on outdoor pens within the next week or two.
Laughter, clapping, and cheering abounds. Everyone around the table starts talking about what they'll do to help. I turn to Grady. Are you sure about this? It's a huge commitment. The noise dies down as he looks at me and nods.
Only 110% sure,
he growls, clasping my hand. That's when I know. The dancing sunlight in his eyes isn't just excitement, but the deepest, truest love I'll ever find. Eep times a million. I'm touched, tearing up, and shredded in my soul by just how strong his love is. How real, and all for me. Finally, I throw my hands in the air, my voice shaking as I tell them, okay, I'm in. I'll give it my very best. And the look Grady throws me says, he's even more sure of that fact than I am. This life, this town, this man deserve nothing less.
24. Tiger by the tail. Grady. Months later. I'd thought I knew what busting ass meant back when I bought the bar and worked like hell for the grand reopening. Ha! That shit was nothing compared to starting an entire rescue center for fantastic beasts. The rewards this time around have already soared higher than anything the Purple Bobcat ever delivered. Every cut, every drop of sweat, every late night making calls with contractors and friends and taking inventory till my eyes were red and sore. Hell yeah, it was worth it. Willow Macklin is in her glory, and that makes me the happiest man on the planet. Of course, Sawyer and Avery are also so pumped I'm scared for them. Not just with all the animals, but with the man they already lovingly refer to as Grandpa Peter. Doc Macklin has been a major help in everything. We're not even close to done. There's still a lot more coming, but as Peter says, with tigers, there always will be. He's right about that. It's only been 3 months since we broke ground, but as of last week, the animals once housed in Minot have found their new homes here. Lions, tigers, jaguars, snow leopards, lemurs, gibbons, and even a few crocodiles now share what was once McKnight land. I grin every time I imagine what my parents would have thought if they could see this. Numerous barns and sheds dot the hills around my place alongside massive pens and spacious exercise areas, plus a special outdoor pen for Bruce, who has his own shiny new mini barn that'll be his home till the day he dies. Large metal bars now surround the huge center behind the door where he comes in and out. I did the welding and installation work with Weston last week. Also, the girls can safely visit their favorite pet damn near every day. The familiar arms that fold around my waist from behind make me smile. I turn, fully engulfing Willow in a hug that could move mountains.
The parking lot is already filling up,
she says happily, her blue eyes one more splash of beauty in the fall leaves turning the landscape into a living painting. Excited for the big day? I ask. I still can't believe it's the grand opening today. People from around the world have arrived to see the ribbon cutting at the Dallas Exotic Learning and Rescue Center.
Too excited.
She kisses me 5 times before she can find her words again.
Thank you for this, Grady. Thank you. I couldn't have even dreamed up this place.
Woman, I couldn't have dreamed you. I growl back, bringing her hand to my lips, fighting back the urge to press my mouth to every inch of her. There'll be plenty of time for that later. She steps back.
What are you doing in here anyway?
I grin and kiss the tip of her nose. Just telling Bruce to behave himself today. Nothing like making a great first impression, right? Taking her hand, I lead her to the door. Let's get this crazy tiger show on the road. We leave the barn and climb into the new side-by-side ATV I bought to make driving to the rescue easier. We chose an area over a mile away from the house where the main facility begins, and the public areas are even farther, so we'll still have plenty of privacy. The crowd is bursting at the seams, and a list of distinguished speakers, including the mayor of Dallas, holds the crowd's rapt attention for over an hour. I think they're getting restless as hell for the real guest of honor. I know I am. He finally shows up looking more regal than ever, standing taller than a Saint Bernard with his green gold eyes flashing, the white tufts on the sides of his face fluffed like a proud Viking. Bruce the Magnificent. All hail the king. Willow just has to smile and wave, and he stays rooted to his spot in front of the main entrance, perched inside a large flatbed trailer with a huge cage fixed to it, rumbling forward. Bruce is totally relaxed. If I didn't know better, I'd swear he's enjoying the attention. Hank parks the ride next to the speaker's platform. I smile at Willow as Sawyer and Avery take the stage. They each give well-practiced 5-minute speeches about large cats, their endangered plight, and Bruce specifically. I've never been prouder of them in my life. Peter, our host, steps up to the podium next with a flurry of compliments for my girls before he looks at me. I nod.
It's my honor to introduce you to the owners of the Dallas Exotic Learning and Rescue Center,
Peter says. Willow frowns at me, leans in and whispers,
What's this all about? We aren't scheduled to speak, right?
The worry in her eyes says she's second-guessing herself. I smile. Relax, darling. This is something your dad and I decided. Just let me do the talking. I escort her onto the stage where Peter and the girls are still standing behind us. Once the rowdy clapping and cheering dies down, I thank everyone for coming and name several people specifically for their donations and assistance. When our story hit the national news, money came pouring in from all over. Donors as big as Heron Com in Chicago and as small as a fire chief in Hart's Edge, Montana, who said he couldn't resist after hearing about our mess and always mixing up lions and tigers as a kid. That's not even touching our resident billionaires, the Barnetts and Larkins, who dug deep in their vast pockets and gave generously. This sanctuary might be the most well-funded little big animal rescue center ever, thanks to their help. It's enough to bring a tear to the hardest man's eye. Only I'm too damn nervous to get choked up. Nothing to do with standing here in the spotlight speaking to all of these fine folks. You get used to that when you manage the town gossip mill and watering hole. But it feels like there's no human way to express how fucking much Willow means to me. How deep my love goes. How intently I want it to last. When the noise dies down, I squeeze her hand, flashing her a quick look for courage. You know, it was just a few months ago. I start slowly into the mic. That's when I first met this incredible, adventurous lady. I was closing up the bar and saw an old truck in my lot with a stock trailer just pulling in with no headlights. I went out to see if she was lost, and you can imagine my surprise when I point to Bruce. That in the stock trailer. The crowd erupts with laughter. Gotta tell you, folks, I've been surprised several times since then because of her. I look at Willow and chuckle along with the crowd. Turns out, I've started liking those surprises. And I've made a big decision today. I've decided I don't ever want them to end. Willow stops laughing and looks at me, her eyes bright blue gems, wondering what I'm doing as I step away from the mic. Let's roll. I wave the girls over next to me, then pull the box out of my pocket, kneeling down on one knee. The crowd falls silent, half the women folks staring with their mouths hanging open. My will-o-wisp covers her mouth with both hands as she looks at me. With a single flick of my thumb, I pop the box open to show off the black onyx and diamond engagement ring. Several hushed gasps float over us, but they won't stop me. A freight train barreling down on my head couldn't. Willow Macklin, will you marry me? Will you be my wife, my other half, my soul, and mother to my daughters? Will you keep surprising us every day of our lives? Long, dramatic pause. My heart stops a few times and restarts as her beautiful face twitches, completely frozen. Then she floats toward me like the wind, laughing and crying and nodding her head, a chestnut mane of hair spilling out behind her.
Yes, 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 and yes, yes to all three of you, yes to you, Grady, yes to us, yes to forever.
She loses it as she throws her arms around my neck. And she's not alone. I'm holding back my own man tears. They're so hot and ferocious, it might fucking break me, especially as she looks at me and says,
"Talk about surprises. I love you."
The crowd cheers like some shit from a movie, and after several kisses, I slide the ring on her finger. Then comes the big family group hug. Willow and I first, before we're joined by the girls. Peter wraps his long arms around us last. I don't think there's a dry eye or a mouth not bursting with laughter when a loud roar splits the air. Our last family member joins in. Bruce. Who the hell knew Cupid was a tiger?
25. Tiger Bride. Willow. Months later.
A girl's wedding should be everything she wants it to be, Dad says, fussing with his collar for what must be the millionth time as he tries on his tux.
It already is, Dad. This is a fairy tale come true, I say, fluttering my lashes. Look at this place. It's gorgeous, it's alive, and I get to be princess for a day. We're standing inside the new visitor center that was just finished and opened last week. The construction crews kept going all through the long, cold North Dakota winter to have the place ready by spring. Grady was there every day, too, a guardian angel ensuring it came to life just as I'd wanted when we'd drawn up the plans. With the help of many friends, mainly Grace Barnett and her fantabulous eye for decoration and design, we've turned the center into a one-day wedding marvel. An artistic ode to our love and to Grady McKnight, the man I'm marrying tomorrow.
I want your honeymoon to be fit for a spoiled princess, too, Dad says with a laugh, and suitable for Prince Charming incarnate. I asked him if I could plan and pay for your honeymoon, by the way. He agreed, so I'm afraid you're stuck with a lavish trip to anywhere worth going.
I look at the folder in my hand, my heartbeat quickening. Dad, this is more than a honeymoon.
Indeed, Willow girl. It's the beginning of your lives as man and wife, and our lives as a family.
He kisses my forehead, and I suddenly feel so warm I could scream.
I'm picking jelly and beans up from school, and then we're going over to visit Joyce to make sure we're ready for your big day. So you take that folder up to the house, show it to Grady, and try to get some sleep. Use this time alone to pack so you'll be ready for your escape ride after the reception.
He leaves with a parting wink. I take the four-wheeler up to the house, where I find Grady on the couch.
You look relaxed,
he says with a wink. I'm glad one of us is. Sitting up, he laughs.
Think I'm still hungover. Your old man knows how to throw one hell of a bachelor party. Poor Weston made the mistake of challenging him to a drinking contest, and lost.
Smiling, I sit down next to him. Speaking of my dad, he said you let him help with our honeymoon? He winces.
Yeah. He insisted on throwing money at it, and I'm not looking to do battle with my future father-in-law over it. Figured he'd know where you always wanted to go for a few ideas, too. Why?
Have you ever heard of an extended honeymoon? He frowns.
How extended?
I open the folder. Dad spends 7 or 8 months a year traveling, so his itineraries cover everything.
Okay, he grunts, hiding a smile. Wait, you're not talking about spending almost a year away from...
I laugh, shaking my head. I start flipping through the pages. Just 1 amazing month, roughly. He has the bar completely covered with West, the rescue center running like clockwork, and he'll stay with the girls here at home for 2 weeks before flying to South Africa. If you're down for it, I'm hoping that's where we'll spend some time before they join us, and from there, all 5 of us can visit several countries for the next 2 weeks before coming home by summer.
Damn, woman. You sure the Land of Oz isn't on that trip?
I grin and set the folder on the coffee table.
Shit, he rumbles, hooking me around the waist and lifting me onto his lap. Whole weeks together, alone in places where we'll be lucky to even have cell service? Whatever will we do?
The knowing glint in his eye has me laughing like a schoolgirl. Not until tomorrow, handsome. Remember what you promised. His teasing smile sinks.
Yeah. Fuck. I said 3 days without getting busy so we'd be explosive on our honeymoon. Remind me to never make that promise again.
Falling against his chest, I run my fingers through his beard, gazing into his eyes. It's a one-time deal, mister. Less than 24 hours to go.
Guess forever has its price, he grumbles. Let's at least practice the send-off after our vows.
I have no objection. I never will when the man who moves heaven and earth brings his searing lips to mine and reminds me how deeply I'm about to be his. Most weddings are a recipe of big promises, hot tears, and endless laughter between kisses. Ours is mostly endless kisses between promises, so many shameless tears, laughing until my sides hurt, and yes, tigers. No, we're not crazy enough to dress up Bruce and bring a Bengal tiger strolling through a massive crowd in his own little tux. Yes, we're just the right kind of crazy to say our I-dos in front of his fenced-in enclosure, where he sprawls out on the huge rocks, sunning himself, and wondering why humans are so unbelievably strange. Another thing nobody tells you about weddings, even the ones with huge happy tigers, time breaks down into this intense, warm, fizzy blur that feels like forever and not nearly long enough. It's over before it starts. 1 minute, I'm lost in my own gaze, my eyes stuck to my epic beast of a husband as he's standing at our makeshift altar, waiting for the pastor to finish in the sexiest old-fashioned brown suit ever. I barely remember walking up the aisle through at least 100 friends, relatives, and smiling Dallas folk. How my creamy bell plume of a dress floated behind me, feeling every bit the princess riding a cloud. I don't even know what happens when I hear, "Kiss the bride." Because the first kiss with my husband, rockets me right into the stratosphere on hungry wings of his lips, and then I'm gliding back down in this wonderful, giddy mess I'm proud to call mine. Now and forever. Mostly, time is measured in my pulse, my heartbeat, every freaking second I get to hold Grady's hand. And that huge masculine grip, unlike anyone else's, never lets go for a second as we're making our way out after dinner. It feels like the heat death of the universe might happen before throngs of smiling people stop wishing us well, and before Sawyer and Avery let go of Grady's legs, before saying their goodbyes. As soon as they're skipping back over to a gaggle of my dad, Joyce, and a very lovely and attentive Aunt Faye, our chariot awaits. The Barnett's valet, Tobin, insisted on doing the honor of taking us into town with several magnificent black steeds pulling our white coach. It's like something out of the Wild West as we clump away, make-believe made real, and we kiss like there's no tomorrow the whole ride. Of course, tomorrow will come, and with it the rest of our amazing lives. We're just spending our first night as man and wife at the finest hotel in Dallas. It's this beautiful place full of old-world charm and modern details that tickle my soul. I can't stop laughing as the front desk gives us 2 bubbly glasses of champagne in a salute, while bellboys appear from nowhere to snatch our bags, and my husband, oh God, will it ever feel normal? Carries me into the elevator, down the hall, and over the threshold to the executive suite.
What's so funny, Will-O-Wisp? Don't tell me you're already that drunk on champagne, Grady says with a smile.
I'm busy working my hands under his vest, obsessed with the moment he tumbles me down on the huge Victorian-style bed. It's hitting me now. A few weeks traveling sounds heavenly, alone with nobody but you. He sinks down on top of me and pulls me up by both hands. A second before he begins unwrapping me. Until today, I always thought the phrase blushing bride was just a saying, and not something I'd ever become. My face feels hot. It's cherry red by the time I slide out of my dress, naked before his hungry eyes. They ignite so hot, I feel braised the second he sees what I've been hiding under my wedding dress.
Fuck. Tiger print? He rasps. You've gotta be shitting me, gorgeous.
I grin, folding an arm around his neck and bringing my hand down to start working at his buttons. I've been dying to show you all day. You have no idea. I whisper, ending my words with a lingering kiss that feels downright sinful.
Bull. You know what I'm eager for?
He growls, his fingers sliding into my orange and black striped panties, forcing a moan from my lungs as his thumb rakes my clit.
Being married to you for the rest of my life, for one. Also, ripping this the fuck off you right now,
he says, fisting the fabric and throwing it down my legs in one jerk.
Love you, darling.
I know, I say, locking eyes as he frees himself from his suit. And that makes me love you even more. With hurried breaths, we finish stripping each other, then take our sweet time in languid kisses and caresses that might never end. Each and every inch of my exposed skin bristles under his touch, his kiss, his pitchfork of a tongue. God. Tonight, I'm determined to give him every bit of paradise right back. I definitely focus on one thing, dropping to my knees and taking him deep in my mouth. His loud growl is all the reward I need, using my tongue to play with the head of his dick while pumping the steel it crowns. He's a man who can't stand keeping his hands idle. I love it when he eases me up, pushing me onto the bed. His fingers find me soaked and so wanting it hurts. And fine, so maybe I'm the one who finally has to give in. I throw myself back, thighs pinching his fingers that know me better than I know myself. Grady McKnight, I need you, now. My legs open.
You ever heard of patience?
He teases, pushing his fingers against my walls, his thumb still working my clit to sweet insanity.
Good things come to those who—
Grady, I spit. Right now. Laughing, he removes his hand, this dark heat entering his russet eyes as he positions himself above me with his cock pulsing in his hand.
You know how many days I've dreamed of this, and nothing else. Sliding into my wife for the first time,
he whispers, rubbing his swollen head against my entrance, so close, yet so flipping far.
Oh, my God. No? Then let me show you, he rumbles.
Then those piston hips plow forward, and I take every inch of him in one steady, beautiful stroke. Holy yes. Yes. It's a miracle my eyes stay open, but I'm so thankful they do. I fall in love in a brand new way with the stricken look on his face, brown honey napalm in his eyes, the way his groan mauls the air. There might never be a sexier sight than my husband claiming me for the first time. At least, that's what I think before feeling every inch of him as he goes hard, delving deep, his hips stroking me to an ecstasy so pure it scares me. Grady Damn McKnight is a hammer, and he forces our future with every lightning stroke between my legs, every smoking kiss, every sharp, guttural cry drifting out of him as his pleasure builds.
Willow, darling, yeah, fuck,
he growls, and even though I'm screaming my lungs out, I smile. You know it's something special for a man when he's down to one-word caveman talk. Folding my legs around him, I run my ankles up his strong ass and push, adding a plea when I say, "Come in me, Grady. I want to be full of my husband tonight." The seething hot rush of air against my throat and the scrape of his beard tells me he's happy to oblige. His pace quickens, his body coming down like a whip. Yes, yes, 1,000,000,000,000 times yes. I love him so much. This sexy, amazing man who makes love to me every single time, with more passion and life than he showed me our very first time. His warrior-like friction curls my toes as I feel myself tighten, hugging his magnificent cock, greedy for his release and mine. His climax hits first, triggering mine, the second I see his head snap back and his teeth bared, fully in rapture, perfectly synced to the swelling heat inside me, and then the molten flood. I'm gone. We come together. I cling to him harder, and we both reach a level of delicious madness I never thought was possible before worshiping this man and receiving his love in return.
Holy shit,
he growls later, flopped down on his back, pulling me into his arms.
Can we make love like that in a tent, all over the ends of the earth?
Straddling him, I wiggle my hips, loving how hard he's getting again, if he ever went soft. Whatever it is, I'm hooked. As often as you want. Try not to break me, I promise, bringing my lips to his, and my soul to those eyes far stronger than the finest bourbon. His smile happens in slow motion, this perfect imperfection. Will our kids have his adorably messy bed hair? I wonder. And I also wonder what I did to have Grady sent to me, a fallen angel who found his way as he led me to salvation. How did I get so lucky? How could I ever wish for more? I shudder, overflowing with this gratitude on the razor edge of insanity as his thumb traces my cheek and his gaze captures me forever.
Remind me when we leave again,
he asks, an eternity of mischief beckoning in his eyes. This concludes The Hero I Need by Nicole Snow, narrated by Carly Robbins and Jason Clark. Copyright 2021 by Nicole Snow. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Nicole Snow, care of Brower Literary and Management, and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.